This is Audible.
The Deserters, A Hidden History of World War II by Charles Glass, narrated by Barry Press. I lack the guts to take being thought a coward. Audie Murphy. To Hell and Back, Henry Holt, 1949. Introduction. By his own admission, Eddie Slovik was the unluckiest man alive. Nearly 50,000 American and 100,000 British soldiers deserted from the armed forces during the Second World War, but the 25-year-old ex-convict from Detroit, Michigan, was the only one executed for it. Slovik's desertion in northern France on 9 October 1944 was atypical in that, while 80% of the deserters were frontline infantrymen escaping after long periods of continuous combat, he never fought a battle. Nor did he go on the run as most other deserters did. His mistake was to make clear that he preferred prison to battle. Rather than grant his wish, a court-martial condemned him, in accordance with the Articles of War that then prescribed the forms of military justice, to death by musketry. Of the 49 Americans sentenced to death for desertion during the Second World War, Slovik was the only one whose appeal for commutation was rejected. The timing of his court-martial amid the November fighting in the Hurtgen forest that caused 6,184 casualties among the 15,000 troops in Slovik's 28th Infantry Division militated against clemency. So, too, did the coincidence in January 1945 of his appeal against the death sentence and the German counter-offensive known as the Battle of the Bulge, when the U.S. Army in Northern Europe was fighting for its own survival. It was not the moment for the Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight Eisenhower, to be seen to condone desertion. Correspondence among senior commanders documents their belief that Slovik's death was necessary to prevent others from following his example. They nonetheless decreed that his execution in the remote French village of Saint-Marie-aux-Mines be conducted in secrecy. Slovik, the condemned coward, died without pleading for his life or showing anything other than courage before the firing squad. Even if soldiers at the front had known that the young private was shot for desertion on the morning of 31 January 1945, the Battle of the Bulge had by then ended in an Allied victory. The urgency for lethal deterrence had disappeared as the Allied armies resumed the offensive that would topple the Third Reich 4 months later. Concealing the truth about Slovik's execution extended to informing his wife Antoinette only that he had died in the European theater of operations. Journalist and novelist William Bradford Huy uncovered the cause of Slovik's death in 1948, but the issue remained so sensitive that he concealed the condemned man's identity in Liberty magazine as a 25-year-old American white man. Call him Lewis Simpson, a replacement in the 28th Division. Huy's article raised fundamental questions about why only one deserter among thousands was put to death. It also cast doubt on the willingness of Americans to fight. Huy, who served in the United States Navy during the war, noted that psychiatrists had permitted 1,750,000 men, 1 out of every 8 they examined, to avoid military service for reasons other than physical. Despite the rigorous screening, soldiers suffered nervous breakdowns, mental trauma, and battle fatigue, also called battle exhaustion, that rendered them unfit for combat. Huy observed, during the Second World War, approximately 38,000 officers and men, about 10% were officers, were tried by Army General Courts-Martial for seeking to evade hazardous duty by some dishonorable means. Their sentences, apart from Slovik's, were less onerous than the hardships suffered by their comrades who fought on. Huy considered this an outrage. If a sound-bodied, sound-minded American soldier who deserts his comrades on the eve of battle deserves only comfortable detention, subsequent pardon, and a college education under the GI Bill of Rights, then why should any man ever again risk death in combat for this country? He added that by abolishing cowardice, the psychiatrists had tended to relieve all Americans of the individual responsibility to fight. Yet most soldiers did fight. Desertions were almost non-existent in the Pacific, where a man seeking to avoid danger had nowhere to hide. In Europe, the total that fled from the front rarely exceeded 1% of manpower. However, it reached alarming proportions among the 10% of men in uniform who actually saw combat. Allied commanders debated means to staunch the flow. General George Patton wanted to shoot the cowards, and in Sicily he famously slapped a shell-shocked soldier whom he accused of malingering. Senior British commanders in North Africa and Italy pleaded with their government to restore the death penalty for desertion as in the First World War. Other commanders, whose views prevailed, favored providing psychiatric as well as traditional medical care in forward aid stations. They recognized that the mind, subject to the daily threat of death, the concussion of aerial bombardment, and high-velocity artillery, the fear of landmines and booby traps, malnutrition, appalling hygiene and lack of sleep, suffered wounds as real as the bodies. Providing shattered men with counseling, hot food, clean clothes, and rest was more likely to restore them to duty than threatening them with a firing squad. Few deserters were cowards. Many broke under the strain of constant battle, having faced the Axis enemy without let-up for months at a time. Owing to the Allies' flawed system of replacing troops at the front, men were pushed beyond their limit. Poor leadership by undertrained junior officers, many of whom stayed back from combat, left young soldiers without inspiration to endure daily artillery barrages along often static front lines. High desertion rates in any company, battalion, or division pointed to failures of command and logistics, for which blame pointed to leaders as much as to the men who deserted. Unit cohesion was poor, as post-war studies demonstrated, because replacement soldiers were distributed individually to assorted companies and divisions, rather than as bodies of men who knew and trusted one another. Some soldiers deserted when all the other members of the units had been killed and their own deaths appeared inevitable. Those who showed the greatest sympathy to deserters were other frontline soldiers. They had, at one time or another, felt the temptation to opt out of the war through desertion, shooting themselves in the foot or lagging behind when ordered forward. It was a rare infantryman who attempted to prevent his comrades from leaving the line. The astounding fact is not that so many men deserted, but that deserters were so few. Eddie Slovik's identity became public knowledge in 1954, when Hui published his well-researched The Execution of Private Slovik. 20 years later, the actor Martin Sheen played Slovik in a television film of the same title. Sheen recited the actual words that Slovik himself uttered before his execution. "They're not shooting me for deserting the United States Army. Thousands of guys have done that. They just need to make an example out of somebody, and I'm it, because I'm an ex-con. I used to steal things when I was a kid, and that's what they're shooting me for. They're shooting me for the bread and chewing gum I stole when I was 12 years old." Eddie Slovik was the first American soldier executed for desertion since a Union Army firing squad shot one William Smits of Company F, 90th Pennsylvania Volunteers, in 1865. More than 300,000 troops deserted from the Union and Confederate armies in the Civil War. Mark Twain famously deserted from both sides. Slovik was not the only soldier to desert from the American Armed Forces between 1865 and 1945. Desertion was common in the post-Civil War army, when many frontier troops had a cavalier attitude towards military service. Badly paid, miserably fed, and maltreated by their officers, they had few qualms about drifting away to the gold fields, silver mines, and cattle drives, where conditions and pay were better. No one was shot for desertion during the wars against North America's indigenous population or the Spanish-American War. During the First World War, of the 24 death sentences imposed for desertion by courts-martial, President Woodrow Wilson commuted them all. If Slovik was the unluckiest deserter in the U.S. Army, Wayne Powers was probably the most fortunate. Private First Class Wayne Powers was a 23-year-old Army truck driver when he landed in France 3 days after D-Day. In November 1944, he met a dark-haired French girl named Yvette Bellius in the northern French village of Montmorigny, near the Belgian border. Powers, born in Chillicothe, Missouri, spoke no French, and Yvette did not know English. As the newspaper France Soir wrote later, she gave him a woman's smile after months of murderous combat. When Powers was ferrying supplies to the Belgian border a few days before the Bulge counteroffensive, his truck was hijacked, probably by deserters. Alone, on foot, and unable to find his unit, he went back to Yvette. Unable to marry without revealing his existence to the police, Powers hid in the Bellius family house while Yvette worked in a textile factory nearby. The couple had 5 children who were forbidden to tell anyone who their father was. In the meantime, the Second World War had ended. The Korean War came and went. Powers' commander, General Eisenhower, became President of the United States. All the while, Powers remained a wanted man. American military police and French gendarmes raided the house twice without discovering his hiding place under the stairs. 4 years after Hui's book made Slovik's case a cause célèbre, Wayne Powers became front-page news. In March 1958, a car crashed outside the Bellius house, and Powers made the mistake of looking through the curtains. Policemen taking details saw him and turned him over to American MPs. When the story of young lovers Wayne and Yvette hit the newspapers, the American embassy in Paris received 60,000 letters in 3 days, all demanding clemency for a young American who had fallen in love with a French girl. A court-martial found Powers guilty of desertion and sentenced him to 10 years at hard labor, but this was quickly reduced to 6 months. The Judge Advocate General's office in Washington reviewed his case and released him. 2 years later, Powers and Yvette married in Montmorigny. By then, their 6th child had been born. Those who told the stories of Slovik and Powers did not connect them to the wider phenomenon of mass desertion. The vast majority of the 150,000 American and British soldiers who deserted the ranks during the war were unlike both Slovik and Powers. Slovik was the only one shot for his crime, and Powers was one of the few convicted deserters to get off almost scot-free. The real story of Second World War deserters lay elsewhere, and this writer's most important task was to find soldiers whose fates were more emblematic and less publicized. A serendipitous encounter in London led me in the right direction. It happened in March 2009, when I was promoting my previous book, Americans in Paris, Life and Death Under Nazi Occupation, at the Frontline Club of War Correspondents in London. A courtly and well-dressed American gentleman in the audience asked some pertinent questions. He was that person any speaker fears, someone who knows what he's talking about. It became obvious that his knowledge of the French resistance was more intimate than mine. A red rosette, discreetly pinned to his lapel, marked him as a member of France's Legion of Honor. It turned out He had been one of the few American regular soldiers to fight with the resistance in 1944. We met for coffee later near his house in South Kensington, where he regaled me with tales of life among the resistants. Eventually, he asked what I was working on next. I told him it was a book on American and British deserters in the Second World War, and asked if he knew anything about it. He answered, I was a deserter. We ordered more coffee, and my friendship with Stephen Weiss, decorated combat veteran of the U.S. 36th Infantry Division, former resistant and deserter, was born. Until then, my research had led me from archives to libraries, from court-martial records to old V-mail letters, from fading documents to myriad academic studies. Steve Weiss infused the war and the dilemmas facing deserters with fresh vitality. His generosity extended to many hours of interviews, as well as access to his cache of memorabilia that included an unpublished memoir, letters, newspaper articles, photographs, and books. We went together to the battlefields where he fought in eastern France and found the moss-grown foxholes that he and others like him had dug in the forests. I pestered him often with questions to which he unfailingly and candidly responded. Although born in 1925, he retained the robust health and enthusiasm of the teenager who volunteered in 1942 to take part in Eisenhower's crusade. As I came to know Weiss better, my respect and admiration increased. His life after the war became a long exploration of the effects on him and others of combat, military conformity, and prison. Years in therapy led him to become a psychologist, a profession in which his experience provided the empathy to treat those with traumas similar to, and often more disabling than, his own. Confronting the anguish that other veteran soldiers preferred to leave dormant, Weiss conducted battlefield tours, revisited the scenes of his triumphs and his shame, and sought out old comrades in arms. Later in life, he moved from California to London to lecture at King's College famed Department of War Studies. It is always an enriching experience to write about the American soldier in adversity, no less than in glittering triumph, wrote Charles B. MacDonald, an infantry captain in Northern Europe in 1944 and 1945 in the Siegfried Line campaign. The Second World War imposed more than enough adversity on the infantry riflemen who did most of the fighting. The majority of those who landed in the first waves on the Italian and French coastlines to fight long campaigns did not survive to see their triumph, and some who lived were in prison for desertion when they heard the news of Germany's surrender. Knowing that they would not be rotated out of the line or receive respite from danger, they had chosen disgrace over the grave. For others, there was no choice. Their bodies simply led them away from danger, and they remembered walking away as if in a dream. Many were afraid, many broke down, and many just could not take any more. The mystery to me, wrote Ernie Pyle, the battlefront correspondent known for his sympathetic reports about ordinary GIs, is that anybody at all, no matter how strong, can keep his spirit from breaking down in battle. A minority deserted to make money, stealing and selling the military supplies that their comrades at the front needed to survive. From 1944 to 1946, Allied deserters ran the black market economies of Naples, Rome, and Paris. Their plundering of Allied supply convoys, often at gunpoint, deprived General George Patton of petrol as his tanks were about to breach Germany's Siegfried Line. Rampant thievery left their comrades at the front short of food, blankets, ammunition, and other vital supplies. In Italy, deserters drove trucks of looted Allied equipment for Italian-American mafioso Vito Genovese. who concealed his fascist past and made himself indispensable to Allied commanders in Naples. Military police chased the notorious Lane gang of deserters for most of 1944. The gang's head, who used the pseudonym Robert Lane, was a 23-year-old private from Allentown, Pennsylvania, named Werner Schmeidel. His mob terrorized the military and civilians alike in a crime spree of robbery, extortion, and murder. After MPs captured them in November 1944, they made a daring Christmas Eve prison break and hid among the Roman underworld. Recaptured many weeks later, Schmeidel and his top henchmen were hanged for murder in June 1945. That did not put an end, however, to other deserter criminal operations that continued well into the post-war era. 2 members of the Lane gang who remained at large hijacked an army safe with $133,000 in cash on its way from Rome to Florence 1 week after their accomplices' hangings. In France, American deserters collaborated with Corsican hoodlums in the theft and sale of cigarettes, whiskey, petrol, and other contraband. French civilians compared the German troops' supposedly correct behavior during their 4-year occupation to the terror wrought by rampaging American deserters who raped and robbed at will. In Paris especially, the lure of pretty women and unearned wealth beckoned to any American GI or British Tommy willing to desert. One of these was Sergeant Alfred T. Whitehead, a Tennessee farm boy who had earned silver and bronze stars for bravery in Normandy. He became a gangster in post-liberation Paris, living with a cafe waitress and robbing Allied supply depots, as well as restaurants and ordinary citizens. His type of deserter, who operated in what the French press called Chicago gangs, caused more worry to the Allied command than the ordinary deserter who simply went into hiding. New York Times correspondent Dana Adams Schmidt wrote that American Army deserters hijack trucks on the open highway and fight gun battles with the American military police. Another of his dispatches from Paris added, "The French police fear to interfere, unless accompanied by MPs." Hunting down deserters became a full-time job for MPs from most Allied countries. From the beginning of the war, the military in both Britain and the United States understood that some men would collapse mentally under the strain of combat. They had seen it often in the First World War, when the term shell shock came into common usage. An old school of thought held that shell shock, later christened battle fatigue, was a newfangled term for cowardice, but psychological research between the wars found that the human mind suffered stress as did the body, and acquired its own wounds. Much study was devoted to discovering which men were likely to break down and which were not. Leading psychologists, led by Harvard's Professor Edwin Garinguis Boring, cooperated with the military to produce a book called Psychology for the Fighting Man. A kind of guidebook to mental survival in battle, it was intended for every soldier going to combat and quickly sold 380,000 copies. Its insights informed much of this book, especially its dictum about the average soldier who broke down under pressure. He is not a coward. Just as fear and mental collapse drove Steve Weiss and avarice-motivated Al Whitehead, another type of deserter left the armed forces out of pure disgust. Psychology for the Fighting Man acknowledged that war and killing were not normal activities for boys raised in peacetime. American men have no particular love of killing. For the most part, they hate killing. They think it is wrong, sinful, ordinarily punishable by death. This view of life was not unique to Americans. One British soldier, John Vernon Bane, deserted 3 times. He never ran during a battle, and he fought well in North Africa and northern France. In Normandy, where the British Army court-martialed 4 officers and 7,018 men for desertion in the field, Bane stayed at the front. He eventually left not the war, but the army. To him, it was a dehumanizing institution that encouraged actions that in any context but war would be regarded as criminal. He deserted to preserve his humanity. His life story should resonate with those who wonder how much they would have endured before collapsing or fleeing. Fortunately for this writer, Bane's son, John, provided insights into his father's character, motives, and flaws that fleshed out the many writings and interviews Bane left behind when he died. John Bane wrote a poem in which a deserter told his son, "But son, my spirit underneath survived it all intact. They thought they'd crushed me like a bug, but I had won, in fact." The Second World War was not as wonderful as its depiction in some films and adventure tales. It should not be surprising that young men found the experience of it so debilitating that they escaped. John Keegan, who pioneered the writing of war's history through the eyes of its participants, wrote, "What war can ever be wonderful, least of all one that killed 50 million people, destroyed swaths of Europe's cultural heritage, depraved its politics, devalued the very moral basis of its civilization." Book 1. Boys to Soldiers. 1. From the earliest childhood, American boys are taught that it is wrong, the greatest wrong, to kill. Psychology for the Fighting Man, prepared for the fighting man himself. Committee of the National Research Council with the collaboration of Science Service as a contribution to the war effort. The Infantry Journal, Washington, D.C., and Penguin Books, London, 1943, page 349. At the end of the Great War of 1914-18, Private First Class William Weiss was departing France with a leg scarred by German bullets, lungs choked with poison gas, and a plague of memories. While convalescing in a Catholic hospital near Tours, the Jewish-American doughboy fell in love with his French nurse. The romance, which sustained him for 4 months, ended when his 77th Infantry Division mustered at Brest for the voyage home to New York City. In April 1919, 5 months after the armistice, New York held little promise for Weiss. The post-war economic recession was beginning as weapons factories laid off workers and banks pressed for repayment of war debts. Many 77th Division troops had lost their jobs to civilians when they entered the United States Army. At least 25% of them had no hope of work and expected nothing more at home than a grateful welcome. As they set sail across the Atlantic, even the welcome was cast into doubt. To the surprise of the 77th Division's commanders, the Department of War declared that it would not accord the men a traditional victory parade. Only 1 month earlier, the 27th Infantry Division, Orion's Roughnecks, had marched proudly up Fifth Avenue to the acclaim of ecstatic crowds. The 27th and 77th were both New York divisions, about all they had in common. The all-volunteer, mostly Irish 27th were honest-to-God American Christian fighting men. The 77th was comprised of draftees and recent immigrants from Italy, Greece, Russia, Poland, Armenia, Syria, and China. 30% were Jewish. 12,000 earned American citizenship while in uniform, making them, to most Washington politicians, not quite Americans. When New Yorkers insisted on honoring the 77th anyway, the War Department advanced a series of pretexts to block them. It said the doughboys themselves did not want a parade. The men, once asked, were unanimously in favor. War Secretary Newton Baker then cited objections by Fifth Avenue shopkeepers to the erection of grandstands between 97th and 98th Streets. After the courts rejected the shopkeepers' injunction, the department claimed the parade would be too expensive, almost $1 million, a figure soon lowered to $80,000. Finally, it said that disembarking 30,000 men at the same time would paralyze the docks. War Department prevarications infuriated New York City. All of the 77th boys came from the metropolis, whereas the 27th National Guardsmen hailed from as far as Schenectady and Albany. Meetings assembled throughout Manhattan to lodge protests. The Welcome Committee for the Jewish Boys returning from the war sent an urgent telegram to Secretary of War Baker. The East Side, which has contributed so large a quota to this division, is stirred at being deprived of the opportunity to pay tribute to this division. We strongly urge you to do everything within your power to make it possible that the parade shall take place. It will be an act of patriotism. The next day, the committee cabled President Woodrow Wilson as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army to rescind the order prohibiting the parade of the 77th Division. The people of the East Side have gladly given their sons to do battle in France for their country and desire to pay loving tribute to the boys who are returning and to the memory of those who sleep on foreign soil. Charles Evans Hughes, a former Supreme Court Justice and the Republicans' nominee for president in 1916, chaired a gathering of the Selective Service Boards that had conscripted the men of the 77th 2 years earlier. We want to do for the 77th what we did for the 27th, Hughes declared. There should be no desire to discriminate against any of the boys who went to the front from New York or any other place. No one contested the division's achievements. More than 2,000 of its men had been killed and another 9,000 wounded, more than double the casualties sustained by the 27th. They were one of the first American divisions sent into combat and the only one at the front every day of the Meuse-Argonne offensive. The New York Times wrote of the mostly immigrant troops. The 77th fought continuously from the time it entered the Lorraine sector in June 1918 until it stood at the gates of Sedan when the armistice was signed. It drove the Germans back from the Vesle to the Aisne River. It rooted them out of the very heart of the Argonne forest. And it ranked 7th among the 29 divisions that led in the number of Distinguished Service Crosses awarded for gallantry in action. When they launched an assault against the Germans along the river Vesle, called by the troops the hellhole of the Vesle, General Erich Ludendorff unleashed the phosgene and mustard gas that blinded and crippled thousands of Allied soldiers. William Weiss was one of them, taken out of the front with eyes bandaged from the stinging pain of the poisons and his leg nearly shot off by German rifle fire. The heroism of New Yorkers like Private Weiss gave the lie to military orthodoxy as stated in the U.S. Army's official Manual of Instruction for Medical Advisory Boards in 1917 that the foreign-born, and especially the Jews, are more apt to malinger than the native-born. Dr. William T. Manning, chairman of the Home Auxiliary Association, told a meeting in New York that soldiers' families felt their sons were victims of racial discrimination. Woodrow Wilson, a Southern gentleman whose administration had introduced segregation by race into the federal civil service in 1913, was impervious to accusations of bias. In his State of the Union address for 1915, the Democratic president had said, "There are citizens of the United States, I blush to admit, born under other flags, but welcomed under our generous naturalization laws to the full freedom and opportunity of America, who have poured the poison of disloyalty into the very arteries of our national life, who have sought to bring the authority and good name of our government into contempt. Such creatures of passion, disloyalty, and anarchy must be crushed out. Neither the all-black 369th Regiment, known as the Harlem Hellfighters, nor the mostly foreign-born 77th Infantry Division won the President's admiration, although both had earned more decorations than most all-white, all-American units. Public clamor grew so loud that the War Department backed down. The division's troopships docked at the end of April, and on 6 May, the men assembled downtown for one of the biggest parades in New York history. Schools closed, and workers came out of their bakeries, laundries, and garment shops to lionize the boys who had won the war to end all wars. With rifles on shoulders and tin hats on heads, the men of the 77th marched 5 miles up Fifth Avenue from Washington Square to 110th Street, past more than 1 million well-wishers. Usually called the Liberty Division for their Statue of Liberty shoulder patches, and sometimes the Metropolitan Division, they were now New York's own. Every building had its windows full of spectators waving flags or thrown out torn paper, candies, fruit, or smokes, the New York Times reported. Most of the store windows were tenanted by wounded veterans or their relatives, while park benches were placed at choice sites for men from the convalescent hospitals. Some of the 5,000 wounded rode in open cars provided by local charities, while others moved on crutches and in wheelchairs. Lest the 2,356 buried in France be forgotten, the procession included a symbolic cortege of companies of the dead. Only the deserters, a mere 21,282 among the whole American expeditionary force of more than 1 million men, went unacknowledged. Most were in army stockades or on the run from the military police in France. Of the 24 American soldiers condemned to death for desertion, President Wilson commuted all of their sentences. The Great War had a lower rate of desertion, despite its unpopularity in many quarters, than any previous American conflict. More British and French soldiers had run from battle, but their 4 years in the trenches outdid the Americans' 1. Britain shot 304 soldiers for deserting or cowardice, and France more than 600. In the 77th Division, only a few men had left their posts in the face of the enemy. Perhaps out of shame, the division referred to most of them as missing in action. When the parade ended at 110th Street, the 77th's commander, Major General Robert Alexander, declared, "The time has come to beat the swords into plowshares, and these men will now do as well in civilian life as they did for their country in France." Not all of the men would do as well in civilian life as they had in France. The division's most decorated hero, Medal of Honor winner Lieutenant Colonel Charles Whittlesey, committed suicide in 1921, a belated casualty of the war. Others died of their wounds after they came home, and some would remain crippled or in mental institutions for the rest of their lives. Many enlisted men, unable to find work, drifted west. Among them was William Weiss, who at the age of 27 left home as much to forget the war as to earn a living. The wounded veteran worked as a farmhand in the Kansas wheat fields, then followed the oil boom to Oklahoma and Texas as a roustabout. This led to a stint with the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, which had been subsumed into the Treasury Department's Prohibition Unit in 1920. Among the unit's duties was the interdiction from Mexico of newly illegal drugs like marijuana and alcohol. Something happened in El Paso that compelled Weiss to resign, an episode he concealed even from his family. He moved back to New York, where he married a young woman named Jean Seidman in 1923. On 3 October 1925, the couple had a son, Stephen James. The family called him Steve, but his mother nicknamed him Lucky Jim. 5 years later, the boy was followed by a daughter, Helen Ruth. Steve and Helen grew up in a red brick apartment at 275 Ocean Avenue in Brooklyn, opposite Prospect Park. The neighborhood was calm and leafy, Steve Weiss remembered years later. The inhabitants were hardworking and white middle class. Most of us were Dodger fans. Many, like the Weisses, had moved from tenements in Manhattan's Lower East Side. William Weiss was an aloof and undemonstrative father. Every armistice day he would lock himself away from the family and stay alone in his room for an hour or so. I didn't know who he was, Steve Weiss said. William worked at a succession of odd jobs, usually as a watchman. His unreliability created tension between father and son. My father would not pay the electricity bill, he recalled. He would gamble with the money. Yet Steve had good memories of the old man. He was very entertaining, a good storyteller. He never grew up. When the Depression hit, William Weiss advised other veterans on ways to obtain pensions and benefits from their years of military service. He even won some money for himself, which the family used to take its first summer vacation away from home in Poughkeepsie. In June 1942, 6 months after the Japanese assault on Pearl Harbor brought the United States into the Second World War, Steve graduated from Lafayette High School in Brooklyn. He was 16, 2 years younger than most of his classmates. Tall for his generation at 5 foot 11 inches, he weighed a healthy 160 pounds and had a full head of curly auburn hair. He continued his education at night, taking college-level courses in psychology, pathology, and chemistry. During the day, the government's new Office of War Information, OWI, at 221 West 57th Street in Manhattan, employed him as a photolithographer. His task was to make plates from photographs to print OWI propaganda periodicals and posters. Steve Weiss wanted to do more by serving overseas in the Army's psychological warfare branch, whose objective in Europe was the same as the OWI's at home: to engender public support for the Allied cause. The only way into psychological warfare was to enlist in the United States Army. Aged 17, Steve needed his father's permission. He brought the enlistment papers home, but William Weiss refused to sign. The older man stared at his son with a combination of shock and regret before telling the boy, "Real war isn't like the movies." Steve's psychological warfare aspirations were fading. If he waited until his 18th birthday in October, the Selective Service Board would draft him. Draftees without college degrees had a good chance of ending up as infantry riflemen, probably the most dangerous and thankless job in the armed forces. Steve pleaded with his father, who remained impassive. "Seems like yesterday," William explained to him for the first time, "but in the spring of 1918, I was wounded and gassed near Fismes, and those experiences still tick over in my head. I've spent most of my life trying to recover, starting with 4 months in a French hospital near Tours, and at least 2 years recuperating out west." William Weiss then revealed the secret he had kept since he left Texas. "I accidentally shot a man in the streets of El Paso working as a federal narcotics agent. Did you know that? Since then, I've never had any energy left for ambition. Too scared to try." 17-year-old Steve could only stammer, "Dad, Forget about the flags, the bands, and the parades," his father said. "That's seduction, to increase enlistments. War is about killing, terrible suffering, and broken spirit. Are you trying to frighten me? Steve asked. No, his father said. I'm just asking you not to make any sudden moves. If the army needs you, it will find you soon enough. When the youngster wouldn't listen, William appealed to his conscience. Look at all your mother and I have done for you. Even during the Depression, you and your sister never went without. I worked at odd jobs, and your mother worked at Macy's day in, day out as a salesgirl, doing everything to keep the family together, on a shoestring. Doesn't that mean something? Dad, Steve said, if you don't sign the papers, I'll forge your name and run away. Reluctantly, William Weiss signed his teenage son over to the care of the United States Army. 2. But for the foolish and the heroic who ignore all physical limitations, nature may have to provide these peculiar forms of escape from pain or emotion too strong to endure. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 320. Private John Vernon Bane deserted from the British Army in Scotland long before the British Army sent him into combat. He was no coward. The 19-year-old volunteer's record in the boxing ring, finalist at age 14 in the Schoolboy Championships of Great Britain, Northwest Divisional Junior Champion, Scottish Command Middleweight Champion in 1941, gold medals and press acclaim, proved as much. Yet, in 1941, he had run away for 3 weeks from his regimental base at Fort George, which to him was that dark and gray promontory that lay on the Moray Firth like a fossilized leviathan. At the time, he was a corporal in the 70th Battalion of the Argyll and Sutherland Highland Regiment. Deserting from relatively easy duty in Scotland as PTI, physical training instructor, made little sense, and his rationale was vague even 46 years later. I was supposed to be a corporal, and I was no good at this, and I had no idea how to conduct drills and mount guard and all that kind of thing. In a kind of disgust or something, I just sort of cleared off. I wasn't away long, about 3 weeks. Rather than court-martial him for desertion, Bane's commanding officer demoted him to private. If you did revert to the ranks and had been an NCO, Bane said, you could then claim for a transfer. And I was transferred to the London Scottish, and they were a sister regiment of the Gordons. And that's how I was sent to the Gordon Highlanders. His new unit was the 5/7th Gordons, a union of the old 5th and 7th battalions of the distinguished regiment that the Duke of Gordon had established in 1794. Its commanding officer was Lieutenant Colonel H.W.B. Saunders. Bane had first volunteered in early 1940 to become a pilot in the Royal Air Force, despite his admission that he was singularly ignorant of the political realities. He knew nothing about the Nazis, the German annexation of Austria, or Hitler's ambition to conquer most of Europe. A physical examination turned up color blindness and one punch-damaged eye that disqualified him from flying, so he and his older brother, Kenneth, decided to become merchant mariners. Neither of the Bane brothers, having grown up in the inland Buckinghamshire town of Aylesbury, was an able-bodied seaman or had any shipboard experience. Their attempts to sign on before Christmas 1940 at the docks in London, Cardiff, and finally Glasgow were met with derision. Staying in a rented room that was reducing the meager hoard of cash they had brought from home, John and Kenneth chanced on a poster. Are you over 18 and under 20? If you are, you can join the Young Soldiers Battalion. John asked his brother, What about that? At least I'd get some shoes without holes. Kenneth corrected him, Boots. He added the sticking point that, at 2 years older than John, he was over 20. They had a notion that twin brothers could not be separated. The recruiting officer did not show the least disbelief when we gave the same date of birth, John wrote. We were medically examined and passed as A1. The Army sent them to the 70th Battalion of the Argyll and Sutherlands at the Bay Hotel outside Glasgow. The Army was one service I had sworn I would never join, Bane wrote. But I told myself a Scottish regiment would be different, more glamorous. The glamour of the regimental kilt, stylish headgear, and bagpipes gave way to recruit training that was disappointingly unglamorous. The object is to turn one into a kind of automaton, he said. It works, in a way. He disliked the Army very much, recalling his time in Scotland as nearly 2 years of boredom, discomfort, and misery relieved by occasional booze-ups. He resented his early days in the Army when he had first stood guard at Duff House in Banff in the cruel winter of 1941, protecting the old mansion against imaginary German parachutists dressed as nuns. From the ways that Bane revisited his Army service in letters, books, and poems, he appeared to have been pathologically unsuited to soldiering. He wrote, "By nature, I was impractical, unpunctual, and clumsy, attributes that do not endear themselves to military authority." 30 years after the war, his thoughts turned not so much to memories of battle, but to the grinding tedium of service in the United Kingdom, training, maneuvers, guards, courses, discomfort, humiliation, frustration, boredom, and, rarely but unforgettably, moments of bizarre comedy, excitement, and the joy of extraordinary physical well-being when food, warmth, and the rest were not commonplace elements which we had the automatic right to expect in the pattern of our days, but pleasure as real intensity, positive blessings. In common with other British youngsters of the time, Bane had little experience of people from other classes. His own background was what he described as working class, but with aspirations of an entirely materialistic kind towards stifling gentility. His mother read books and kept a piano, and his father worked for himself in a photography studio. Officers, some with no leadership qualifications apart from the right accent, irritated him, but the other ranks seemed almost a foreign species. When one of them asked his name, he answered Vernon, his middle name that he had been called all his life. Bane recalled the squatties' mocking question, "Vernon, what's that?" And I'd say John quickly, which they could handle. So I became John in the Army. A lot of the chaps in the 70th Argylls were from the Glasgow slums, the Gorbals, he recalled, and had pretty disgusting habits. In another reflection on his fellow squatties, he wrote, "My comrades were mostly subliterate, embittered children of the general strike from the slums of Glasgow and Edinburgh. One of them pilfered Bane's gold boxing medal, indicative of the petty thievery rampant in the ranks. Nevertheless, he wrote, they would happily stick by you, and they were generous. Paid only 2 shillings a day, the jocks gave their last pennies to comrades in need, or to stand a friend a pint. The only person Bane trusted was his brother Kenneth, who was transferred to the Royal Engineers a year into their enlistment. That was about the time John ran away for 3 weeks. To get along, Bane concealed from his squad mates his passion for books, poetry, and classical music. In fact, he gave up reading altogether. I deliberately suppressed that part of myself that I most valued, he wrote. I became ashamed of my interest in literature, ideas, and the arts. I consciously adopted a mask with forehead villainous low. I was already, at 18, greedily addicted to beer, so no acting ability was needed to play the part of boozer. My interest in boxing was genuine, and my skill was respected, so it was not difficult for me to flex my muscles and roar with the roaring boys. But it was not good for me either. It was shameful and brutalizing. After the transfer to B Company of 5 7th Gordon Highlanders, Bane made one good friend. Private Hughie Black was a working-class Scotsman of roughly his age, and with a more profound contempt for officers. Black's cynicism about the military had a hard-class edge to it, and he would have stayed out of the war if it had been possible. The 6-foot boxer from Buckinghamshire and the 5-foot 6-inch Glaswegian made an odd if comradely pair. Like most Scotsmen, Black said "aye" for yes, and expressed himself in a rich vocabulary of profanities, including "fucking Nell." He called Bane China, as in China plate, rhyming slang for mate. If Bane had a friend to replace his brother in B Company, it was streetwise Hughie Black. The tedium of training and guard duty came to an end on 20 June 1942, when the Gordons, with the rest of their Highland Division regiments, boarded the Spirit of Angus and other ships on the Clyde estuary and at Liverpool and Southampton. Their destination, in common with most other troop embarkations during the war, was withheld from the soldiers. The convoy of 22 troopships escorted by 8 destroyers headed south through the Bay of Biscay towards Africa. For most of the youngsters, it was their first time out of Britain. The 5/7th Gordons were part of the 51st Highland Division, commanded by 43-year-old Major General Douglas Tartan Tam Wimberley. Wimberley stood 6'3", usually wore a kilt, and waged a futile struggle with the High Command to exclude English and Lowland Scots regiments from his division. His predecessor in command of the Highland Division was Major General Victor Morvan Fortune. Fortune and the original division were then languishing in German prisoner-of-war camps, following their surrender to German General Erwin Rommel at Saint-Valery-en-Queux during the Battle of France in June 1940. The lucky units that managed to escape to Britain formed the core of the reconstituted Highland Division. The glorious histories of the 51st Division and its component regiments, like the Black Watch, with its legacy in Egypt dating to the original British conquest of 1882, held no allure for Bane. Then and later, he refused to sentimentalize either war or the army. Bane and his fellow Gordon Highlanders lived in confined quarters at sea, resenting the privacy and better rations afforded the officers. Bane said later of his comrades, "They had no respect for their officers. They amused themselves with cards and boxing." To cheers from his mates in the 5/7th Gordons, Bane defeated a sergeant from the Cameron Highlanders. On 21 June, the day after the convoy set sail, Britain suffered a major defeat, its fourth of the war after the loss of France, Singapore, and Burma. Rommel, who had captured the original 51st Division in France, conquered the Libyan port town of Tobruk and inflicted a casualty toll on British and Commonwealth forces of 35,000. The Australian war correspondent Alan Moorhead, who covered the North African campaigns for Britain's Daily Express, wrote, "It was defeat as complete as may be." Britain's Commander-in-Chief of Middle East Forces, General Claude John Eyre Auchinleck, pulled his troops back well into Egypt to the coastal railroad head at El Alamein, the thinly defended Alamein line running between the Mediterranean in the north and the impassable Qattara Depression in the south, lay only 60 miles in front of Alexandria. The Royal Navy had meanwhile evacuated Alexandria's harbor to avoid capture by the advancing Axis forces. This news, hardly a boost to morale, reached the Highland Division while it was far out at sea. Some of the men guessed that they were on their way to reinforce Britain's battered desert defenses, but officially they were told nothing. The ships refueled at Freetown, Sierra Leone, but the men were not permitted ashore, lest they contract malaria. As the convoy cruised further south along the African coast, the soldiers on board remained unaware that in Egypt their comrades had succumbed to panic that the British called the flap. In Cairo on 1 July, burning documents at Britain's embassy and military headquarters sent up billows of smoke so thick that the day became known as Ash Wednesday. Trains leaving the Cairo station for British Palestine overflowed with passengers and baggage. British subjects queued outside Barclays Bank to withdraw their money. A mood of defeat prevailed as Alan Moorhead, whose wife and baby had taken a train to Palestine, observed on the road between Cairo and Alexandria. It was, he wrote, a full-scale retreat, guns of all sorts, RAF wagons, recovery vehicles, armored cars, and countless lorries crammed with exhausted and sleeping men were pouring up the desert road into Cairo. The road on our side, the side that carried vehicles up to the front, was clear. Worst of all for the British, about 20,000 soldiers vanished from the ranks. Many took refuge in the Nile Delta, some living through brigandry, and others surviving on the charity of the Egyptian peasantry, the fellahin. Many hid with girlfriends in Cairo. British military police, known as Red Caps, for the color of their headgear, established a checkpoint at El Dair on the road between Alamein and Amaria. Every vehicle was checked, and personnel traveling eastwards as passengers had to satisfy the military police as to the authority of their journey, wrote Major S.F. Crozier of the Royal Military Police, RMP, and Provost Service. Written orders had been given to this post to fire on any person failing to halt when called upon to do so. When some deserters drove off-road to avoid the checkpoint, the MPs placed the desert on both sides of the road under continuous observation. The Middle East Commander-in-Chief, General Claude Auchinleck, believed the solution was for courts-martial to impose exemplary death sentences. As early as April of that year, Auchinleck had written to the War Office requesting that His Majesty's government may be pressed to give urgent consideration to the immediate introduction of legislation necessary to restore into the Army Act the punishment of death for the offenses of desertion in the field and of misbehaving in the face of the enemy in such manner as to show cowardice. Unlike the United States, Britain had abolished the death penalty for desertion. During the First World War, when the Americans had not executed any deserters, the British had put to death 304 soldiers for desertion, cowardice, disobedience, and quitting their posts. Post-war revulsion at the firing squads had led the Labour government in 1930 to override objections from military chiefs and prohibit the execution of deserters. With the increase of number of troops in Egypt and Palestine following the entry of Italy into the war in June 1940, crime increased proportionally, wrote RMP Major Crozier. Conscription had brought into the Army a percentage of soldiers with criminal antecedents or tendencies. Many of these were drafted to the Middle East. Major Crozier, who believed there were too few military policemen to deal with criminal soldiers in Egypt, continued. On arrival in Egypt, they found that a number of soldiers had decided that the delights of Cairo and Alexandria were infinitely preferable to the monotony, discomforts, and dangers of the Western Desert and East African campaigns. These deserters combined to form troublesome and dangerous gangs, which were to become very familiar to the Special Investigation Branch, SIB, under the names of the Free British Corps and the Dead End Kids. Even before the fall of Tobruk, Major Crozier noted, not a day passed without many arrests being made. The RMP sent extra officers and men, many of them formerly with Scotland Yard, from Britain and the colonies to deal with the caseload. It also recruited men locally from regular service battalions. Private Wilf Swales of the Green Howards transferred to the RMP in Egypt on the promise of a shilling a day extra. Particularly worrying for the MPs were the theft and sale of British arms and ammunition. Zionist settlers in Palestine, planning their own war against the British, were major buyers of the looted Allied weapons. Two leaders in the Jewish Haganah Defense Force, Abraham Rachlin and Leib Sirkin, were sentenced to 7 and 10 years respectively for purchasing stolen arms. Their accomplices in the Royal Sussex and Royal East Kent regiments received 15 years penal servitude. Major Crozier wrote, "The number of thefts of arms of all types and ammunition was appalling, and the dead-end kids were responsible for many of them." This deserter band befriended legitimate soldiers to gain access to bases and canteens where they stole weapons, food, fuel, and other supplies. The SIB shot and killed several of them. Another deserter gang calling itself the British Free Corps survived by selling stolen military supplies until its members, too, were caught. Auchinleck argued in his letter of 7 April that nothing less than the death penalty would provide a salutary deterrent in a number of cases, in which the worst example was set by men to whom the alternative of prison to the hardships of battle conveyed neither fear nor stigma. In a memorandum of 14 June to the rest of the War Cabinet, War Secretary Sir Percy James Grigg appeared to support Auchinleck. He wrote, "My military advisers are unanimous in their opinion that the abolition of the death penalty for desertion in the field and cowardice in the face of the enemy was a major mistake from the military point of view. They hold that the penalty was a powerful deterrent against ill discipline in the face of the enemy, which might so easily mean a lost battle and a lost campaign. In this connection, it may be noted that the U.S. Army retained the death penalty for practically the whole range of offenses to which it applied in the British Army in 1914–18. Grigg, a career civil servant, whom Churchill had appointed Secretary of State for War the previous February, then turned from the purely military to political factors. It is a subject on which there are strong feelings, and to justify a modification of the present law, we should have to produce facts and figures as evidence that the British soldiers' morale in the face of the enemy is so uncertain as to make the most drastic steps necessary to prevent it breaking. Any such evidence would come as a profound shock to the British public and our allies, and as a corresponding encouragement to our enemies." He concluded, "Nevertheless, if military efficiency were the sole consideration, I should be in favor, as are my military advisers, of the reintroduction of the death penalty for the offenses in question. But the political aspects are, at any rate, present circumstances, as important, if not more important, than the military." Grigg asked Auchinleck for exact figures on the scale of desertions before the cabinet could reach a decision. Neither the 51st Division at sea nor the troops in Egypt knew of Auchinleck's request to reintroduce the death penalty for those among them who might desert. It was kept secret from the public for the same reasons that Grigg opposed the death penalty itself. It would harm military morale, make the public more suspicious of the Army Command, which was held in low esteem by public and press alike at the time, as cabinet minutes noted, and give the enemy a propaganda tool. Grigg explained in a memo to Churchill, "If legislation is necessary, the facts and figures must be serious. But if they are serious, we can't afford to tell them either to our friends or our enemies."
Feel free to unwind with this free audiobook. Let the music soothe your mind, and thank you for tuning in to our video.
Now my time to shine on mine. time, me own time, all right, me own time, mine. More than my time to shine on mine. More than my time to shine, mine. More than my time to shine, more than my time on mine.
Moreover, Commonwealth troops serving alongside the British were not subject to the death penalty. Changing the law would mean that an Australian and a British soldier deserting together would receive very different punishments. The Australian would receive 3 to 5 years in prison, while the Briton would be shot. The Australian and New Zealand commanders demonstrated more concern for the men's morale than their British counterparts, who, in correspondence, complained of their soldiers' softness in education and living and bad training. The first units to establish forward clearing stations for psychiatric cases near the front were the 2nd New Zealand and the 9th Australian Divisions. By allowing the men to sleep and talk over their fears with physicians, the Australian and New Zealand medical staffs helped up to 40% of the psychological casualties back into the field. The British followed suit in August, when the Royal Army Medical Corps 200 Field Ambulance placed an Army Rest Center near the Alamein line. Brigadier General G.W.B. James, the psychiatrist who probably originated the term battle exhaustion, wrote that of the men treated for it, a fairly constant 30% returned fairly satisfactorily to combatant duty. On 18 July, the Highland Division's convoy dropped anchor at Cape Town. For the first time in a month, the men set foot on dry land. White South Africans in English-speaking Cape Province gave them an enthusiastic welcome. On 19 July, while division bagpipers paraded through the street, Auchinleck sent a second entreaty from Cairo to the cabinet for help in countering the mass desertions after Tobruk. Recent desertions show alarming increase even amongst troops of highest category. Present punishments that can be awarded insufficient deterrent would stress that cases where deserter takes truck containing food, water, and means of transport of his comrades are far more serious than similar cases during last war. A week later, the Highlanders went ashore again at Durban to the heirs of the 7th Black Watch kilted pipers. From Durban, the ships cruised north up the coast of East Africa to Aden. In the waters of Britain's colony on the Yemeni shore, the convoy divided. Some of the ships went east to Iraq and India, the rest north to the Red Sea, towards Egypt. On 14 August, the 51st Highland Division disembarked at Port Tufik. Bane's subsequent poem, Port of Arrival, recorded the impressions of a foreign soldier landing at the southern gateway to the Suez Canal. The place we see is just as we imagined it would be, except its furnishings are somewhat less spectacular, more drab, and we confess, to disappointment, something like a sense of loss, of being cheated. The Highlanders settled into the desert west of the canal city of Ismailia, near a village called Kasasine. Their base comprised 50 camps, each a rectangle 1,000 yards long and 500 wide, with identical dug-in tents, latrines, and water towers. Here began a period of desert training and acclimatizing men from the highlands of Scotland to the Egyptian summer. The troops learned to navigate the trackless, barren sands with compasses aided at night by the stars and during the day by the sun. For a short period each day, they marched without helmets, caps, or shirts for their skins to absorb sunlight without burning. In his comrades' interaction with local villagers, Bane observed racial hatreds that he had not until then suspected. Men from Scottish slums, themselves subject to abuse by classes above theirs, humiliated the local population. Bane recalled, I do remember being very shocked by the attitude to the Egyptians when we landed in Egypt. This was general all through the army. They were simply called wogs, and they were fair game. They were kicked around, beaten up, and reviled. Winston Churchill and the Chief of Imperial General Staff, General Alan Brooke, had flown to Egypt just ahead of the Highland Division. The day after the Highlanders arrived, Churchill dismissed Major General Auchinleck from his dual posts as Commander-in-Chief Middle East and Eighth Army Commander. He and Brooke appointed General Sir Harold Alexander, C&C Mideast, and placed General William Gott in command of the Eighth Army. General Gott, however, was killed when 2 German Messerschmitts attacked a transport plane, taking him to Cairo. The officer chosen to replace him was a wiry general with a distinctly unmilitary falsetto voice named Bernard Law Montgomery. Monty, who assumed command on 13 August, made immediate changes to the Eighth Army, characterized by his declaration, "There will be no more belly aching and no more retreats." Morale improved thanks to Montgomery's contagious confidence, to the delivery of new American tanks, and the failure of the Axis to exploit its victory at Tobruk by pushing through Alamein to Alexandria and Cairo. Many of the post-Tobruk deserters were returned to the army amid signs that Britain was not losing Egypt after all. There were too many of them to punish at mass court-martials, which would attract publicity and undermine the myth of the universally brave British Tommy. Moreover, the Eighth Army needed them. Experienced soldiers were more useful at the front than in prison. Privates were taken back without penalty beyond the abuse their sergeants meted out. Non-commissioned officers were reduced to privates and put back into their units. Some of the more resourceful deserters who had lived off the land in the Delta went into the newly created Special Air Services, SAS, and Long-Range Desert Group, where their survival skills and ingenuity were put to good use. Some deserters held out, as Major Douglas H. Tobler discovered while gathering intelligence in the desert. In September, he met a band of men who, for their own reasons, had deserted their units or perhaps made no effort to get back to their own lines after getting lost during an engagement with the enemy. Tobler, who had not come to arrest them, noted that they were glad to be out of the fighting, content to live by their wits, knowing it was unlikely anyone would check their credentials. While Bane was training at the camp near Cassasin, the division received an unexpected visit from Winston Churchill. The Prime Minister reviewed the troops and wrote afterwards, "The 51st Highland Division was not yet regarded as desert-worthy, but these magnificent troops were now ordered to the Nile front." The Nile front was for the 5/7th Gordons and the rest of the division's 153rd Brigade, the desert south of the road between Cairo and the Pyramids. Bane recalled taking the train there from Alexandria. An Arab was selling hard-boiled eggs and bread, and they simply took his entire stock and threw him off the train. Near the Mina House, Egyptian Khedive Ismail's 19th-century country lodge that had become a fashionable pyramid-side hotel, the 153rd Brigade dug trenches and constructed other defenses to protect Cairo. Their exertions were wasted because Monty was no longer planning to defend Cairo. The time had come to commit soldiers like John Bane to an all-out offensive. 3. On the average, the men from the northwestern part of the United States get the highest scores on the Army General Classification Test. The men from the southeast, the lowest. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 189. Steve Weiss blackmailed his father for permission to join the Army, but Alfred T. Whitehead of Tennessee claimed that he deceived his widowed mother to achieve the same end. Whitehead asked her to sign papers for his entry into the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, a New Deal program for the Depression's unemployed, to plant forests and establish state parks. For a penniless youngster like Whitehead, the CCC's monthly pay of $30, 25 of which went direct to the parents, made it an attractive option. Or so his mother, who was raising 6 children in a backwoods cabin, imagined. Whitehead related in his privately printed memoir, Diary of a Soldier, that he waited until she had signed the document before telling her the truth. He was becoming a soldier. Whitehead had left home before, when he was 14. Beatings by his heavy-handed stepfather forced him to run away. In the town of Lebanon, in Tennessee's Wilson County, a family of moonshiners took him in and put him to work driving a truck. He learned dice and poker at their gambling den. Once in a while they cut a guy's throat, Whitehead wrote, just to keep their reputation for being tough. Being tough appealed to the young Whitehead, whose upbringing required a thick hide. His coal miner father, Artie Whitehead, had been crushed to death in an underground accident. Alfred wrote that he shed tears at his father's funeral, which he remembered as taking place when he was 4 years old. In fact, he was older. His Social Security and service records give his date of birth as 31 January 1922. Which made him 4 in 1926. Artie Whitehead had a daughter in 1927 when Alfred was 5, and the U.S. Census reported him as living with his family in Putnam County, Tennessee in 1930. Alfred T. Whitehead was at least 8, if not older, when his father died. This was the first of many inconsistencies between Whitehead's memory and the historical record. Artie Whitehead was interred in the family cemetery at Silver Point, Tennessee, with generations of relatives, Whitehead, Hatfield, Sadler, and Presley. Alfred's mother returned by train to Buffalo Valley with her children to live near the one-room, stone-chimney log house where I was born. Young Whitehead's rural upbringing was typical for the impoverished southern hills of the time. His family sent him to school only a few weeks a year, just enough to keep the authorities off their backs. Even by the standards of the Depression-era South, his was a brutal childhood. Alfred's great-grandfather, Wiley Whitehead, who was as old as the hills and senile, lived in a henhouse with a rope tied around his waist to keep him in. Their stepfather treated the 6 Whitehead children still living at home so harshly that the county assumed custody of them for a time. Young Alfred enjoyed rare moments of freedom, usually alone fishing or shooting in the woods. For the most part, he wrote, his mother and stepfather robbed him of his youth. They had me working in the field from sunup to sundown, plowing, clearing land, and helping to make moonshine whiskey by the time I was 9. Other times, my stepfather would hire me out as a laborer to other farmers for 50 cents a day. Then he'd take all the money I made and drink it up, gamble it away, or spend it whoring around South Carthage, depending on the mood he was in. The wartime army offered an escape from backwoods poverty and abuse. It was unlikely Whitehead needed his mother's permission, though, to join it. His service records put his enlistment date at 11 April 1942. At that time, he was 20. Parental consent was required only for volunteers younger than 18. Just as he must have been older than 4 at his father's funeral, he was more than 18 in 1942. Yet, depicting himself as underage stressed his role as victim in the saga he was making of his life. He portrayed his departure from his mother in poignant terms. She followed me all the way out to the front gate by the road, crying and telling me that I had better get a good insurance policy in the Army. I couldn't help remembering how she and my stepfather had squandered my dead father's insurance money and property. For many relatively well-off young Americans like Steve Weiss, the Army was pure hardship. To Alfred T. Whitehead, it was liberation. The training and discipline were light compared to farm labor. The Army supplied 3 meals a day, regular rations of meat, hot showers, clean clothes, medical care, and a bed to himself and above all, travel beyond the hills where he was born. Such luxuries were unobtainable for a poor rural Southerner, white or black, in civilian life. Whitehead and other young recruits reported early one warm April morning to a restaurant in Carthage, Tennessee. Carthage, originally a trading port where the Cumberland and Caney Fork rivers met, was known to Whitehead and the other recruits as the town from which the state's most famous First World War veteran had embarked on his military career. Alvin Cullum York, having conquered alcoholism before the war to become a devout Christian and pacifist, was drafted into the Army in 1917 at the age of 29. Trained at Fort Gordon, Georgia, he served in France with the 82nd Division. On 8 October 1918, York earned the Medal of Honor. His citation, presented to him personally by General John J. Pershing, read, "After his platoon suffered heavy casualties, and 3 other non-commissioned officers had become casualties, Corporal York assumed command. Fearlessly leading 7 men, he charged with great daring a machine-gun nest which was pouring deadly and incessant fire upon his platoon. In this heroic feat, the machine-gun nest was taken, together with 4 officers and 128 men and several guns." York, about whom a Hollywood movie starring Gary Cooper had been released the year before, set a high standard for the young Tennesseans. Whitehead was proud to set out from the same town York had. The recruits ate a hot breakfast at the little restaurant and boarded a bus. Driving along the ramshackle road past Whitehead's family's cabin at Sulphur Springs, Alfred wondered if he would ever see it again. It did not matter to him either way. While the driver filled the bus with petrol in Lebanon, he slipped away to buy a jug of moonshine. He and his companions drank the illegal alcohol before nightfall when the bus entered the gates of Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. After a few weeks of kitchen duty and barracks cleaning at Fort Oglethorpe, Whitehead was shipped to Camp Walters, Texas, for basic training. The Infantry Replacement Training Center, where Texan Audie Murphy trained with Company D of the 59th Training Battalion, was then the country's largest. The nearest town was Mineral Wells, which some of the GIs called Venereal Wells for obvious reasons. Whitehead became a buck private with about 60 other youngsters in the 4th Platoon Company D, 63rd Infantry Training Battalion. His boyhood proficiency with a rifle qualified him as sharpshooter and then expert. Despite his success and easy adaptation to military life, he hated the Texas heat and burning winds. At night, he recalled, I had to sleep with my blanket over my head just to breathe and keep the sand from stinging my face. Training lasted 17 weeks. This short time, reduced from the previously standard 52 weeks, was necessitated by the urgent need for troops overseas. On completion of the course, Whitehead took a train to Camp Polk, Louisiana. At Camp Polk, Whitehead was assigned to an anti-tank platoon with Headquarters Company 2nd Battalion, 38th Infantry Regiment of the 2nd Infantry Division. On his shoulder was the divisional patch with an American Indian's head, for which the 2nd was called the Indian Head Division. The assignment gave him many advantages over men who would be sent overseas as replacements for regiments that had lost soldiers in combat. He would train with the men who were going to fight beside him, and his officers would know him. Both the regiment and the division had honorable records of service. The 38th Regiment was called the Rock of the Marne for its stiff resistance during the German offensive of 1918. The 2nd to None Division's bravery during the Meuse-Argonne offensive had earned it 3 Croix de Guerre from the French government. By 1942, the division's main components were the 2nd, 9th, and 38th Regiments, together with the 2nd Engineers Battalion, 4 Field Artillery Battalions, and support units. The 2nd Infantry Division was at Camp Polk to take part in war games. The Louisiana maneuvers had begun the year before as the largest ever on American soil, and they would be staged with new units each year of the war. Their objective was as much to find and correct flaws in American battle strategy, tactics, equipment, and organization as to train the inexperienced troops. To Private Whitehead, the 1942 summer maneuvers seemed like a great game, much like my childhood games of hide-and-seek, where one would surprise the enemy. Without enough weapons to equip all the troops, Whitehead and some of his comrades carried broomsticks instead of rifles and used empty mortar rounds as anti-tank guns. In some places, wooden signs saying foxhole and machine gun substituted for the real thing. The war games pitted Reds against Blues over 3,400 square miles of rugged swampland, hills, and rivers. In the previous year's exercises, General George Patton's 2nd Armored had swept across the River Sabine into Texas to come back into Louisiana and trap the Reds in Shreveport. The exercises included cavalry charges, relics of an earlier era that would not amount to much against the Wehrmacht. Whitehead and the rest of his platoon lived rough in the Louisiana woods to hone survival skills like foraging for food, hiding from the enemy, and washing in streams. Some of the men paid local families to cook them fried chicken with biscuits and gravy. Whitehead lit out after a Cajun girl who responded to his advances by pelting him with stones. Louisiana had 2 types of weather as far as Whitehead could judge: hot and then hotter. Mosquitoes and snakes proved more menacing than the Blue Army. On 22 September 1942, the 2nd Division returned to Fort Sam Houston. Whitehead's days revolved around close order drill, 25-mile hikes with 50-pound packs, kitchen police, KP, training films, field inspections, and rifle practice. Despite the resilience his hard-laboring childhood gave him, he came into conflict with authority more than once. Officers told him to use his free time to catch up on sleep, but he left the base as often as he could to drink, gamble, and chase women. "I had numerous girlfriends," he wrote, "but figured anyone would have a girlfriend. What I really wanted was to get married." His attention focused on a girl with red hair whom he dated and to whom he proposed. The engagement would be prolonged because the girl's mother wanted her to finish school first. 4. When he has his first encounter with the immediate threat of death, then he must kill and see men killed. When he must steel himself to hear the unheeded cries of the mortally wounded and endure the stench of battle, a man may become sick to his very vitals. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 295. In late September 1942, John Bane moved west from the bivouac where Winston Churchill had addressed the men to the Alamein line. His job was to shoulder B Company's light automatic Bren gun. Yet, despite Monte's rigorous training, he and most of the other squaddies had little idea what to expect when fighting began. The Allied and Axis armies had reinforced their opposing positions from the Mediterranean shore, 40 miles south to the Katara Depression, almost as if recreating the French battlefields of the First World War. The two sides had laid down miles of landmines, barbed wire, concrete gun emplacements, tank traps, and trenches. Montgomery placed the 51st Highland Division between the veteran 9th Australian and the 2nd New Zealand Divisions, reasoning that the novice Scots would benefit from the Dominion soldiers' battlefield experience. He added that the Scottish soldier quickly makes friends with the Dominion soldier. It may be because both of them are slightly uncivilized. Montgomery set the offensive for 23 October, when he had nearly twice as many troops as his adversary, 220,000 to Rommel's 115,000. For an assault on entrenched positions, however, the minimum recommended was 3-1. The Highlanders received General Tartan Tam Wimberley's order of the day as they prepared to set out from their starting positions. There will be no surrender for unwounded men. Any troops of the Highland Division cut off will continue to fight. Young troops like John Bane moved forward. General Wimberley recalled, "I watched my jocks filing past in the moonlight, platoon by platoon. They filed past, heavily laden with pick and shovel, sandbags and grenades, the officer at the head, his piper by his side. There was nothing more I could do now to prepare for the battle." Just before 10 o'clock, the Eighth Army unleashed the full force of its artillery batteries. Shells from more than 1,000 British guns lashed the German positions with what two leading historians of Alamein called the biggest artillery barrage the British Army had laid on since the First World War. The heaviest artillery pieces fired more than 25 rounds a minute, aiming their first salvos at the enemy's artillery. For all the maneuvers you'd done, there was no preparation for an artillery barrage, Bane recalled. The barrage itself is enough to send you mad with terror. Our own barrage I'm talking about. The 25-pounders, a deafening, terrible noise. In the poem Baptism of Fire, Bane would later write about the initiation of a young soldier. He is no kid, he's 19 and he's tough. And with the flashes, swollen thunder roars as from behind the barrage of big guns begins to batter credence with its din, and overhead death whinnies for its feed, while countering artillery shakes and stuns with slamming of a million massive doors. It did not take long for the Germans to match the British fire. Exploding shells crashed into the earth around him, but explosions were less terrifying to Bane than the sounds made by human beings. One of the most memorable and nightmarish things is hearing the voices of the wounded who have been badly wounded, the voices raised in terror and pain. Shrapnel hit the company sergeant, kind of father figure 10 years older than Bane. Hearing his voice sobbing and, in fact, calling for his mother was so, demeaning, Bane said. I felt a kind of shock that I cannot fully understand even now, because he had been reduced to a baby. He would later write in Remembering Alamein, "And the worst sound in a battle, the noise that I still hear, the voices of comrades raised in agony and fear." After the artillery came the infantry offensive, when the soldiers of the Eighth Army emerged from their underground lairs to charge into the enemy guns. The Highland Division marched forward, many falling to German machine gun and mortar fire when they were barely out of their trenches while bagpipes played. When you're in action, you have no idea what's happening, Bane said. You haven't the foggiest idea where you are, where the enemy is, what's happening, or anything else. 6 days into the battle, one young officer deserted from the 10th Armored Division's headquarters well behind the lines. 23-year-old Lieutenant Keith Douglas was not avoiding combat. He was running straight to it. I enlisted in September 1939, he wrote, and during 2 years or so of hanging about, I never lost the certainty that the experience of battle was something I must have. He was a tank commander in the Sherwood Rangers, which arrived in the Middle East a year before the Gordon Highlanders in August 1941. He was also a poet, who, as an undergraduate, had edited Oxford's literary magazine, Cherwell. To his distaste, the regiment assigned him to division as a camouflage trainer. The Army neglected to include camouflage equipment in its exercises, leaving Douglas in Cairo with nothing to do. It demoralized a young soldier yearning to be atop a tank with his men. When Douglas told his batman, Private Lockett, they were leaving to find their regiment somewhere in the Alamein battlefield, Lockett replied, "I like you, sir. You're shit or bust, you are." Lockett, drove at speed across the desert until they found a rear echelon of the regiment 4 miles before the lines, just north of John Bane and the Highlanders. A captain Douglas knew asked, "Have you come back to us?" Douglas said that depended on the colonel of the regiment. "Oh, he'll be glad to see you. I don't think A Squadron's got many officers left." At that, Douglas and Lockett rushed forward. They found the colonel, whom Douglas called Piccadilly Jim, sitting in a truck. "Good evening, sir," Douglas said. "I've escaped from division for the moment, so I wondered if I'd be any use to you up here." Piccadilly Jim, who could send him for court-martial on a desertion charge, pondered the enthusiastic officer's fate. Because A Squadron had only one officer left alive and unwounded, the colonel gave Douglas command of 2 tanks. Douglas reflected, "Best of all, I had never realized how ashamed of myself I'd been in my safe job at division, until with my departure this feeling was suddenly gone." Soon Douglas was facing German tanks in his Mark II Crusader. Every gun was now blazing away into the twilight, the regiment somewhat massed together, firing with every available weapon. As his gunner took aim at the Germans, Douglas tossed out empty cases too hot to touch with a bare hand. The tank filled with smoke, but Douglas did not care. I coughed and sweated. Fear had given place to exhilaration. His impression of the battlefield contrasted with Infantry Private John Bane's. He liked the action, while Bane detested the suffering. "My first day in action had been eventful enough," Douglas wrote. "I felt as if I had been fighting for months." The tanks, which needed repair and servicing, withdrew for the next 4 days. Douglas looked forward to getting back into the battle. The Alamein fighting raged relentlessly for 9 days and nights, while the British made steady, if unclear, gains against an enemy that was unafraid to retake positions it lost. John Bane's appreciation of objective, strategy, and tactics, the lifeblood of the soldier, took second place to comradeship, pain, and fear. On 2 November, Rommel cracked, and
This is a completely free audiobook. We hope you can take a moment to rest, enjoy the relaxing music, and thank you for your time.
Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Love this feeling, I'll just stay. Fingers tracing, lead the way. Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you.
retreated into the desert. Out of what Bane saw as almighty confusion and shambles came Britain's first significant land victory of the war. The achievement was nothing short of extraordinary for a nation that had been defeated in France and Libya by the Germans and in the Far East by Japan. "Before Alamein, we never had a victory," Churchill would say with characteristic hyperbole. "After Alamein, we never had a defeat." Credit went to the commanders as well as to infantrymen like John Bane and tankers like Keith Douglas. Soldiers in the field and hard-pressed civilians throughout the British Empire sensed that the Axis was not, after all, invincible. The Eighth Army lost 13,500 soldiers killed, wounded, or missing in action, almost 10% of the number who started. The toll was particularly high among the Highland Division's bagpipers. Until El Alamein, pipers played the Scottish regiments into battle. Bane recalled, "After Alamein, they didn't, because they virtually all got killed. The pipers actually played you into battle. They were there at the entrance to minefields, playing the pipes as the Highland Division went in. There was something mad and heroic, I suppose, about it, but something terribly sad, too. After that, they became stretcher-bearers." In Bane's poem, Remembering Alamein, a Kiplinesque old sweat recalled, And at the Gap, one piper played Highland Laddie for our comfort and encouragement, like a ghost from another war. Of course that brave young piper did not stand there long. Shrapnel or Spandau burst ended that brief song. From Alamein, the Eighth Army pursued the Germans and Italians along the Mediterranean shore towards Italian Libya. The New Zealand Division, which correspondent Alan Moorhead wrote, was, by common consent, the finest infantry formation in the Middle East, drove the Germans out of the small Egyptian port of Mersa Matruh on 8 November. That morning, on the other side of North Africa, in Vichy-controlled Morocco and Algeria, the United States armed forces entered the war against Germany at the head of an Anglo-American invasion. The Americans provided some relief to Montgomery by diverting German resources to the west. After the conquest of Mersa Matruh, when the 10th Armored Division moved its headquarters closer to the front, Keith Douglas had to face his commanding officer. The colonel, who was playing poker in the officers' mess tent, made Douglas wait for a break in the game. When he put his cards down, he said to the young lieutenant, "Just step outside with me a while." While the colonel smoked his pipe under the African stars, Douglas feared immediate arrest. "This business of yours running away," his commander asked Douglas. "Why'd you do it?" Douglas noticed that the old officer seemed more hurt than angry, and he answered that he did not know why he left. He thought it may have been that he had nothing to do in the rear. "That's absurd, of course," the colonel said. "If you'd asked me, I should have given you permission to go back while the battle was on willingly." Douglas had the tact not to remind him he had made a request and was refused. Instead, he said, "Well, I'm very sorry, sir." The colonel told him not to be unmilitary again. He would not court-martial him. In fact, he let him remain with his regiment at the front, where he saw more combat. A short time later, Douglas wrote the poem Dead Men, which included the stanza, "Then leave the dead in the earth an organism not capable of resurrection like minds, less durable than the metal of a gun, a casual meal for a dog, nothing but the bone. So soon, but tonight, no lovers see the lines of the moon's face as the lines of cynicism." Like John Bane, Douglas interpreted his experience through poetry in which the dead emerged as more important actors than the living. Their deaths reminded both soldiers that at any moment they too might become the object of others' reflections on mortality. On 11 November, the Eighth Army expelled the last Germans and Italians from Egypt. 2 days later, it recaptured Tobruk, whose fall the previous June had demoralized the British with a humiliating retreat and mass desertions. A week later, Benghazi fell. 3 more weeks of marching, fierce fighting, armor battles, and artillery exchanges brought the Eighth Army back to El Alamein. Finally, after the loss of thousands of lives and many battles, the British were back in the Roman fortress they had captured in February 1941. Of that first British conquest of El Alamein in the Libyan province of Cyrenaica, Alan Moorhead had written, "The ancient law of the desert was, in fact, coming into play. Once more the British had proved you can conquer Cyrenaica. Now, unwillingly, they began to prove that you cannot go on." It had been the same for both sides. Tripoli and Cairo were equidistant from Cyrenaica. The trouble was that the farther you got away from your base, the nearer the retreating army got to his. Consequently, as you got weaker, the enemy got stronger. This time, though, the British did not weaken. They solved some of the supply problems by rebuilding the shore ports that Rommel's sappers had destroyed. The British assaulted El Alamein on 11 December and battled for a week to expel the Germans. The chase continued from Libya's Cyrenaica province into Tripolitania. On 23 January, the Eighth Army captured the Libyan capital, Tripoli. It was John Bane's 21st birthday. At the victory parade, Montgomery praised his soldiers for advancing 1,300 miles in 3 months. Their achievement, he said, was probably without parallel in history. Winston Churchill in Libya, to share the glory, declared, "Let me then assure you, soldiers and airmen, that your fellow countrymen regard your joint work with admiration and gratitude, and that after the war, when a man is asked what he did, it will be quite sufficient for him to say, 'I marched and fought with the Desert Army.'" The Desert War moved to Tunisia, where the Axis received fresh reinforcements from Germany to block the Americans in the west and the British from the east. Taking advantage of the Mareth Line defenses the French had built years earlier against a potential Italian thrust from Libya, the German and Italian forces dug in again to meet the British onslaught. The 5/7th Gordons had endured searing daylight heat, freezing nights, rainstorms, and long spells without cooked food or rest. Many had won battle honors, more lost their lives. Replacement troops were sent to the front to fill the missing men's places. One was a Scotsman from Banffshire named Bill Gray, who had volunteered from a cushy pen-pushing job in Palestine to go into combat. Bane thought he was brave, having been seen to stand up to a tough drunken sailor and to play football well. Yet, when he and Bane became friends, Gray admitted to having made a colossal blunder in joining a front-line unit. Battle terrified him. The deaths and wounding of the men around him affected John Bane more than the valor in the medals. Although he claimed not to be brave, he did not run from combat. He recalled that a captain in his company did, during a mock attack on the Mareth Line. The feint involved walking through a minefield to draw German fire that would allow the 2nd New Zealand Division to make a flanking movement called a left hook. Bane, at the time the company runner, stayed beside the captain, ready to transmit his orders. "We were going through this minefield. Our artillery is what they call a creeping barrage, so the range is gradually increased as the infantry goes in. Somehow, it went wrong. Either the creeping barrage wasn't creeping fast enough, or we were advancing too quickly. We were under our own 25-pounders, and the German 88s were coming the other way. In the middle of this minefield, somehow we had wandered off the track, and the German machine guns, Spandaus, seemed to have a fixed line on the gap. Everything seemed to be coming at us. I remember crouching down because all this stuff was coming over. Without warning to us, the artillery center put down smoke as well. Someone thought it was gas. I was crouching down with my head down and the company commander on my right not looking at anything. All you're doing is your teeth are chattering and you're praying and you're swearing. I looked to see how he was getting on and he wasn't there. He deserted. He'd gone back. He ran away in the middle of an attack. I never knew what happened to him. That was the last time I saw him. The Tunisian fighting became so fierce that an officer in the Scots Guards Regiment wrote, "I have seen strong men crying like children." General George Patton's 2nd Corps drew the German 10th Panzer Division away from the Mareth Line, and Montgomery's offensive dislodged the rest of the German forces on 27 March. The Germans established their next line of resistance about 20 miles to the north in Wadi Akarit, a deep sand gully 4 miles long and normally impossible for vehicles to cross. However, the winter rains had stopped and the ground was drying. To its left, away from the sea, was high ground along the Romana Ridge. While waiting for the British to arrive, the German engineers reinforced the Wadi and the ridge with entrenchments, observation posts, mines, and barbed wire. The assault on Wadi Akarit began on the night of 5-6 April. Bane, whose recollection of earlier battles was sketchy, recorded with a poet's eye almost every detail of the brutal but relatively minor engagement. The ridge of hills was a dull gray dusty shade like the hide of an elephant, he wrote. After the sun had set, the surface darkened to a smoky blue which gradually melted into the gathering darkness. But, although the ridge was not physically discernible, there was not a man in the battalion who was not aware of its menacing bulk as they moved as quietly as they could to the area at the foot of the hill, where they were to dig in and wait for the dawn, when the other battalions in the brigade would pass through their positions and attack the enemy in the hills. Just before daybreak, Bane and his Scottish friend Hughie Black were sheltering in a slit trench. Black looked behind and said, "Comin', Johnny, here they come, poor bastards." As a battalion of Seaforth Highlanders came close, Black said, "All the best, mate." One of them answered, "It's all right for you, Jimmy, lucky bastard." Bane recalled the Seaforth's tone of voice did not carry true resentment. It was rueful, resigned. Although John Bane absorbed every sound and smell of the battle, he was so remote from the experience that he wrote of himself in the third person, watching the Seaforths pass his trench. John felt immense relief that he was not one of them, but the relief was tainted with guilt. He told Black that he feared that the Seaforths would reach the ridge at daylight and be sitting ducks. Hughie nodded. "Sooner them than me, but let's hope they chase the bastards out. 'Cause you know what'll happen if they don't. It'll be us in there with the bayonet, and I don't fancy that one little bit." Gunfire erupted along the ridge. They, the Seaforths, were easy targets for the German machine-gun fire, Bane told an interviewer later. Major G.W.L. Andrews of the 5th Battalion of the Seaforths remembered. "Once daylight came, I lay with my glasses fixed on Romana, but not a man could I see amongst the clouds of slate-gray smoke and chestnut dust which cloaked the entire ridge as the German guns and mortars hit back." In his memoirs, Bane continued the story. Twilight was sharpening into the metallic, clearer grayness of early morning, but you could not see much of what was happening in the hills. Human figures moved insectile and anonymous in little clusters, forming irregular patterns that kept breaking and coming together again. A battle was taking place, but B Company's orders were to stay in the trenches. The commander of D Company of the 57th Gordons, Major Ian Glennie, recalled that the advancing battalion fought at the base of cliffs a mile ahead. "We then could do nothing but watch, but couldn't see very much at all." While the Gordons waited, Hughie Black bewailed the Army's failure to provide breakfast or even a cup of coffee. He drank some water from his flask, but spat out the camel's piss. A lieutenant from Headquarters Company brought orders for B Company's Corporal Jameson to take the platoon up the ridge. The men stepped in single file toward the sound of firing. John Bane's rhythmic plodding along the sand, combined with 6 months of unrelieved anxiety, induced in him an almost trance-like indifference to, or unawareness of, his immediate circumstances. It was not that he was mentally elsewhere, rather that his mind was nowhere at all. He had become a kind of automaton. In that state, he climbed the ridge. When he reached the summit, the battle was over. General Montgomery noted in his diary, "We had on this day the heaviest and most savage fighting we had had since I commanded the 8th Army. Certain localities changed hands several times. My troops fought magnificently." Neither Monty nor his senior officers referred in their written recollections to the events that followed the battle's conclusion. John Bane did, but only years afterwards. At the top of the ridge, Bane saw the first corpses from the Seaforth unit that had passed him a few hours earlier. Hughie Black, indicating one dead soldier, said, There's one poor bastard's finished with fucking and fightin'." Bane saw no wound, as if the man were asleep. B Company moved forward to the Germans' slit trenches. More dead lay over most of the ground. The Seaforths had lost more than 100 men killed and wounded, as one of its officers, Major G.L.W. Andrews, recalled. Black noticed that there were no wounded on the ground, concluding that the meat wagons must have removed them. What happened next was unexpected. Bane recorded his impressions again in the third person. Then he saw that the other men in his section and from the other platoons must have been given the order to fall out, because they were moving among the dead bodies, the Seaforth's corpses as well as the German, and they were bending over them, sometimes turning them up with an indifferent boot before they removed watches, rings, and what valuables they could find. They seemed to be moving with unnatural slowness, proceeding from one body to another, stooping, reaching out, methodical and absorbed. Huey had gone. He must have joined the scavengers. In a post-war interview, Bane elaborated. "My own friends went around looting the corpses, taking watches and wallets and that sort of thing, off their own people. Why that is so much worse than taking it off Germans, I don't know, but it was somehow." He stopped thinking, transfixed in a state of almost trance-like indifference. A poem he would write at century's end, remembering the dead at Wadi Akarit, made no reference to the looting of the dead. He sees the shapes of rock, the sand, and rubble, on which at unshaven dawn the bodies sprawl, or lie with unpurposed and tidy decorum, all neat in battle order and KD uniform. His reaction to the desecration and pillaging of the corpses would change the course of his life. 5. They are longing for those upon whose presence and affection they have long depended. They want their wives or mothers. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 334. Private Alfred Whitehead had not married the girl who needed to finish school by the time the 2nd Infantry Division left Texas for Camp McCoy, Wisconsin, in late November 1942. A troop train carried them over 1,000 miles north. As the land changed from sagebrush, then flat barren wheatland, to empty rolling farm country, it reached Wisconsin, where many of the southern boys saw snow for the first time. An excited soldier from Florida rolled around in the ice, stopping only when he realized how cold it was. Camp McCoy, carved out of 14,000 acres of Monroe County in 1909, was the Army's winter warfare training base. In February 1943, the division took part in warfare exercises in northern Michigan. Whitehead remembered, "We learned there what cold weather really was. The thermometer stayed at a steady 40 degrees below zero." Whitehead coped with the cold by trudging in snowshoes to find alcohol and bring it back to the squad. Although he skirted the rules, he had no objection to discipline. Both as individuals and units, he wrote, "We were put through specific types of combat instruction designed to prepare us for the kinds of fighting we might be expected to run into overseas, until we believed we were the toughest outfit in the whole U.S. Army." Whitehead saw himself as one of the toughest in a tough outfit. His readiness to settle arguments with his fists got him into fights, and his weakness for alcohol added to his belligerency. In photographs, he looked brash, small in stature, yet full of bravado, with curly chestnut hair parted in the middle and a boyish smile. One snapshot of him at Camp McCoy showed the young GI defiantly astride the hood of his commanding officer's Jeep. His combat helmet's raffish angle seemed to say that this youngster was not afraid of anyone. The nearest village to Camp McCoy was Sparta in Kent County, where Whitehead spent as many off-hours as he could, getting drunk, shooting craps, and courting. Taverns were plentiful, but money and women were on a strict wartime ration basis, so we had plenty of fights over both, he remembered. He rented a room in Sparta, a place I could call my own on my time off, where he slept off his drinking bouts. Weekends found him spending days in a bar, nights in his room. He was a loner who assumed the only remedy to his loneliness was a bride. He spotted 3 young women one afternoon in a Sparta pool hall, and he offered to buy them some Coca-Cola. They turned him down. He asked another GI who the stuck-up girls were. The soldier said they were his sisters. Whitehead bought 3 bottles of Coke to the girls, but they still didn't want them from the cocky Southerner. A moment later, Whitehead noticed his wallet was missing and declared that no one could leave the pool hall until he had it back. This led to a brawl that ended with the arrival of MPs. When the other soldier saw that Whitehead had no money left, he invited him home for dinner. This led to Whitehead's acquaintance with the soldier's 3 sisters, and soon, Whitehead's proposal of marriage to the oldest. A photograph of Selma Sherpa, taken at about this time, showed a young woman with buoyant blonde hair tied back like Betty Grable's and full lips that would have attracted almost any young man. She resisted his advances and his proposal, but she eventually dated him when he was out on liberty. Many happy evenings and weekends followed, and I found I was growing very fond of the Sherpa family, who gave a sense of belonging I'd never had at home. There were dinners at the Sherpa farm, Pleasant Valley, as well as movies and carnivals. My southern accent also provided some amusing moments, he recalled. One Sunday, while assisting Mrs. Sherpa with Sunday dinner, I asked where she kept the flour, and had the house in an uproar trying to figure out and find out whatever flour was. The Sherpas were incredulous when he told them about his childhood diet of wild onions, poke salad, wild mustard greens, and his career as a moonshiner. They enjoyed his visits, but Selma evaded Alfred's questions about a date for a wedding she had not agreed to. Many of the boys were getting married and had someone to come home to and live for, Whitehead wrote. As the day for shipping out approached, he asked his sergeant for a pass to get married. The Army gave him 3 days off, on the understanding he would return with a marriage certificate. Whitehead bought a ring and hitchhiked to the Sherpa's house, 12 miles from town. He gave the ring to Selma. The next morning, 9 August 1943, Mr. and Mrs. Sherpa drove the couple to a justice of the peace in Caledonia, Minnesota, where there was no waiting period for marriages. Their honeymoon was spent at the Sherpa's farm. The idyll did not last long. At the end of September, Whitehead told his bride the division was going overseas. He reassured her he would win the war quickly and be home soon, but she responded gravely, "It will be very hard for you, and it will be many years before you return." On their last morning together, Selma wept. On 3 October, the newly minted troops of the 2nd Infantry Division boarded a train bound for New York. There, on 8 October, the USS Florence Nightingale was waiting to take the young soldiers in convoy across the Atlantic. As Whitehead approached the gangplank, he noticed a squad of MPs armed with rifles, bayonets, and machine guns. They were there to ensure no one tried to desert. 6. Such a sufferer from war shock is not a weakling. He is not a coward. He is a battle casualty. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 353. A few miles into the Egyptian desert east of Alexandria, the prison at Britain's Mustafa Barracks was the final destination for soldiers convicted of crimes from desertion and disobedience to rape and murder. The base had stood since the British occupation of Egypt in 1882, beside the Roman camp that Octavian erected after his victory over Mark Antony and Cleopatra in 24 BC. For the British, it had additional resonance. In 1801, they had defeated Napoleon's forces there, and the barracks was an assembly point for many of the regiments sent on the disastrous Gallipoli campaign against Turkey in 1915. Like Rome, Britain used the base primarily to cow the natives in Alexandria. The prison to punish wayward troops was a later addition. The military detention center at Mustafa was notorious. Alan Campbell MacLean based a novel, The Glass House, on his 56 days confined within its walls. A character in his book recalled that the old sweats, who had done time in many prisons, reserved a special hatred for Mustafa Barracks. Their talk always came round to the one in the desert near Alexandria. The Alex one was the worst of the lot, they said. The screws there, egged on by a mad bastard of a commandant who would have stuck the boys in front of a firing squad if he hadn't reckoned on Rommel doing the job for him when they had done their time and got back to the units. One blazing afternoon in the early summer of 1943, an army truck dumped John Bane and 5 other prisoners at, in Bane's words, the great iron-studded door that looked almost jet black against the high, white walls. The door to 55 military and detention barracks opened, and the shackled convicts marched into a square formed by 2-story detention barracks and rows of solid steel cell doors. While the men stood at attention, a military policeman named Staff Sergeant Hardy informed them of their new status. "From now on, you are SUSs, soldiers under sentence. You will do everything at the double. Do you understand? Everything. You do not move unless it's at the double." So confident were the guards that escape was impossible that they removed the men's chains. Staff Sergeant Hardy then marched them double time into the middle of the square, where he turned them over to Staff Sergeant Henderson. Hardy and Henderson, dressed in identical starched khaki drill clothes, peaked caps, and shining boots. In common with the other MPs guarding prisoners behind the lines, they had not been to the battlefront or faced the enemy in combat. This did not, however, deter them from playing tough with men who had. Henderson ordered each SUS to answer to his name and serial number. When the first, Private Morris, answered, "Sergeant," the sergeant's face seemed to Bane to contort into a mixture of snarl and smile. Henderson went into a rage. "Not Sarnt, you dozy man. Staff. You call us staff, understand? Staff's what you call us, all except the RSM, Regimental Sergeant Major, and the Commandant. You call them Sir." Reading out Bane's name and number, he said, "I see you're in the Gordon Highlanders. What's your regimental motto?" Bane answered, "By Dan." "Staff." "By Dan, staff." "By Dan, aye. And what does that mean, Private Bane?" "Stand fast, staff." Stand fast. That's the motto of the Gordon Highlanders, and they've always lived up to it. Till now. They never retreated, not in the whole history of their regiment. But you didn't stand fast, Private Bane, did you, you horrible man? You took a powder. You got off your mark. You're a disgrace to a great regiment. My father fought with the Gordon Highlanders in the Great War. He stood fast, Bane. He didn't take a powder, so I'm going to keep a special eye on you, Bane. Henderson detailed the daily regimen: reveille at 0600 hours, inspection, daily assignment of tasks, back into the cells at 1700, lights out at 2130. Speaking was forbidden. "If you're caught talking at any time, you'll be on a charge and you'll get punished," he said. 3 days solitary on PD1. That's punishment diet number 1, bread and water. Bane noticed Henderson's lips curl to expose a mad, ferocious grin as he ordered the new SUSs to strip and throw their clothes and belongings onto blankets. Henderson made a demonstration of examining item after item, then instructed them to wrap everything in the blankets and raise them over their heads. When Henderson barked the order for the naked and sweating men to run back and forth across the square, humiliation gave way to physical pain. The weight pressing on Bane's arms was almost impossible to bear, although he was a physically strong 21-year-old with a prize-fighter's physique. For those with less stamina, it was worse. Henderson shouted, "Get them knees up! Straighten them arms! Left, right, left, right, left, right! Wheel!" This went on relentlessly until the sun had nearly set, when Henderson ordered a halt and marched them to their cell. 3 other prisoners were already inside, squatting against the far wall and scouring a rusty bucket. The airless space, 50 feet long and only 8 feet wide, reeked of urine. Henderson told the men to dress and take 2 blankets each from a pile in the corner. A diagram on the wall explained how the blankets were to be folded for inspection. Each man was issued a chocolate pot for body waste. When Henderson locked them inside, each convict claimed a portion of the floor as his bed. Bane and 2 others, Chalky White of the Middlesex Regiment and Bill Farrell from the Durham Light Infantry, whispered to one another in violation of the rules. Bane was afraid that someone was watching through a small hole in the door, although he did not hear anything. "Of course you didn't," Chalky whispered. "The bastards wear gym shoes at night." Farrell said their guards were worse than those in civilian prisons. Chalky asked him, "You been in civvy, Nick, then?" "Aye. Armley in Leeds, 6 months. What was that for?" "Minding my own business." The first lesson of prison, Farrell explained, was never to ask a man his crime. He admitted, though, that his offense was stealing lead from a church roof. Chalky said he had served 56 days in the military glass house in Aldershot, but he did not say what he had done. Suddenly, the door opened and a new voice shouted, "SUSs, stand by your beds!" This was Staff Sergeant Pickering, who introduced himself as a proper bastard. "Lights out was in 3 minutes," Pickering shouted, after which he would be listening at the door. "If I hear as much as a whisper, I'll put the whole lot of you on the peg. That understood?" Bane lay on one blanket and pulled the other 2 over his aching body. From a corner of the cell, a man with diarrhea squatted noisily over his chocolate pot. All Bane could do was wait for the brief mercy of sleep. Bane had not had a peaceful sleep since he had witnessed his friends looting their comrades' corpses at Wadi Akarit. In his mind, he had not run away because he was no longer there. "I seemed to float away," he recalled. A psychiatrist later told him he had suffered a fugue, from the Latin for flight. It meant a sudden escape from reality. No one noticed his departure from the Rumana Ridge until some minutes later a jeep stopped him. Still dazed, Bane stared at a lieutenant. The lieutenant asked him, "Are you going back to the rear echelon?" It was as simple as that. Bane got in, and the lieutenant took him to a camp in the rear. From camp, he walked without a word into the desert, still carrying his Lee Enfield rifle. All he cared about was moving back, away from the front, away from where the dead Seaforths were disposed on the sand and rocks in their last abandonment and their terrible cancellations, their sad mockery of the living. Along the route he had traversed as a fighting soldier, he wandered in the opposite direction as a deserter. Trucks carrying men and supplies to the front ignored him, and in his trance-like state, he paid them little attention. He found cans of meat that had been abandoned by Italian troops, and he chanced upon a Gurkha private who invited him to share his tea and chapatis. Later, as he walked east along the desert road, an RAF supply truck stopped. The driver introduced himself as Frank Jarvis and offered to take him to Tripoli. It did not take long for Frank to realize Bane was not a straggler. "You're on the run, John. You can trust me, mate. I wouldn't shop you." He would have to leave Bane outside Tripoli, before the RMP checkpoints where Bane would be arrested. "You might be able to scrounge some grub at the transit camp, but you'll get picked up sooner or later," Frank warned. "Unless you dress up as a wog or something. Kip up with an Arab bint." John fell asleep for a few hours until Frank stopped to brew tea. While they drank, Frank took some English cigarettes from a can he had picked up at the docks. "You scared?" he asked Bane as they lit up. "I'd be fucking scared, I don't mind telling you. They reckon the glass houses out here are fucking terrible, worse than in Blighty. And that's saying something." John said he had not thought about it, adding, "Nothing could be worse than action." Several miles before Tripoli, Bane got out of the truck to walk into town. Frank handed the young deserter 3 tins of corned beef and some hardtack. He was about to drive off, he said. "You'd better take these, mate." These were the precious English cigarettes. Walking alone with rifle and pack on his back, he reached Tripoli after dark. It occurred to him that the city had a port from which he could stow away on a ship. He imagined that friendly sailors would hide and feed him on the voyage to Britain. There all would be well. His reverie was abruptly smashed by the squeal of tires as a 1,500-weight truck skidded to a halt in the gutter at his side, he wrote. The truck was driven by the military police. He was under arrest. The army appointed a lieutenant to represent him at his court-martial. At a brief meeting before the trial, the lieutenant prompted Bane for excuses, troubles at home perhaps, that he could use on his behalf. The defendant was no help, saying only that he was sick of the business of war. The court-martial convened a few days later in Tripoli and convicted him of desertion in a forward area. The crime was not as serious as deserting in the face of the enemy, but it was enough to earn him 3 years at hard labor in the hardest prison in North Africa. Mustafa Barracks provided Bane with long hours to reflect on the life that had been brought him to his desertion and imprisonment. He remembered the town where he spent much of his childhood, Aylesbury in Buckinghamshire, as a kind of amulet against despair, a dream of rural sweetness and light, an Arcadian landscape in which music and poetry and the possibility of romantic love were ubiquitous presences. Like all childhood fables, Bane's was inhabited by an ogre. His was his father, a tough veteran of the Great War and a brutal disciplinarian who did not permit his sons to wear underwear because it was sissy. Also sissy, in the old man's view, were books, poems, and classical music. James Bane had married Elsie Mabel, a woman 3 years older than he was, and a few notches up the social ladder just after the Great War. While Bane had left his Scottish regiment as a private, Elsie's uncle had been an officer. The couple had 3 children, Kenneth, John Vernon, and Sylvia. John was born in Spilsby, Lincolnshire, on 23 January 1922, while his father earned a livelihood photographing visitors on the beach at Skegness. When John was 3, his father, in a chimerical bid to break out of poverty, moved the family to Ballaghaderreen in the Irish Free State and opened a photography studio. On the ship to Ireland from Liverpool, James played one of his little jokes on 3-year-old John, lifting him over the rail with only the black waves below me, leaping and foaming like enormous wolves hungry for the proffered tidbit. The boy's cries for help earned only his father's wild laughter. The staff sergeants at the Mustafa Barracks resembled so many omnipotent fathers. Bane's description of his father's peculiar half-grin, half-snarl came close to the mixture of snarl and smile he spotted in Staff Sergeant Henderson. Although he made no direct comparison between his father and the MPs, Bane's appraisal of his father might have applied to Staff Sergeants Hardy, Henderson, and Pickering. I now understood, and have understood for many years, that he was a sadist. I remember many instances of his grim pleasure derived from inflicting physical or mental pain on my brother or me. In Ireland, Kenneth and John survived on a diet of potatoes, porridge, and soda bread. Meat appeared rarely. Sweets were unknown. Once, their father called the boys into the kitchen to give them a half-pound chocolate bar. With childish delight, Kenneth unwrapped it. Inside was a block of wood. Their father kept a leather strop for sharpening straight razors on a hook beside the fireplace, but, Bane reminisced, I do not recall this one being used for any other purpose than flagellation. The flagellated, of course, were Kenneth and John. When his business failed in Ireland, James Bane took the family back to England. They settled in Beeston, Nottinghamshire, where James opened another photography shop. When John was 7, he watched his father challenge a Sunday tea-time guest, an unassuming man named Bob Lineker, to a fight. While the men's wives and children squirmed, James forced Bob to don boxing gloves, reduced him to a state of terror, and bloodied his nose. What I felt was disgust and shame and hatred, Bane wrote. Until then, I think that I had known nothing but a simple fear of him. Now, I hated him. For reasons left unexplained, John went to live with his father's parents in Eccles, Lancashire, for 2 years. Then, in 1931, when John was 9, the family moved together to that dream of rural sweetness and light, Aylesbury. Living in a dingy flat above the photo studio in Market Square was, in Bane's own account, anything but sweet. Their father continued to beat the boys, once knocking 12-year-old John flat with a punch to the head. Their mother, whose hard-drinking husband was brazenly unfaithful to her, took refuge in her conversion to what John called that quasi-religion called Christian Science. While life with their father in Aylesbury was hardly sweetness and light, the Bane brothers retreated to a world of books and music that was. Kenneth taught himself to play his mother's piano, and John borrowed a wide range of books from the library: Dickens, T.S. Eliot, John Beauchamp, and the lowbrow crime novels of Edgar Wallace. The boys wandered together into the meadows with armfuls of works by their favorite poets. Literature gave Bane his only distraction from the fairly grim present. From the age of 14, he wrote poems that he did not show to anyone. The boys bought a gramophone, but they waited until their father was out of the house before playing Liszt, Debussy, Schubert, and the great mezzo-soprano Marian Anderson. James Bane, detesting his son's sissy interest in music and books, enrolled them in the Aylesbury and District Boxing Club. Within 2 years, John made the final round of the British Schoolboy Championship. James Bane told his sons he had enlisted in the army at 14 and had been wounded at Mons. His endless stories of Great War escapades, in which he invariably played a heroic role, made John suspicious. I began to wonder about their historical veracity until his boasting became something of a secret joke between Kenneth and me. To avoid a thrashing, they kept that joke to themselves. Yet his childhood was awash with reverence for a war he knew only through hearsay. John later told an interviewer, "I also remember very vividly armistice days when I was a child, because I actually wore my father's medals. He got his medals out, and I would have them on my jersey, my jacket, whatever I was wearing. He would turn out in the town square while old soldiers observed silence for comrades who had died in France. It was a very militaristic occasion. In fact, I still feel uneasy. There was a kind of glorification of war itself. While their father made them wary of the army, the boys shared a fascination with the Great War's poetry, novels, and films. To John, the conflict in the trenches was a tragic and mythopoetic event. He became haunted by its imagery, its pathos, the waste, the heroism, and futility, via the writings of Robert Graves, Siegfried Sassoon, and Ernest Hemingway. The 1938 Munich crisis, when the British and French ceded western Czechoslovakia to Hitler's Germany, affected him less than two momentous discoveries: D.H. Lawrence and beer. Having left school at the age of 14 in 1936, he was working as a junior clerk in an accountant's office. In his free time, he read James Joyce, courted young women, and drank Younger's Scotch ale at the pub. He and Kenneth were not above getting into trouble, once drunkenly climbing the roof of a hotel to break into it. After their arrest and trial, the local newspaper called them the Boxing Bane brothers. Their 2-year probation was less notable than the newspaper's disclosure that John was 18. Until then, his 26-year-old girlfriend, Sally, thought they were the same age. She accepted the age difference, but John's father disapproved of the girl. He ordered John to leave her, backing up the command by throwing a punch. For the first time, John fought back and gave his father a black eye. It was the last time his father would strike him, but they stopped speaking to each other. John's response to the declaration of war in September 1939 was one mainly of puerile excitement. He did not, however, rush to the colors. When the German bombing raids known as the Blitz began in September 1940, Bane's mother and sister were evacuated to the Cotswolds for safety. The 3 men of the family stayed on in uncomfortable silence in Aylesbury. Having lost his job with the accountants after his arrest, John went to work selling spare parts for the Aylesbury Motor Company at 35 shillings a week. His attempted enlistment in the Royal Air Force faltered after the medical exam that discovered his bad eye. He wrote later in The Unknown War Poet, "He enlisted among the very first, though not from patriotic motives nor to satisfy the spirit of adventure." In December, he and Kenneth decided to enlist in the Merchant Marine. While their motives were unclear, merchant service offered 2 advantages: a way out of an intolerable life at home, and the opportunity, provided the Luftwaffe or Kriegsmarine did not sink their ship, to cruise around the world. With £400 that they stole from a hidden store of cash their father kept to avoid income tax, they fled to London. They spent lavishly, taking a room at the Regent Palace Hotel and buying tickets for Donald Wolfett's production of King Lear and Myra Hess's lunchtime recitals. They got drunk in one Soho pub after another. Finally, they went to the Shipping Federation to sign on as merchant seamen. Our interview with the uniformed officer at the Federation was brief and humiliating, Bane wrote. They tried the docks in Cardiff and Glasgow, where the recruiting poster drew them into the infantry that Christmas. The journey from Scotland to El Alamein to Wadi Akarit to the Mustafa detention barracks seemed to follow a grim logic. The conflict between his contempt for his father and his love of war literature led to his flight from home and enlistment in the army. That Bane ended up, however much by chance, in a Scottish regiment as his father had in the First World War seemed more than coincidental. He had, after all, followed his father into boxing, boozing, and womanizing. Having escaped paternal cruelty by standing up to it, he took the one action, desertion, that would imprison him even more surely than he had been at home under his father's oppressive control. A system of gratuitous bullying confronted him now. His poem, Love and Courage, though written years later, captured his predicament. He could conceal his terror till his company was called to face real battle's homicidal storm. He chose desertion, ignominy, and jail. That is, if any choice existed, which I doubt. 7. On him, the average free soldier, victory depends. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 365. In Lower Manhattan on Thanksgiving Day, 1943, Stephen J. Weiss took the oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. At the end of the induction ceremony, similar to his own only 25 years before, William Weiss told his son, "If you need me, just say the word." The older man's reserve, an effect of wartime trauma, had denied Steve a functioning father since childhood. Neither father nor son knew the full psychological toll of America's previous war in Europe. Fortune magazine reported at the time of Steve's induction, "Today, 25 years after the end of the last war, nearly half of the 67,000 beds in Veterans Administration hospitals are still occupied by the neuropsychiatric casualties of World War I." Steve was going where his father had been to unlock secrets long concealed from him. He did not plan to say the word. It was his time to experience war, and paternal guidance would have to come from the Army. Steve and the other recruits boarded a train bound for the Army's transit camp at Fort Dix, New Jersey. The Army issued him a serial number, 12228033, and ordered him to commit it to memory. If he were captured, that number, his name, and his rank were all that he was permitted to tell the enemy. Fort Dix began the transformation of youngsters into soldiers. The previous year's hit song by Irving Berlin might have been written there. "This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out any more." While Fort Dix's officers and non-commissioned officers feasted on Thanksgiving turkey, a freshly sheared Steve Weiss spent all of that Thursday, as well as Friday, on his hands and knees scrubbing barracks floors. 1 week later, the Army shipped him south to the Infantry Replacement Training Center, IRTC, at Fort Blanding, Florida. Weiss's general classification test score qualified him for Officer Candidate School and a shot at the psychological warfare branch. But the Army, he quickly realized, needed infantry replacements, not junior officers, in late 1943. The Army posted Weiss to Combat Intelligence, CI, which a second lieutenant defined for him as specialized CI infantry probing beyond the front line, patrolling and observing either on foot or by jeep. Weiss wrote, "Although seemingly glamorous, I felt that CI missions would be more dangerous than those assigned to the regular infantry." Whether glamorous or dangerous, it was still the infantry. Weiss applied for transfer to psychological warfare. In the meantime, the Army put him through 17 weeks of basic training, map reading, aerial photographic interpretation, enemy identification, prisoner interrogation, infantry tactics, use of weapons, and small group cohesion. Propaganda films screened at Fort Blanding, like director Frank Capra's Why We Fight series, did not impress him. He thought the documentaries gave a false impression of modern war and added little to my reasons for enlisting. Many aspects of life at Fort Blanding grated on the trainees, especially the swamps, the chow, and what the GIs called chicken shit, rigid enforcement of petty rules. Incompetence was rife in an army that had expanded from its 1939 level of 227,000 regular soldiers, with another 235,000 National Guardsmen, to a total of 7,482,434 personnel by the end of 1943. Healthcare suffered along with everything else in the military's rapid growth. One medic gave Weiss stomach tablets for his athlete's foot, and another injected him with so many vaccines at the same time that he spent 5 days in the base hospital with a dangerously high fever. Weiss experienced no anti-Semitic bullying or slurs at Fort Blanding, but the only other Jewish recruit he knew there did. This youngster, nicknamed Philly, was short and as religious as Weiss was secular. When a Southern redneck insulted Philly in anti-Semitic terms, Weiss warned the Southerner to lay off his friend or he would stomp his ass. One day in the kitchen, Philly and the Southerner had a punch-up. The sergeant broke it up and ordered them to settle it in the boxing ring. The other trainees watched as Philly took punch after punch, but the Jewish kid did not go down. Philly was losing on points until he smashed his opponent's jaw and knocked him out. The sergeant told the loser, "If you don't change your attitude, I'll have you court-martialed." To Weiss, this was an object lesson in human rights connected to the war itself. While Weiss underwent basic training at Fort Blanding, other recruits were deserting or suffering severe psychological problems. Time magazine reported that 300 trainees each week were succumbing to nervous breakdowns. Dr. Edward Strecker, chair of the University of Pennsylvania's Psychiatry Department and an advisor to the Secretary of War, bemoaned the cold, hard facts that 1,825,000 men were rejected for military service because of psychiatric disorders, that almost another 600,000 had been discharged from the Army alone for neuropsychiatric reasons or their equivalent, and that fully 500,000 more attempted to evade the draft. The Army Adjutant General alerted commanding generals in his letter of 3 February 1943, "Absences without leave and desertion, especially from units which have been alerted for movement overseas, have reached serious proportions." Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson proposed a more punitive solution to the desertion problem. On 22 October 1943, he wrote to the director of the Bureau of the Budget, Harold D. Smith, "Absence without leave in time of war is under any circumstances a serious offense, sufficiently grave to warrant serious punishment which cannot be imposed under the present limitations." Stimson recommended that President Franklin D. Roosevelt issue an executive order suspending the limits on punishments in the table of maximum punishments of the Manual for Courts Martial of 1928. Roosevelt duly signed Executive Order 9367 on 9 November 1943, suspending until further orders the maximum limitations of punishment for violations of Article of War 61. A letter from Brigadier General M.G. White, the Army's Assistant Chief of Staff, informed Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall that in May 1942 there were 2,822 desertions. The overall number of deserters grew as the Army expanded, but the percentage remained low at less than 1% of the total number of personnel in uniform. However, most of the desertions were coming from the small percentage of soldiers serving or about to serve as combat infantry troops. General Marshall established a committee to study desertions and their relationship to nervous disorders. Among those he appointed to the committee was a First World War veteran, Brigadier General Elliot D. Cook. Cook assumed he was selected because if a guy like me could understand such a subject, anybody could. Cook had no fixed view of the problem, its causes, or its solution. He noted in early 1943 that nearly as many men were being discharged from the Army as were entering through induction stations. This was before most of them had been shipped overseas. General Cook, a bluff and self-effacing soldier, wrote that he had not heard the word psychoneurosis before this time and had no idea how to spell it. He also admitted to sharing a common military suspicion of psychiatrics. Cook visited Fort Blanding during Weiss's training period. The camp commandant gave him access to 1 locked and 3 open wards for psychoneurosis patients. In an open ward, not all of the patients seemed genuine. 100 or more patients were loafing around in hospital suits, talking, reading, or playing games. They didn't act any sicker than I did. As a group, they seemed just about like any other collection of soldiers. I spoke to one of the more intelligent-looking ones. "What's wrong with you, soldier?" He stared at me defiantly. "I'm queer," he stated flatly, meaning he was homosexual. Another patient complained of back pain, and a black soldier said simply, "I's got the misery." At the officers' club, Cook had a drink with the camp psychiatrist to discuss the malingerers he had met. The psychiatrist told him, "Whether you believe it or not, I can assure you those men suffer with the pains they complain about. You say they are malingerers and merely pretend to be sick. But after 10 years of practicing psychiatry, I am confident I can tell the difference between a person who is suffering from pain and one who isn't." Pain with a psychological cause was still pain. Cook said he did not understand, but he resolved to continue his investigation with an open mind. At Fort Blanding, Steve Weiss gravitated to older soldiers as if seeking a reliable father or older brother. Sheldon Woolworth, a 28-year-old trainee from Cleveland Heights, Ohio, became a friend. Woolworth was ungainly, artistic, and bright, and had sound common sense, Weiss said. I liked him a lot. On completion of their 17 weeks basic training, Weiss and Woolworth went to Fort Meade, Maryland for rifle training. To his surprise, Weiss qualified as a marksman. At Fort Meade, a recruit named Hal Sedloff befriended him. In civilian life, Sedloff had been a butcher. Weiss looked up to Sedloff, who, like Woolworth, was 10 years his senior. The older man's extreme yearning for his wife and baby daughter, however, left him miserable. In April 1944, the Army shipped Sedloff overseas from Newport News, Virginia. A week later, it was Steve Weiss's turn. Not every soldier assigned to overseas duty made it as far as the ships. General Cook interviewed doctors and recruits at induction stations, hospitals, and Army stockades to discover why so many were refusing to serve. Some of his discoveries undermined his faith in the young generation's patriotism. Special treatment by civilian selective service boards had created resentment among draftees. When, in 1943, it was found that 14 members of the Rice University football team had been rejected for military service, the public was somewhat surprised, he wrote. They were not the only athletes whose talents spared them military service early in the war, and General Cook sympathized with those who believed that local selective service boards were unfair. So urgent had the problem of desertion within the United States become that the Adjutant General's office circulated a memo on 3 February 1943 to Commanding Generals, Army Ground Forces, Army Air Forces, Services of Supply, the commanders of all ports of embarkation, all officers exercising general court-martial jurisdiction in the United States, and commanders of most continental bases. The memo began. Absences without leave and desertion, especially from units which have been alerted for a movement overseas, have reached serious proportions. So many men had deserted it was impossible to put them on trial, except in aggravated circumstances, because many deserters preferred prison to overseas duty, the Adjutant General's office wrote. The intent of the new regulations is that the shirker's purpose will be frustrated instead of assisted. He must find that after early apprehension, a vigorous administration expedites his return to duty with his unit if it is still in the United States, or to an active overseas theater if his unit has gone. The memo painted a gloomy picture of draftees' willingness to take part in the war. Because the stockades were overflowing with captured deserters and others absent without leave, AWOL, it has been necessary to encroach upon the barracks area for staging in order to house, feed, and detain deserters and AWOLs apprehended. The Adjutant General advised commanders to beware of the various tricks and ruses used to avoid being assigned to a task force or placed in a group for overseas shipment. The deserters' tricks were: A. They maim themselves, necessitating hospitalization. B. They feign physical and mental illness. C. They hide out for days to avoid being placed on an overseas shipment list. D. They go AWOL in order to stand trial and be confined. E. They dispose of clothing and equipment. F. They throw away their identification tags. G. They answer for absentees on roll call. H. When an officer approaches the area, the word is passed along and they dash for the woods through windows and doors, even jumping from upstairs screened windows, taking the screens with them. General Cook extended his mission to Camp Edwards on Cape Cod, where 2,800 soldiers who had deserted in the eastern United States were imprisoned. Deserters west of the Mississippi went to a similar prison in California. Cook asked the camp's commandant how long the men remained behind bars. "As long as it takes to find out who they are and what outfits they belong to," he said. "Then we take them under guard and put them on a ship." When trainees broke their spectacles or false teeth to avoid shipping out, the Army changed the regulations so they could be sent to battle without them. Many went into hiding. The commandant said, "We've dug them out of bins under the coal, rooted them out of caves and tunnels dug underneath their barracks." Camp guards resorted to confining deserters in special compounds without explanation a few hours before putting them on trains for embarkation ports. Cook asked whether any men tried to bolt outside the camp. "Only when they've been taken to the port. Then they'll jump out of windows, off of moving trucks, and even over the sides of harbor boats." The Army name for it was gangplank fever. Cook spoke to the prisoners. Some had family worries that they had to deal with before they could leave the United States. One soldier said he could not abandon his wife, who was pregnant and sick. Others told him, "I can't fire a gun or go under fire. I can't kill anyone. I don't believe in killing people. I was afraid, I guess, so I went home. I wanted to see my girl. I don't like the Army, and I'm scared of water." From Fort Meade, Steve Weiss, Sheldon Woolworth, and the other graduate trainees went to Newport News to board ships. None of them knew their destination or their future divisions and regiments. As infantry replacements, they would fill positions left in the ranks by men who had been killed, captured, disabled, physically or mentally, or were missing in action. Some of the battlefield missing about whom no one spoke had gone over the hill, deserting the army with no intention of returning. As the replacements neared the Straits of Gibraltar aboard troop transports that were prey to German U-boats, a rumor circulated that they were bound for a place they had never heard of, Oran. The French Algerian port town, occupied by the Americans and British since November 1942, had become the U.S. Mediterranean base section and theater supply depot. A few of the replacements were so sure Oran was Iran that they lost a month's pay betting on it. Brigadier General Elliot D. Cook had beaten Weiss to North Africa, where he continued his research into the high rate of desertions and nervous breakdowns. He asked a 19-year-old Corporal Robert Green if he had been afraid when the patrol he was leading ran into the Germans. "Yes, sir, I was scared all right. Anybody tells you he isn't scared up front is just a plain liar." Cook probed the young soldier about men who cracked up. He answered, "Some of them do, but you can see it coming on, and sometimes the other guys help out." Cook asked how he could see it coming on. Green said they became trigger-happy. They go running all over the place looking for something to shoot at. Then, the next thing you know, they got the battle jitters. They jump if you light a match or go diving for cover if someone bounces a tin hat off a rock. Any kind of a sudden noise, and you can just about see them let out a mental scream to themselves. When they get that way, you might just as well cross them off the roster, because they aren't going to be any more use to the outfit. Cook wondered how to help such men, and Green answered, "Oh, you can cover up for a guy like that because he's completely gone. He can be sent back to get ammo or something. You know and he knows he's going to stay out of sight for a while, but you don't let on, see? Then he can pretend to himself he's got a reason for being back there, and he still has his pride. Maybe he even gets his nerve back for the next time. But if he ever admits openly that he's running away, he's through." In Algiers, a senior officer told Cook, if a soldier contracts a severe case of dysentery from drinking impure water, his commander feels sorry for him and is glad to see the man sent to a hospital. But if the soldier becomes afflicted with an equivalent ailment from stress and strain, that same commander becomes incensed and wants the soldier court-martialed. General Cook wryly proposed a cure. Then the only remedy is to eliminate fear. After 2 weeks in a camp near Oran, Steve Weiss and 89 other replacements from Fort Meade boarded a converted British passenger liner, the Strathnavar, for the 4-day cruise to Naples. The Allies had conquered Naples on 1 October 1943. By May 1944, when Weiss arrived, the Allied armies, the Mafia, and the Allied deserters who controlled the black market in military supplies jointly ran the city. Thousands of soldiers were enriching themselves at army expense, stealing and selling Allied supplies. Some Italian Americans had deserted to drive trucks of contraband for American Mafia boss Vito Genovese. Other deserters had joined army bands in the hills, robbing both the Allies and Italian civilians. Reynolds Packard, the United Press correspondent who had lived in Italy before the war and returned on the first day of the invasion, wrote, "Within a few weeks, Naples became the crime center of liberated Italy, and the word liberated became a dirty joke. It meant to both the Italians and the invaders that an Allied military government got something for nothing, such as an Italian's wife or a bottle of brandy he took from an intimidated bartender without paying for it. Prostitution, black marketing, racketeering, and confidence games were rampant. It was a mixed-up circle. The GIs were selling cigarettes to the Italians, who in turn would sell them back to the Americans who had run out of them. But the main trade was trafficking in women." Norman Lewis, an Italian-speaking British intelligence officer in Naples, noted the same phenomenon. Complaints are coming in about looting by Allied troops. The officers in this war have shown themselves to be much abler at this kind of thing than the other ranks. The officers were both American and British, some of whom had sent looted artworks back to England on Royal Navy ships. When Lewis investigated corruption in Naples, the black marketeer's influential friends blocked him. He wrote, "One soon finds that however many underlings are arrested and sent away these days for long terms of imprisonment, those who employ them are beyond the reach of the law. At the head of the AMG, American Military Government, is Colonel Charles Paletti, and working with him is Vito Genovese, once head of the American Mafia, now become his advisor. Genovese was born in a village near Naples and has remained in close contact with its underworld, and it is clear that many of the Mafia Camorra syndicos, mayors, who have been appointed in the surrounding towns are his nominees. Yet nothing is done." Army gossip about these activities circulated among the troops, some of whom believed that the officers' behavior justified their own acts of theft or extortion. Steve Weiss, as yet unaware of the war's seamier side, saw the Italian campaign in terms of his father's experiences of the First World War. The cargo wagons on the train he took from Naples to Caserta were just like the previous war's 40 men and 8 horses. At Caserta, the new GIs were stationed at the replacement depot, which they called the Repel Depot or Repel Depot, near the palatial headquarters of the 5th Army Group under British Field Marshal Sir Harold Alexander. The former Royal Palace was also home to Allied press correspondents. One of the best, Australian Alan Moorhead of the British Daily Express, thought the headquarters a vast and ugly palace, even if it was more commodious than the GI's tents. "Unlike the Field Marshal," Weiss wrote, "we at the Repel Depot were herded together like cattle, waiting for assignment to any one of a number of infantry divisions fighting across the Italian peninsula. I was adrift, alone, and friendless, as usual, in a sea of olive drab, feeling more like a living spare part. For 2 weeks in May, the young soldiers had nothing to do while the army decided where to put them. At the end of the month, a sergeant called out the names of 90 soldiers for posting to the 36th Infantry Division at Anzio. Among them were 2 trainees from Fort Blanding, Privates 2nd Class Sheldon Walworth and Stephen J. Weiss. The 36th was a Texas National Guard division that had come under federal control in November 1940, whose men wore the Texas T like a cattle brand on their left shoulders. The commanding officer of the T-Patchers was Major General Fred Livingood Walker, a First World War veteran with a Distinguished Service Cross for exceptional gallantry and a strong supporter of his troops. Ohio-born Walker had assumed command of the Texas Division in 1941. War for the 36th began with the first American landing on the European continent at the Bay of Salerno in southern Italy on 9 September 1943. German artillery dug into the Roman ruins at Paestum hit the invaders hard, pinning down 1 battalion of the 36th Division's 141st Regiment on the beach for 12 hours. The Texans pushed inland to launch a frontal assault on Wehrmacht units in the village of Altavilla. Misdirected American artillery, however, halted their advance and forced the men to scramble for shelter in the brush. When they eventually conquered the village, a German detachment moved into a summit above to batter Altavilla with artillery. The 36th withdrew, momentarily exposing its divisional headquarters to a German onslaught. Assisted by hastily armed rear echelon cooks, typists, and orderlies, the 36th retook Altavilla and secured the southern portion of the beachhead. The Salerno invasion cost the 15,000-man division more than 1,900 dead, wounded, and missing. As murderous as their first days in Italy proved, the Texans soon suffered worse. When the Wehrmacht poured in reinforcements from the north, the counteroffensive hit the 36th head-on. The division suffered another 1,400 casualties while taking San Pietro, a key village in the Liri Valley on the route to Rome, in December. In January, 5th Army Commander General Mark Clark ordered General Walker to send his division across the Rapido River as part of an operation to break out of the Salerno beachhead. It was nothing less than a suicide mission. The fast-flowing river at that time of year measured between 25 and 50 feet wide and around 12 feet deep. Not an insurmountable obstacle. However, other factors militated against a successful crossing. Winter rain made the current both fast and powerful. The river's wide, muddy floodplain was impassable to trucks, forcing the men to carry boats to the bank. The Germans had planted a dense field of landmines, and they positioned heavy artillery on the heights beyond the river's west bank. General Walker opposed the operation, but he obeyed Clark's orders. His men, as he feared, were slaughtered during 3 attempted crossings. Those who made it to the other side fought without air or armor support. Lacking communication with the friendly shore, they ran out of ammunition and were driven back by German artillery. The 2-day Battle of Guts ended on 22 January with 2,019 officers and men lost, 934 wounded, the rest killed or missing in action. Some of the missing had drowned, and their bodies were swept downstream. General Walker wrote in his diary after the Rapido failure, "My fine division is wrecked." Raleigh Trevelyan, a 20-year-old British platoon commander in Italy, summed up the 36th resulting reputation. The 36th had, frankly, come to be looked down on by the other divisions of the 5th Army. It was considered not only to be a hard-luck outfit, but trigger-happy. In 11 months of Italian fighting, the division lost 11,000 men. Only 4,000 of the original cadre remained, the rest having been replaced by inexperienced young recruits like Steve Weiss. When Weiss arrived in Italy in May 1944, there were few less hospitable divisions than the war-drained 36th, and no more dangerous place than the Anzio beachhead. In his memoirs, General Clark called Anzio a flat and barren little strip of hell. British platoon commander Trevelyan wrote that nowhere in the beachhead was safe from bombs or shells. Even the naval shore craft, the only means of supplying the troops from the rear area at Naples, were subject to German fire. Only 30 miles from Rome, the beaches had been peacetime resorts with first-class hotels, restaurants, cafes, and ice cream shops. Allied bombardment of Anzio and Nettuno before the landing, intended as an end run north of Salerno that would ease the advance to Rome, emptied both towns of most of their inhabitants. The Anzio invasion began at 2 o'clock in the morning of 22 January 1944, when the U.S. 3rd Infantry Division hit the undefended beach and British commandos and American Ranger units took control of the surrounding area. As with the landing at Salerno, early success was undermined by the Allies' failure to take advantage of weak German defenses by pushing quickly inland. The Germans thus had time to regroup and counterattack. By May 1944, when Private Steve Weiss and the other replacements arrived to fill the ranks of the badly depleted 36th Division, the Allies were still dug in on the exposed beachhead. The first soldiers Weiss encountered were barricaded in a makeshift stockade of wood and barbed wire. The 50 disheveled troops were not German prisoners of war, but, to Weiss's astonishment, Americans. Under armed military police guard, some of the prisoners seemed very weary and disoriented, like vagrants down on their heels and luck, Weiss wrote. Others, more aggressive than the others, threatened and hurled obscenities at us, warning with pointed finger or clenched fist. We'd end up like them, misunderstood and deserted by the army. The army, though, had not deserted these men. They had deserted the army. Raleigh Trevelyan, the British platoon commander who spent months at Anzio, wrote that not all deserters were in the stockade. There were said to be 300 deserters, both British and American, at large on the beachhead. At first, nobody made out where they could hide themselves in such a small area. Another British officer, Lord John Hope of the Scots Guards, was birdwatching in some deserted gardens east of Nettuno when he uncovered a cache of canned food under a pile of wood. He told Trevelyan, "I turned a corner and was confronted by two unshaven GIs, one with a red beard with rifles. I knew it was touch and go. 'What are you doing here?' one of them asked. I showed them my British badges, and when I said I was birdwatching, they burst out laughing. They pretended they were just back from the front." Hope reported the deserters to the American provost marshal, who sent MPs in a jeep with Hope on the hood to show the way. They found the deserters who, in Hope's words, jumped up and ran like hell into a tobacco field. The men in the jeep belted off into the crops. No expedition was organized to go into the bushes to find out who was there. Men just couldn't be spared. United Press correspondent Reynolds Packard came across another deserter near Anzio. The American soldier had no rifle, a court-martial offense. Packard asked where it was. "Fuck it," the GI said. "I threw it away. I've quit fighting this goddamn war." Packard told his jeep driver to hold the deserter while he searched for the missing weapon. He found it and gave it to the soldier, who threw it away again. "Fuck this war," he said. "I'm not fighting anymore." Packard decided to take him to division headquarters. Just before we got there, I hauled off and hit him, knocking him unconscious. "What the hell are you doing?" my driver, Sergeant Delmar Richardson, asked. "Gone nuts?" "I don't want to take him into a hospital while he's talking about not fighting this fucking war anymore, that's all." The deserters in the Anzio Beach stockade, like sentries at the Inferno's gates, persisted in their warnings to Weiss and the other arrivals. The replacements endured the abuse until trucks pulled up to take them away. They drove through Anzio town, most of it destroyed by Allied and then German bombardment, to a hill above the beach. There they made camp for the night. In the morning, Steve Weiss attended the Catholic chaplain's outdoor mass. He then went to find his friend from Fort Meade, Hal Sedloff. Sedloff had been posted to the 45th Thunderbird Infantry Division, composed of National Guard units from Oklahoma, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico. The 45th had fought as part of General George Patton's 7th Army in Sicily the previous July, took the beach at Salerno in September, and landed at Anzio in January 1944. Although Sedloff went into the line with the 45th as it fought its way north to Rome, Weiss discovered he was still near Anzio in a field hospital. A nurse there told Weiss that Sedloff had taken part in 2 battles, but he had been incapable of fighting due to night blindness. His wounds were not physical. Weiss did not understand. The nurse explained that he had battle fatigue, a term Weiss heard for the first time. In his father's war in 1918, they called it shell shock. Army psychiatrists had been using the term psychoneurosis, while the British preferred battle exhaustion with its implication that rest could cure it. The nurse whispered to Weiss, "No one is immune." Weiss was unaware that, by this stage of the war, a quarter of all combat casualties were psychiatric. Deciding that Sedloff's trauma made him a risk to a combat unit, medical staff recommended him for rear echelon duty. This was a discreet and humane way to retain the services of men rendered unfit for combat. One battalion officer, after relieving a veteran from further frontline duty, explained, "It is my opinion, through observation, that he has reached the end of endurance as a combat soldier, Therefore, in recognition of a job well done, I recommend that this soldier be released from combat duty and be reclassified in another capacity. Weiss, who guessed that Hal Sedloff cracked because he still missed his wife and daughter, left the hospital without being allowed to see his friend. I thought Hal at 28 was someone to depend on because of his age and experience, Weiss wrote. I was chilled by the prospect of carrying on alone, without the support of and belief in some kind of father figure. Weiss's initiation into the war zone had been a beach stockade filled with men who ran from battle and an older friend comatose with fear. Neither increased his confidence in himself or the army. Aged 18, without someone to trust, he questioned his capacity to measure up under fire. A study of American combatants had found that 36% of men facing battle for the first time were more afraid of being a coward than of being wounded. Weiss needed an experienced commander to show the way, but officers and non-commissioned officers did not survive much longer on the line than enlisted men. Many were replacements themselves, without time to become acquainted with soldiers under their command. The replacement system, as the Army was beginning to realize, undermined morale. Weiss did not know that. Not yet. The system, in earlier conflicts, withdrew whole regiments or divisions from battle to absorb replacements during retraining. This permitted new soldiers to know their officers and their squad mates. General George C. Marshall, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, had initiated a policy of replacing individual soldiers within each division without pulling them back from the front. Marshall explained. In past wars, it had been the accepted practice to organize as many divisions as manpower resources would permit, fight those divisions until casualties had reduced them to bare skeletons, then withdraw them from the line and rebuild them in a rear area. The system we adopted for this war involved a flow of individual replacements from training centers to the divisions, so they would be constantly at full strength. The First World War's 30,000-man divisions had been cut in half for the Second, and divisional losses in combat left many with a majority of troops who did not know one another. Marshall concluded, if his, an Army commander's, divisions are fewer in number but maintained at full strength, the power for attack continues while the logistical problems are greatly simplified. Logistics were simpler, but group loyalty evaporated. In the evening after Weiss's attempt to visit Hal Sedloff, Luftwaffe planes breached the Anzio defenses and bombed the beachhead. Steve Weiss watched 5 German HE-111 medium bombers soar only 500 feet above him. Ground fire, he wrote, was erratic, no spirited defense here. Why weren't the anti-aircraft batteries doing their job? The planes hit several targets, including an American ammunition depot, and flew away untouched. Weiss felt that American soldiers were unsafe everywhere, even on a beachhead that had been established 4 months before. How much worse would it be in the hills where the 36th Division was face-to-face with the Germans? Ordnance from the ammo dump exploded and burned all night, its unnatural light reminding Weiss of the war his father never told him about. 8. They enlisted in a condition almost like drunkenness, and some woke up to find themselves under arms and with a headache. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 306. A cacophony of tin whistles and shouts from the prison yard woke SUS John Bane from the refuge of sleep. His eyes adjusted gradually to dawn trickling through 3 small windows set high in the wall opposite his cell door. On his first morning at the Mustafa Barracks, he experienced a double awakening. To the curses and groans of his 8 fellow prisoners, and to a drench of pure horror as the full knowledge of his circumstances drove like a bayonet to the gut. Sight and sound disturbed him less than the smell of unclean bodies, bodies' waste, the reek of disgrace and captivity. Staff Sergeant Pickering unbolted the door. The 9 prisoners snapped to attention, grasping their chocolate pots. Pickering ordered them to the latrines to slop out the pots, back to the cell to fetch their wash bags, and double time outside again. Pressing their faces to a wall, they waited for Pickering to bring a tray of razors. The used blades were so blunt that Bane cut his cheek. A staff sergeant whom Bane had not seen the day before relieved Pickering. The NCO advancing towards them across the square was short, not a great deal over 5.5 feet, but he looked powerful, his shoulders wide and the exposed forearms thick and muscular. He had a neat, dark mustache, and his eyes were small and very bright, like berries. He was Staff Sergeant Brown. Under the barking of Brown's commands, the SUSs marched double time to the storehouse for buckets and brushes. For an hour on hands and knees, they scrubbed the barrack square. With that completed, they carried their mess tins to the cookhouse. Kitchen workers filled half of each tin with congealed porridge and bread, the other half with tea. The SUSs rushed back to their cell, inevitably spilling tea to eat. Next came physical training, which veteran inmates called physical torture. Under a cloudless African sky, Staff Sergeant Henderson directed standard military calisthenics, jumps, bends, push-ups, and sit-ups. Wearing full combat uniform, including heavy boots, and heat over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the men tired more rapidly than during the toughest training in Britain. Sweat flowed within seconds. In minutes, the men were winded. When one collapsed into the sand, Henderson kicked his ribs to get him back up. The men were gasping for air like stranded fish and trying desperately and ineffectually to press their bodies clear of the ground. Then, along with another 200 or so inmates in the square, they halted. Into the sandy square sauntered Regimental Sergeant Major Grant. Dressed more smartly than the already punctilious staff sergeants, he wore a tailored uniform with a hat and Sam Browne belt normally reserved for officers. A leather band with a shiny RSM insignia was tied around one wrist. Bane saw in Grant's face the bitter, clenched, and potentially vicious expression that seemed to be part of the uniform of the Corps. His apparent lack of physical strength lent him a powerful sense of menace. RSM Grant strolled among the ranks without a word, reeking disdain. "You will march at the double," Grant instructed the 6 new arrivals. "I give the commands mark time, then halt, and then right turn. You will then be facing Captain Babbage." Babbage was camp commandant. "He'll have your documents in front of him. He'll read out your sentences, which you already know. Then he'll read out the official rules and regulations of number 55 military prison and detention barracks. He'll ask you if you've got anything to say. My advice is to keep your mouths shut." Bane, a meticulous observer, was harsh in his unspoken assessment of prison staff. It astounded Bane that Babbage, slouched at his desk, was quite as repulsive as he was. He was very fat, and the sparseness of the colorless hair that was spread in ineffectual thin strands across the pale and lumpy baldness of his head made it difficult to guess his age. The open collar of his KD, khaki drill shirt, showed his almost imperceptible chin disappearing into the folds of flesh, and his mouth was half open and sagged slightly to one side. The rest of his features were smudged and blurred. His eyes were ill-tempered and bilious-looking, and the pudgy hands on the desk were noticeably tremulous. Captain Babbage dealt with each man in turn, reading out name, sentence, and offense. To Bane he said, 3 years penal servitude, desertion in a forward area. Bane was not expected to respond, and he didn't. Babbage, whose appearance did little to detract from his pomposity, launched into a speech he must have given before. You're here because you committed crimes. In your case, all of you, it's the crime of desertion. You're all cowards. You're all yellow. You think you're tough guys and you're not. You're soft and you're yellow. If you weren't, you wouldn't be here. You'd be with your comrades, soldiering, fighting. Well, you listen to me. You thought you'd leave the dirty work to your comrades. You'd have it nice and easy here. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you don't wish to God you were back with your units, wherever they are. We're going to punish you, make no mistake about it. Babbage continued in this vein, berating them for cowardice and threatening additional punishments. He warned, You get funny with us, and we'll smash you. He recited the regulations, which included no photographs to be kept, no smoking, ever, no speaking except on communication parade, which was 10 minutes per day under the eyes of the staff sergeants, 1 censored letter to be written home every other Sunday, complaints to be made only to the commandant, frivolous complaints to be punished by solitary confinement on punishment diet number 1, 8 ounces of dry bread twice a day and a bucket of drinking water, and violence or threats of violence to earn constraint in body belts and straitjackets. Any questions? There were no questions. RSM Grant returned them to the square and Staff Sergeant Brown. Brown ordered them to the cell and into full-service marching order, which means fastening on large and small packs, empty ammunition pouches, gas cape, and ground sheet. Brown drilled them for an hour outdoors, marching them forward and back, wheeling and turning. Bane remembered struggling for breath and being unable to see for sweat over his eyes. At drill's end, they marched back into the cell to clean it. The time was 11 in the morning. Tiffin, or lunch, was at noon. The same as breakfast, except that jam was added to the bread. The afternoon consisted in pack drill, during which Bane experienced a dark numbness that diffused some of his anger. Standing motionless, the SUSs were ordered to talk to one another for 10 minutes. This was communication parade. The staff sergeants walked up and down the lines, directing men who were not talking to speak to the man opposite, telling those who were speaking to watch what they said. Bane did not know the man he was facing, but, to avoid a reprimand from Sergeant Staff Brown, asked him his civilian job. He had worked at Watney's brewery. Brown ordered Bane to continue talking, and he asked, "Read any good books lately?" This made the man smile, prompting a rebuke from Staff Sergeant Brown. "I catch you two grinning again, I'll have your dinners." At Mustafa Barracks, smiling on parade was a punishable offense. Late afternoon brought the last meal of the day, watery mutton stew with rice. The SUSs ate silently in their cells, and the lights went out on schedule at 9:30 p.m. John had completed a full day, Bane wrote, one which, with perhaps minor changes, would be the model for every other weekday he would spend as a prisoner in this place. Some days were different in one respect. They were worse. 6 weeks into Bane's confinement, the administration introduced a novel punishment: the hill. One afternoon, a truck delivered 3 loads of sand that the SUSs piled into a corner of the square. They returned to their cells that night wondering what new torment the sand portended. Ray Rigby, a British writer who, as a soldier, served 2 spells in a British military prison in North Africa, wrote about another sand pile in his novel, The Hill. As at the Mustafa Barracks, his fictionalized prison received truckloads of sand without explanation one day. All day long, trucks roared into the prison grounds and deposited the sand, and slowly the hill began to take shape. The prisoners, bare to the waist, sweating in the intense heat, shoveled away in silent fury. The hill grew, reinforced with large rocks, until the men had built it up to a height of 60 feet. Rigby wrote that every man-jack of them hated the sight of it. They were ordered to scale its summit and race down the far side again and again, until they could no longer walk, let alone run. A staff sergeant forced one prisoner over the hill so many times that it killed him. The hill of the novel symbolized everything the inmates and even a few guards despised about British military justice. At Mustafa Barracks, on the morning after the SUSs had piled the sand up at one corner of the square, the staff sergeants ordered them to collect 2 buckets each. Columns of inmates ran double time with a bucket in each hand, filled them with sand, ran to the diagonal corner of the square, and poured it out. The morning's labor succeeded in moving the entire hill from one corner to the other. When they had finished, their lungs gasping for the dry desert air, the men were ordered to move the sand back again. This would be repeated, along with drills and physical training, every day. The sand hill at Mustafa Barracks epitomized the Sisyphean absurdity of their daily tasks. Bane called it the sheer lunacy of the regimen. Joseph Heller, who served as a bombardier in the U.S. Army Air Forces in Italy, observed a similar madness in his army's punishment system. It led him to conceive the character of a habitual deserter, ex-private first-class Wintergreen, in his comic masterpiece, Catch-22. Each time he went AWOL, he was caught and sentenced to dig and fill up holes 6 feet deep, wide, and long for a specific length of time. Each time he finished his sentence, he went AWOL again. Ex-PFC Wintergreen accepted his role of digging and filling up holes with all the uncomplaining dedication of a true patriot. It's not a bad life, he would observe, philosophically, and I guess somebody has to do it. On alternate Sundays, the men at Mustafa Barracks wrote letters. Bane wanted to write to his brother, but he did not know where Kenneth's unit of the Royal Engineers was stationed. He had no desire to communicate with his parents, so he fabricated a family as remote from his own as his imagination could contrive. This Bane family's exalted address was Radcliffe Hall, Long Willerton, Hampshire. His letters referred to his younger brother at Eton and their fox-hunting sister. Knowing that Captain Babbage censored inmates' letters, Bane employed as many difficult words as he could to force the lazy officer to consult a dictionary. Commandant Babbage, RSM Grant, and the staff sergeants held absolute power over Bane and the other prisoners. They could insult them, humiliate them, and batter them. Any man who allowed himself to be provoked into striking back was restrained in a body belt and out of sight of other prisoners, beaten senseless. In Rigby's The Hill, based on the author's experience, the camp medical officer accepted the staff sergeant's explanations that prisoners with broken noses and ribs had fallen down. Bane did not mention similar cover-ups by the MO at Mustafa Barracks, but he noticed that no staff sergeant was reprimanded for mistreatment. Every night in their cells, some of the men whispered amongst themselves. They did it softly to avoid detection by staff sergeants listening at their doors, but Chalky White, cocky as ever, sometimes raised his voice. On one occasion, Staff Sergeant Hardy flew into the cell and shouted at White, "You've been communicating, haven't you?" "No, Staff." "I saw you. I heard you. You were communicating, you horrible little man, weren't you?" "Yes, Staff." Hardy imposed punishment diet number 1, bread and desert soup, in a solitary cell for 3 days. Stating that it took 2 to communicate, he charged Bill Farrell with listening, and gave him the same sentence. 3 days later, The two prisoners returned to the communal cell, chastened and starving. In the parade square one afternoon, harsh sunlight glowing off the white walls made Bane squint. Suddenly, Staff Sergeant Pickering called out, "You there! What do you think you're grinning at?" Bane thought Pickering was speaking to someone else until he closed on Bane's ear. "You horrible man! Answer when I ask you a question. What do you find so funny? Why were you grinning?" "I wasn't grinning, Staff." "Are you calling me a liar?" "I was frowning. The sun was in my eyes. I've got fuck all to laugh at." "You're right. You've got fuck all to laugh at, and you'll have a bit less tomorrow when you're on Jockey's diet." The next morning, in Captain Babbage's office, RSM Grant read out the charge. "Smiling on parade." Bane pleaded to Babbage. "I wasn't smiling, sir. The sun was in my eyes. I was frowning." "If the staff sergeant says you were smiling," Babbage replied, "that's what you were doing." He sentenced him to 3 days on punishment diet number 1 in solitary confinement. The isolation cell on the upstairs floor in one of the barracks measured 6 by 8 feet. 3 blankets, a piss pot, and a bucket of water lay on the stone floor. When Staff Sergeant Hardy locked him in, Bane thought, "Got to stay here for 3 days, 72 hours, with nothing to do, nothing to read, nothing to look at. I shall go mad." Bane squatted on the ground and thought back to the first book of poems he'd ever read, Algernon Methune's Anthology of Modern Verse. With the fond recollection of a first love, he saw his teenaged self open the book at Thomas Hardy's Afterwards. "When the present has latched its postern behind my tremulous stay." Reading a sequence of Hardy poems had afforded a kind of pleasure he had not known before. The next poem he had read was Walter de la Mare's Farewell, which he whispered to himself in the cell. "When I lie where shades of darkness shall no more assail mine eyes, nor the rain make lamentation when the wind sighs. How will fare the world whose wonder was the very proof of me? Memory fades, must be remembered, perishing be." Reciting verse eased the first hours of idleness and solitude. He was soon recalling when and where he had discovered various poets. T.S. Eliot and A.E. Housman came in the winter of 1938, during the Junior Amateur Boxing Association Championship at the Holborn Stadium Club. His thoughts wandered forward to that long and golden summer of 1940, a lyrical interlude of sheer pagan bliss in the arms of a girl named Barbara. Where, he wondered, was she? He feared she was probably bringing comfort and joy to some well-hung GI. Putting her out of his mind, he paced the cell. There were 4 more hours until the evening slice of dry bread. Bane had until then resisted the temptation to hate the guards, keeping at bay emotions that he believed self-destructive. But hunger for food and books was forcing him to despise Pickering. Even if smiling on parade had been a legitimate cause for a penalty, Bane had not been smiling. He had not done anything. Childlike rage consumed him, and he sought an outlet in imagined acts of revenge. He saw himself after the war, walking up to Pickering in a pub. He would ask the former staff sergeant whether he recognized him. Pickering would say no. Bane would answer, "Does Mustafa Alexandria mean anything to you?" As Pickering made for the exit, Bane would grab him by the arm. At the moment of retribution, reality intervened, in the form of commands barked by the staff sergeants outside. Bane was suddenly embarrassed, even a little ashamed, as if his fantasizing had been observed. As the hours passed, filling time challenged his imagination. He tried to name a novelist for each letter of the alphabet, then a composer, then a boxer, a poet, a cricketer, a politician, and so on. Hardy opened the door threw him his evening slice of bread, and said, "Try not to make a pig of yourself." The guard taunted Bane with that night's menu at the sergeant's mess: steak, fried potatoes, salad, fruit, cheese, and afterwards, drinks in the bar. How's that sound? Sounds very nice, Staff. You fancy yourself, don't you? You think you're a fly man. Well, you're not. You're nothing. You're nobody. And let me tell you this. There are a few of us got our eyes on you. So watch your step, my lad, or you're going to get a lot worse than PD-1. That evening, an unexpected act of near kindness by Staff Sergeant Brown plunged Bane into confusion. Brown came into the cell just before lights out and told him to get his blankets ready for the night. "I'd use one of them for a pillow if I was you," he said. "And keep your clothes on. Gets cold in the night." Brown's words, so unexpected, hinted at something approaching humanity. When the cell went dark, Bane regretted Brown's solicitude. Clinging to the purity of his hatred, he curled into a fetal position with his head on a folded blanket and thought, fuck 'em all, including Brown. Staff Sergeant Henderson woke him in the morning with another piece of bread. Bane kept half of it to eat later. When Henderson returned to the cell, he seized the leftover bread. "You've been hoarding food. You expecting a siege or something?" Bane's fists clenched, but he kept them at his sides. "Don't look at me like that, lad." Henderson exited the cell before Bane could move. Alone, without the food he had saved, Bane was more outraged with himself than with Henderson. His inaction made him feel cowardly. All right, he thought. They were right. Commandant and the rest of them, he was a coward. If he hadn't been a coward, he would have knocked Henderson's dirty teeth down his throat. He hadn't done it because he was afraid. He was afraid of the consequences. The body belt, the wide leather waistband with a steel cuff on either side to pin the prisoner's hands down so that he was a man without arms, defenseless against the time they crept, silent at night on plimsolled feet, to burst into the cell and use him as a punch bag and a football. He was afraid. Bane was closer to despair than at any other time since his arrest. But it struck him that Henderson's eyes had betrayed fear. The staff sergeant had left the cell quickly, much faster than usual. If Henderson taunted him again, he'd smash the bastard. Henderson did not taunt him again. The treatment meted out to him earned a mention in his poem, Compulsory Mourning. You'll be confined in darkness and will not allow you more than 2 hours light each day. You'll be on bread and water, there you'll stay, for 3 full days and nights, and we shall find, I think, that this will concentrate the mind. Bane returned to the communal cell after his 3 days' isolation, secure in the knowledge that he had survived PD-1 and could do it again. No news reached the inmates apart from what little seeped through in censored letters from their families. Bane did not know that his friend Huey Black and the rest of the 5-7 Gordon Highlanders were fighting that summer in Sicily. After Bane left them at Wadi Akarit, the Gordons had advanced north, up the Tunisian coast. Tunis fell on 12 May 1943, ending the North African campaign. The 51st Highland Infantry Division disembarked from Malta on 5 July, spent 3 days near Valletta, and landed unopposed on the Sicilian beaches on 10 July. The British and Americans achieved victory in Sicily on 17 August. But, as in North Africa, they failed to prevent the bulk of the Axis forces from escaping to fight again. Chalky White, who seemed privy to every rumor circulating in the barracks, told Bane that a second front was about to open in Europe. The army had begun recruiting men for the invasion even from military prisons. Soldiers willing to fight again would have their sentences remitted for the duration. Bane had doubts. The steady cruelty of the regime persisted. More days passed, each an ugly replica of the one that had gone before, Bane wrote. Bane's friend from the Durham Light Infantry, Bill Farrell, collapsed during drill. The sergeants took him away, and Chalky White told Bane later, "Bill's kicked the bucket. The bastards killed him. I'll get one of them fuckers for this, I swear to God." White and the other SUSs, however, were powerless. Bane, whose hatred of the guards was growing like a malignant flower, wrote, "It was outrageous that the mean, stupid, and sadistic staff, not one of whom had ever been within range of any missile more dangerous than a flying cork, should be able to abase, mock, and abuse men who were, in many cases, their physical, moral, and intellectual superiors, or at least had been tested in circumstances of pain and terror beyond the imaginings of their present captors, and whose failures surely merited something other than this kind of punishment." At the daily 10-minute communication parades, the men could not speak about Farrell's death within earshot of the staff sergeants. Instead, they rehearsed the formulaic exchanges of a suburban cocktail party. "Where do you come from?" Bane asked the man facing him. "The Midlands, near Coventry, what's left of it." The man said he had read that American privates in Britain were paid more than British officers. "No wonder they're fucking all our women." Bane asked, "How'd you get anything to read? Who gave it to you?" The man from Coventry explained that the regulations, the bit that Babbage never reads out, allowed any prisoner with more than 56 days inside to request a book or magazine. All Bane had to do was ask one of the screws. Bane considered which staff sergeant to approach, settling on Brown. Brown, the short sergeant who had advised him how best to use his blankets in solitary, was probably the least overtly hostile and sadistic. Bane found a chance 2 days later when Brown took charge of the cell. "Excuse me, staff," he said. Brown, startled that an inmate would speak before spoken to, said, "Well?" "I wondered if I could get something to read," Bane dared, with the innocence of Oliver Twist asking more. "And what put that into your head?" Bane answered that the regulations allowed him books and magazines. Brown demanded to know who had told him that. Bane protected his source, saying only that it was someone he did not know on communication parade. Peeved, Brown left to find something for Bane to read. He returned a few minutes later and threw a magazine in Bane's direction. Bane looked at it in the near darkness of the cell, suddenly seeing that the letters were in Arabic. Brown grinned. "Satisfied?" Bane lunged, but Chalky White grabbed him before he got close to Brown in the doorway. Another prisoner, Ron Lewis, held him down. Brown slammed the door behind him, and Bane yelled, "You little shit, I'll kill you." Lewis and White let him up. Lewis warned him that the screws would have strapped you in a body belt before your fucking eyes are open. Then they'll kick the shit out of you. He said it had happened to a friend of his in the Black Watch. Bane realized he should have kept his temper to avoid more time in solitary and a savage beating. Pondering what awaited him made him so ill that he could not eat the next morning's breakfast. At first muster, he waited for his name to be called. Nothing happened. He assumed Brown had not yet had time to submit a charge sheet, so they would come for him later. Chalky White said, "You scared the shit out of the little bugger. He's not put you on a fizzer 'cause he's so bloody scared." Lewis reminded him that, while Brown might be afraid to go against Bane 1-to-1, he had the whole fucking army behind him. Whether White was right or wrong, he had saved Bane from a beating. In his poem, Compulsory Mourning, Bane wrote, "But I'll get out, and then I'll drink to you, Chalky and Jim, and this I hope is true. As long as I am able to survive, while I still breathe, I'll keep you two alive." A few days passed without John being placed on a charge. When Staff Sergeant Brown took the rotation over Bane's cell one evening, he came in and gave him a book. Before Bane could speak, he left and bolted the door. The book was in English, George Moore's Esther Waters, which Bane told Chalky was a novel. Chalky said it proved Brown was shit scared. Bane did not believe it. Thinking that Brown was making amends for his cruelty with the Arabic magazine, he wrote, he was capable of remorse and of compassion. Some of the prisoners noticed 3 strange officers coming out of Captain Babbage's office one day, further igniting the rumor that the army was preparing to reprieve those who would fight in Europe. A few weeks later, Bane was called in to meet the Sentence Review Board. A colonel and 2 majors interrogated him in Captain Babbage's office without Babbage. The colonel explained that a second front was about to open somewhere in Europe. Many soldiers lacked combat experience, and battle-hardened troops were needed. Bane's division, then training in Britain for the invasion, was under strength. The colonel said, "We need every battle-experienced man we can find, and so we've been taking a look around various punishment establishments to see if we can find chaps who've learnt their lesson and are prepared to soldier on." With Bane's file in front of him, the colonel said he deserved his punishment. "It was a damned bad show. You let your comrades down." Then he asked the important question. Would Bane return to his battalion and fight? "Yes, sir." Later, Bane would say, "I'd have promised to be a human torpedo or anything to get out." Having served only 6 months of his 3-year sentence, Bane left the Mustafa Barracks that afternoon. After Bane's release, Scottish Labour Member of Parliament Thomas Hubbard asked the Secretary of War in the House of Commons whether he was satisfied with the living conditions obtaining at Mustafa Detention Barracks, Alexandria. The War Secretary, Sir Percy Grigg, responded, "I am not aware of any grounds for complaint." 9. Although most of the mentally and emotionally unfit men are weeded out before they get into the Army or in their early days at training camp, severe advanced training conditions and combat itself can put new strains upon any man. Psychology for the Fighting Man, pages 294 to 5. Storms made many of the U.S. 2nd Infantry troops, including Alfred T. Whitehead, seasick on the USS Florence Nightingale as she made her way from New York to Ireland. The 2nd Infantry Division had been fortunate in one respect. German U-boats that patrolled the North Atlantic to sink Allied shipping had not attacked their convoy. At midnight on 21 October 1943, in Belfast, Northern Ireland, the 38th Infantry Regiment disembarked and took a train to their new bivouac in the county downtown of Newry. Whitehead, whose ancestors had come from Ulster, discovered an affinity with the Irish. He made friends easily, and he enjoyed drinking with local men in the pubs. Accommodation was primitive, straw mattresses on wooden planks for beds, and chamber pots for body waste. A diet of cabbage, turnips, and sprouts disappointed most of the men, but it satisfied Whitehead. He enjoyed dark beer in Ireland's pubs, and he happily ate fish and chips. As self-appointed barber and tailor to his headquarters company, he earned extra cash to spend on drink and women. While most GIs got on well with the Irish, the Americans were not universally cordial to one another. Fights broke out between men of the 2nd and 5th Divisions. After some 5th Division soldiers attacked a youngster from the 2nd, Whitehead went as part of a 48-man platoon to clear the 5th Division troops out of town. Marching from one pub to another, they told the men of the 5th, "We've had enough of your bullshit, and if we catch any more of you assholes in this town, we'll kill you." Training included aircraft identification, map reading, hand-to-hand fighting, and the construction of booby traps. Whitehead took some of his leaves in Belfast, where he tried and failed to pick up Irish girls. Among the few diversions from the interminable Irish rain were touring United Services Organizations, USO troops, with singers the soldiers recognized from radio shows at home. On 1 April 1944, the 2nd Division assembled in the Mall at Armagh for a major address. The speaker turned out to be the 3rd U.S. Army Commander, General George S. Patton, old blood and guts, or in the troops' words, our blood, his guts, gave a rousing speech. Remember this: if you can't stick the son of a bitch in the ass, shoot him in the ass as he runs away. Whitehead liked Patton's colorful command of 4-letter words. The general's admonitions about the hazards ahead, though, hinted to Whitehead that he might be killed. From Northern Ireland on 17 May, Whitehead was shipped, along with the rest of his division, to a marshalling camp in Wales, where his company lived in wooden huts beside a cheese factory whose fumes sickened the Americans. Mornings were for calisthenics, afternoons for combat instruction. British-trained American commandos taught raiding skills, including use of the garrote for slicing off heads. The lessons were nothing if not realistic. One young soldier was killed in a not-so-mock bayonet charge. As rough as we were, Whitehead wrote, and as dangerous as the training was, I could see that we would need it all in the days ahead. Whitehead began an affair with a Welsh redhead whose husband was fighting the Japanese in Asia. I never knew what tomorrow would hold, he wrote, so I took every day as it came. War does strange things to people, especially their morality. For Whitehead, though, the war had yet to begin. On 3 June 1944, the training and the waiting came to an end. The 2nd Infantry Division boarded invasion craft and cruised from ports in Wales into the English Channel, while they hovered with thousands of other ships in the waters between England and France. Rough weather postponed the invasion. Naval commanders stood ready for the order to shell the coast and deliver the young warriors to the edge of Adolf Hitler's fortress Europe. Every Allied soldier who survived the D-Day landings in Normandy on 6 June 1944 took home unique memories of the longest day. Many recorded their impressions in diaries, letters, audio tapes, and books. Alfred T. Whitehead would write his recollections 37 years later in 1981. Although his 2nd Division landed at Omaha Beach on 7 June, D-Day +1, his memoirs stated that he took part in the D-Day invasion itself. He wrote that he and 11 other soldiers from the 2nd Division wound up joining the 116th Regimental Combat Team of the Big Red One. The 116th Regimental Combat Team, part of the 29th Infantry Division, had been loaned to the 1st Division to give it extra strength on D-Day and to provide fire cover for engineers clearing the beaches and roads inland for troops and equipment. The Big Red One had already fought in North Africa and Sicily, making its men who were not replacements America's most experienced fighters. Many 1st Division troops were resentful at being selected to fight again, when men who had never fired a shot were kept in reserve. The 1st and the inexperienced 29th would spearhead the American assault on Omaha Beach on 6 June. Whitehead wrote a lengthy account of his participation in the invasion. At 2:30 on the morning of 6 June, he claimed he was on board a troop ship in the English Channel when a loudspeaker announced the invasion. The men assembled their packs, each of which contained a raincoat, gas mask, K-rations, and a few other odds and ends. Whitehead equipped himself with an arsenal: 5 hand grenades, a trench knife, a .45 caliber pistol, and a Thompson submachine gun. We were instructed to rip off all patches and military insignia of rank, he wrote. Non-coms could be recognized only by a horizontal strip of white across the back of their helmets, while the officer's mark was vertical. Other than that, we all looked the same, just one long wave of drab olive-green fatigues. Whitehead hoped that the B-17 flying fortresses overhead would destroy German defenses before he landed. They didn't. German shore batteries unleashed the fury of their guns on the first wave of Americans. Whitehead, part of the second wave aboard a wooden-decked landing craft assault, LCA, saw his comrades slaughtered in the water and on the beach. Company A of the 116th Regiment lost more than 90% of its men, killed or wounded, within 10 minutes. That was at 6:30 in the morning. An hour later, Whitehead's LCA cruised towards the beach. Onward our wave rushed past rows of wrecked and burning landing craft, with underwater obstacles and mines jutting out above the water all over, he wrote. German 88mm shells exploded along the beach and on the LCA's line of approach. As the Navy crew maneuvered as close as it dared, a sergeant ordered the men off. The bow ramp descended, and the men jumped. Heavy surf dragged Whitehead, burdened with pack and ammunition, down. His feet could not find bottom. Bobbing to the surface, he gasped for air. Bodies and pieces of bodies were floating in the water and flying through the air, he wrote. Mines were exploding, men screamed and yelled, and those who couldn't swim sank in that bloody sea. He scrambled ashore, but land was no safer than water. American dead and wounded lay everywhere. One soldier's body had been shot in the back by our own troops who were so scared they were shooting wildly at the enemy and hitting each other. Whitehead became convinced that he too would die. The irreligious Tennessean found himself praying. Amid the relentless explosions, prayer gave him a strange feeling of calm. Something inside, an unseen presence, told him, "Wait, wait, I'll tell you when to move." But he did not see anywhere safe. It looked like the end of the world, he wrote. There were knocked-out German bunkers and pillboxes, cast-off life preservers, and lost gas masks, plus piles of all kinds of equipment. He thought the Americans were losing the battle and would be driven off the beach. One German 88 artillery piece in a bunker above the beach was slaughtering our men. Everyone coming near it was cut down. A Sherman amphibious tank appeared, firing from the crest of a small rise in the sand. It missed the bunker twice. The third round went straight through the gun slit in the concrete and exploded inside, silencing the 88. The battle raged for the rest of the day, although Whitehead's memoir omitted the assault at 8:30 that morning by the 116th Regiment, with a detachment of Army Rangers on the heights of Les Moulins. The Rangers went on to destroy German gun emplacements beyond the cliffs at Pont du Hoc. Whitehead wrote that of the 12 men from his division attached to the 116th, only he and 2 others survived. His memoir did not state their names. After nightfall, German planes strafed Allied ships. Whitehead recalled, big naval barrage balloons burst into flaming pillars as flak fell like hail on the ship decks. German bombs and American ack-ack fire turned night into day on every explosion, while creating a constant, deafening thunder. Whitehead tried to sleep in the bunker the Sherman had taken out, but the dead German gun crew, one of whom had been decapitated, spooked him. He lay down outside and waited for dawn. The 2nd Infantry Division landed in Normandy the next afternoon, when Whitehead claimed to have rejoined his company outside the town of Treveilles. The official history of the 38th Regiment stated the 2nd Division was in the English Channel when it received its invasion orders early on 6 June. It continued, the following afternoon, June 7, 1944, D-Day +1, leading elements of the 38th Infantry Regiment rowed landing barges to Omaha Beach, near Saint-Laurent-sur-Mer, Some barges hung up on reefs and obstacles, and men from the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Battalion, and the regimental command group waded and swam ashore to the debris-strewn beach, still under enemy fire. The 1st Command Post of Impressive, technical code name of the regiment, was in a sunken road. For 2 days, the regiment probed forward between the 1st and 29th Divisions. Whitehead somehow detached himself from the 116th and moved off the beach. I was waiting beside an old, shot-up farmhouse when I caught sight of Indian head patched soldiers moving along the road, he wrote. I was worn out and sat there until my own company came by, and I joined him, he added. They asked how the landing had been. All I could say was that it was just like what it looked like, and they didn't ask any more. The 2nd Division troops would have had little reason to ask him about the D-Day landing, because they saw its carnage and met its survivors the next day when they struggled ashore near Saint-Laurent-sur-Mer under German fire. 4 of 2nd Division's lieutenant colonels were killed in the initial stages of the Normandy invasion, hardly an indication of an easy arrival. Moreover, Whitehead's 38th Regiment was not before Travilla, its initial objective in Normandy, until 9 June. If he landed on 6 June, as he wrote, 3 days would have been unaccounted for. He may have been AWOL, as many men were, and chose not to mention the fact to either his comrades or the readers of his memoir. Whitehead's account of the war from the time he rejoined the 38th Regiment coincided more closely with divisional and regimental histories than his version of D-Day did. Records indicated that he was in combat with the 38th Regiment throughout the war in France. His memoir and the official history agree that, for lack of transport, the 2nd Battalion of the 38th Regiment marched 4 miles inland to Trebia on 9 June. Whitehead wrote, "Moving ahead through the green, flowered countryside, I was in a big field when someone opened fire on me. A low rifle crack sounded in the distance. The shot came from one of many German snipers who stayed behind American lines, hidden in trees or behind hedges, to harass the advancing GIs. The 2nd Battalion attacked Travilla, a town with a German headquarters 10 miles south of the beachhead from the north. The 3rd Battalion forded the river Aon to penetrate the town from the south and west. One platoon inside Travilla engaged in hand-to-hand fighting with the Germans. The divisional history described the contest for the division's first objective on the road south to the Forêt Cérisy. Only a limited number of hand grenades was available. Not until the closing stages of the battle were machine guns brought up from the beach area. To replenish the meager supply of ammunition, a French 2-wheel cart was commandeered, but the ammunition still had to be hand-carried across the river. Wounded were hand-carried on the return trip across the stream. The 38th fought without rest all night. Whitehead wrote of his German opponents, "They doggedly defended the town house by house, yard by yard, and we literally had to dig them out with a savage bayonet assault before they would surrender. I saw one soldier ahead of me empty a carbine clip in the chest of a charging German until finally knocking him down with the butt of his gun." The contest for Travilla cost the 2nd Battalion of the 38th Regiment 9 men killed and 3 officers and 35 enlisted men wounded. The battalion's official history noted, "The attack had taken 12½ hours, made without benefit of any substantial heavy weapons, and featured tough bayonet fighting and extensive use of grenades, which were available only in the latter part of the fighting." When the fighting ended, the 38th Regiment, together with the 9th, left on trucks heading south towards Saint-Georges-d'Elle. Then, Whitehead wrote as the convoy approached the Forêt de Cérisy, all hell broke loose. We'd driven headlong into a waiting ambush. Soldiers ran from the trucks to dig in against a mortar barrage, which set some of the vehicles alight. Whitehead sprinted to a house and leapt under a bed. the 2 2nd Division regiments dug in for the night, and the men watched U.S. bombers hit German ammunition dumps in the forest. When the Luftwaffe bombed later in the night, Whitehead jumped over a wall into a cemetery. He whispered to himself amid the graves of generations of French dead, "Damned if I'm not going to end up in one of these places before my time." 10. There is, first, the fear of death. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 347. On the morning of 3 June 1944, rain lashed the tents of the 5/7th Gordon Highlanders camp at the town of Grays, Essex, beside the River Thames, east of London. Reveille woke the men, at least those who could sleep through the storm, a half-hour earlier than the usual 0530 hours. Breakfast was at 0600. 45 minutes later, the men assembled outdoors in full battle order, 70 pounds of rations, ammunition, and other equipment, with an extra 20 pounds for those, like Private John Bane, carrying their section's Bren guns. To make matters worse, Bane and most of the others were hung over from a final night's drinking. Trucks collected them at their tent camp. The men rode somberly in the back through dawn's drizzle to Tilbury a few miles away. The machinery had been set in motion, and there was nothing much to be done about it, Bane wrote. Cigarettes were lit, but nobody said much. At the docks, the Gordons and the other regiments of the 51st Highland Infantry Division reassembled. Eventually, they boarded a landing craft infantry, LCI, a vessel that had dropped many of them on the shore of Sicily almost a year before. Veterans were familiar with the Spartan accommodations, while young replacements and former deserters, like Bane, were experiencing its discomfort for the first time. Once the men were below deck, they threw off their packs and lit cigarettes. Bane and Private Hughie Black, his 5-foot-6-inch Glaswegian mate from the North African campaign, inhaled and waited for the flotilla to cruise through the Thames estuary. Bane and Black, as their platoon's 2-man Bren gun team, shared the 22-pound automatic rifle and its .303 caliber ammunition. At 0800 the next morning, when the 51st Division was due to embark, Captain Forbes, commander of B Company, called the men up to the deck to tell them they were to wait a few more hours for better weather. As rough as conditions were on board, the news was not unwelcome. No one was in a hurry to meet death on a French beach. Bane was back in his old platoon, his old company, his old regiment, among friends like Bill Gray and Hughie Black. Black introduced him to a new man named Alex Stevenson. Mustafa Barracks was forgotten. Captain Forbes had told Bane on his return to the regiment 5 months earlier, "I want you to know that nothing is going to be held against you. You know what I mean, what? It's a completely fresh start. So carry on, and good luck to you." Gordon Rennie, another friend from North Africa, grabbed his hand the moment he saw him. "Johnny Bane," he said. "How are you, man? It's great to see you." In one poem, Bane would refer to Gordon Rennie, the world's pet uncle. Rennie, who had been promoted to corporal, arranged for Bane to serve with him in the first section of the 2nd Platoon and to shoulder the Bren gun with Hughie Black. Neither the platoon commander, Lieutenant Mitchell, nor his platoon sergeant, Sergeant Tom, referred to Bane's desertion or made him feel different from anyone else. This institution that Bane detested had become more of a home than his family's house in Aylesbury, which he had not bothered to visit between his arrival from Egypt and reporting to the regiment. The only man in Company B to withhold an unqualified welcome was his closest friend, Hughie Black. Noticing his old friend's reserve, Bane asked whether he was angry with him for deserting. "Jesus Christ, no," Black said. "I was just mad you'd gone off without me." If Bane had taken him along, he said, he would not have been caught. In March, the Highland Division transferred from Vache Camp in Buckinghamshire to Halstead near Sevenoaks, Kent. Intensive training began then. The Scottish regiments practiced urban street fighting in the bomb-devastated streets of East London. In Harlington, Bedfordshire, the 5/7th Gordons learned to deploy the new Wasp flamethrowers with a 100-yard range against simulated German pillboxes. The Highland Division conducted exercises on Salisbury Plain, Larkhill, and the Thetford battle area. These were followed by river crossings, reconnaissance patrols, and night fighting on the featureless rural plains of East Anglia. The Suffolk Broads coastal town of Lowestoft was the scene of their final and crucial maneuver, a dress rehearsal called Operation Fabius, on 10 and 11 May, unloading men and supplies on a beach under fire. The Scottish regiments of the Highland Division moved in mid-May to a string of purpose-constructed bases along the Thames between Southend and London. When the 5/7th Gordons reached a tent encampment near Grays on 17 May, Hughie Black was ready to fuck off and plead with Bane to desert with him. They could go to Glasgow, where Black had friends. Bane refused, saying he would rather go back into battle than return to prison. It's not a straight choice between the two, Black argued. We don't have to get caught. I know some that's been on the run for bloody years. Glasgow had by then become Scotland's primary deserters' refuge, as the L Triangle of London, Leeds, and Liverpool had in England. British troops on the run were joined by thousands of Americans, Canadians, and other allies. In the spring of 1944, the U.S. Army Provost Marshal noted that there were thousands of soldiers running around without passes or furloughs. Inevitably, the large number of men without identification papers or food ration coupons gravitated towards the criminal underworld for sustenance and false papers. Many deserters stole military supplies that gangsters sold for them on the black market, while others lived by armed robbery. One teenage deserter, a small-time criminal named Mad Frankie Fraser, later recalled, "The war was a criminal's paradise, the most exciting and profitable time ever. It broke my heart when Hitler surrendered." To track down deserters, the police made regular raids on pubs, gambling houses, brothels, and cheap hotels. Men at railway stations, dog tracks, and horse tracks regularly had their papers checked. A police trawl through the pubs in Soho usually turned up at least a few deserters. In April 1944, the New York Times quoted the American Provost Marshal of Greater London, Colonel Ernest Burmaster, that tracking down deserters was his office's main preoccupation. 11 days later, Time magazine wrote, "The Provost Marshal's white-helmeted, white-gaitered MPs, Ike's snowballs, made periodic sweeps of London looking for AWOLs. They sifted Red Cross clubs, dance halls, pubs, hotels, and railway stations, checked dog tags and furlough papers. In one recent 6-hour sweep, they caught 104 soldiers absent without leave, 3 of whom were wearing civilian clothes." One of the deserters had so convincingly impersonated an officer in full uniform with medals, including the Distinguished Flying Cross, that, in Time's words, he made the MPs who questioned him stand at attention. In May 1944, the British and American military police conducted joint mass raids on London's West End. On 16 May, MPs fixed bayonets to their rifles for a roundup of Soho's seamier night spots. The Chicago Daily Tribune reported that police apprehended 42 suspected deserters. They also trapped a 1-star general, but his papers were in order, the paper added. 5 nights later, on 21 May, The MPs, together with the Metropolitan Police, targeted restaurants, hotels, and the Astoria Cinema and Ballroom on Charing Cross Road in their drive to return deserters to the units in time for the invasion of France. In Liverpool, Military Police Lieutenant Timothy Sharland recalled that the city's military court was in permanent session during the war. Most defendants were charged with desertion. An awful lot of soldiers didn't like the idea of the war and they just pushed off, he said. Or they used the excuse that their wife was playing around with someone else. But in a place like Liverpool, there were some pretty rough people about the place. Around Bootle and Seaforth and Riverland, and places like that, not exactly places I'd choose to go and live. A lot of chaps were deserting and hiding out in places like that. Something more than fear of prison kept John Bane from deserting a third time. He could not bear to prove Captain Babbage right. Babbage's words, spoken on his first day at Mustafa Barracks, haunted him. "You're all cowards, you're all yella." Hughie Black, having seen Bane in the boxing ring and beside him at Alamein and Wadi Akarit, protested, "For crying out loud, Johnny, you're no fucking coward." Black tried again to persuade Bane to desert. As they smoked during a break in training, Bane repeated, "I'm not going to take a powder. Got to have another go, and I don't mind telling you I'm shit scared. But if I fucked off now, I'd never know, would I? And I don't know why. But somehow I've got to know. I've got to find out if those bastards in the Nick were right or wrong." 3 days later, 25 May 1944, desertion became impossible. MPs encircled the Gordons' camp near Grays with a triple ring of Dannert barbed wire and mounted round-the-clock patrols. Unlike conventional security measures, these were aimed not at frustrating penetration from outside, but at preventing the escape from those within the camp, Bane wrote. Throughout southern England, military encampments with British, Canadian, American, and other Allied soldiers were sealed from the outside world. On the perimeter of the 5th Cameron Highlanders camp at Snaresbrook, East London, bemused Italian prisoners of war noticed that they had more freedom to roam than their captors. The 21st Army Group, primarily the 2nd British and 1st Canadian Armies, was under the command of Bernard Law Montgomery. Promoted the previous September to Field Marshal, Monty worked furiously to bring to full strength divisions and regiments that had lost men in battles from Dunkirk to Anzio. The Second Army had gone so far as to recruit convicted deserters like John Bane, as well as to overlook the civilian crimes of men willing to take the King's shilling as an alternative to prison. Britain was running out of good men. After the RAF, the Royal Navy, military intelligence, and other branches of the armed forces, as well as vital civilian sectors like arms productions and coal mining, claimed their shares, the infantry received the rest. Some infantry commanders doubted the quality of their recruits. Major General Harold Freeman Atwood, commanding the British 46th Infantry Division, summed up the view of many senior infantry officers in May 1943. "The men we get in the infantry are to a great extent those not required by the RAF or with insufficient brains for technical employment." While the infantry was taking all the men it could find, it was weeding out others. The resistance to be expected by our landing forces at the beaches is far greater than anything we have yet encountered in the European War, General Eisenhower had written to Chief of Staff George Marshall in February 1944. That meant not sending men the Army believed were likely to break down or desert. In preparation for the French invasion, unfit men in the infantry were sent to support units. Overweight troops were the first to go. Those whose psychological profile disposed them, in the opinion of psychiatrists, to mental collapse were also reassigned. A May 1943 British Army pamphlet Casualty report explained. We can do very little in an actual battle area to limit the stresses and strains or to alter the adverse environment, and, given sufficient stress and sufficient strain, any person may break down. We can, however, sift out those who are likely to break down early. Because most of Monty's formations lacked combat experience, battle-hardened divisions like the 51st Highland Infantry and the 7th Armored Division were expected to set examples for units that had yet to be blooded. John Bane was skeptical that there was such a thing as battle-hardened. He compared veterans like himself to 18-year-old boys who had yet to see action. But the truth was that we were little better prepared than they were for the coming assault on the beaches of Normandy. General Montgomery's dictum, "The morale of the soldier is the most important single factor in war," applied, if not necessarily to all wars, certainly to the one Allied commanders were contemplating in 1944. In March 1944, Monty wrote, "We have got to try and do this business with the smallest possible casualties." Believing the war could be won by the autumn of 1944, the government decided in late 1943 to limit the number of recruits to 150,000 men. That left too few men in Britain's armed forces for commanders to squander their lives as they had in the First World War. The loss of large numbers of men to enemy fire, ill health, mental breakdown, self-wounding, desertion, and surrender would doom the enterprise. To avoid the levels of desertion that had plagued Allied operations in North Africa and Italy, each corps in the British Second Army was assigned a military psychiatrist. Every field dressing station included a combat exhaustion center, recognition that mental wounds were as inevitable as physical. The center's function, as with retreat for bullet and shrapnel injuries, was to return men to their units as soon as they could fight again. Efficiency, not compassion, was the prime consideration. At noon on 4 June, the LCI carrying John Bane and Huey Black cruised out of Tilbury a few hours behind schedule. Secrecy surrounding each unit's objectives did not permit commanders to unseal their orders until they were out at sea. When the flotilla passed Dover's White Cliffs that afternoon, Captain Forbes read that his company would land at Courceuille-sur-Mer with the objective of seizing Caen, the capital of Lower Normandy, on D-Day. A ferocious downpour was still lashing the ships. Bane recalled that the LCI circled around in the channel waiting for the weather to improve. It was a good 48 hours of brutal discomfort and stress before the storm abated. It was hardship they shared with more than 200,000 other men in the invasion fleet of 5,000 vessels. Not knowing their destination, biding their time in the rough waters, they waited for something they dreaded. By the morning of 6 June, the Highland Division had used most of its Army-issue vomit bags as their landing craft bobbed up and down on the waves. Bane remembered that time as 2 whole days of wretched discomfort and strain, with no easing of wind and high seas and a large proportion of all ranks repeatedly sick. Bane, one of the few to avoid throwing up, was nevertheless so ill he could not eat. Captain Forbes addressed his haggard and unshaven company under a cloudy sky to give them their orders. He added that, while the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division would go before them, they had the honor of being the 1st Battalion of the Highland Division to land on French soil. Bane would write later, "What I, with many others that day shared, was pre-traumatic stress disorder, or, as specialists might say, we were shit scared." The LCI had trouble finding Juno Beach, the 51st Division's designated landing area near Courceuille. The British landing beaches on the east of the invasion zone were designated G, J, and S for Gold, Juno, and Sword. To the west were the American beaches O for Omaha and U for Utah. When the LCI came to within 100 yards of shore, B Company's Sergeant Major ordered, "Stand by for landing." So much debris littered the shallows that the landing crafts could not reach dry land. Sailors lowered ramps, dropping the Highlanders into the rolling surf. The waves beat the chests of taller men like John Bane, but swamped Huey Black and others of average height. The regiment took its first casualty when a Glaswegian soldier's heavy equipment dragged him under one of the landing craft. Huey Black clung onto Bane's backpack to stay afloat as they waded to the sand. Once ashore, they sheltered from German shell fire and moved inland. A regimental history recorded, "There was only one exit from the beach, for mines had yet to be cleared from the dunes and from the marshland beyond, and the defile was congested by vehicles of the 3rd Canadian Division, one of the leading formations in the assault landing. However, by 8 p.m., the Gordons were all ashore and moving in detachments to Bonneville, 4 miles inland, where they concentrated for the night." The Germans had only just abandoned the hamlet of Bonneville, where uneaten rations in a farmhouse tempted the hungry men of B Company. Lieutenant Mitchell ordered the men not to touch the food and wine that might have been poisoned, or open drawers and cupboards that were potentially booby-trapped. Bane would later write a poem with traces of warning. They seized the city like a promised toy. Most inviting doors were booby-trapped. The wine was sour, they'd burned all the gold. The dogs and children snarled and cursed and snapped, and every woman was gun-hard and cold. The difference was that Bonneville's women and children, along with all the other civilians, had abandoned the village. During the night, the Gordons dug trenches in a field to sleep. They resumed their advance early the next morning, D-Day +1, towards the objective the Second Army had failed to seize on D-Day, Caen. They established defensive positions at Baie-Neuville, moved to Ramville, and dug in again along the Caen Canal. Mortars hit them all night. In the morning, Bane was surprised the heavy barrage had not caused more casualties than 3 men killed and 5 wounded. One of the dead was a young soldier from Aberdeen named Robbie, who had only recently joined the regiment and received only 12 weeks' training. Mortars did not kill him. He had managed to get the muzzle of his own rifle into his mouth and had blown away most of his head. Robbie's death would stay with Bane for years, as his poem Robbie made clear. It seemed impossible that anyone would live, but when the morning came, things weren't too bad. They checked their losses, only 3 were dead, among them Robbie, clever for once he had, sucked on his rifle muzzle like a straw, and somehow blown away most of his head. A pattern was emerging. The Gordons stopped to dig in, chased the retreating Germans before they could rest, and dug in again. Bane, wearied, digging, marching, and digging without sleep. On the 3rd day, Caen seemed as distant as when they landed. The Germans hit the Highlanders day and night. From the treetops, snipers took out men one at a time. On the ground, landmines and tripwires killed and mangled. The feared multiple mortar launcher, the Nebelwerfer, whose projectiles the men called moaning minis for the screech they made before they hit, caused a large share of casualties. Among them was Captain Forbes, B Company's young commander. Shrapnel lacerated his throat, forcing his evacuation to the beach for emergency surgery. Forbes, although he had what Bane called a plummy accent, was part of a class he despised and had been one of the few officers to earn his praise. Forbes's deputy, Captain Urquhart, assumed command. Their first week in Normandy left the 57th Battalion of Gordon Highlanders with 98 dead and 209 wounded from their original contingent of about 850 men. At first, the wounds were physical. Medical clearing stations reported no cases of battle exhaustion on D-Day and D-Day +1. As Allied soldiers slogged through hedgerows, orchards, and minefields, some of them broke down. The percentage of British casualties from mental causes was only 3% in the first week of the invasion, rising to 13% the next. Within a month, almost a quarter of all injuries were battlefield trauma. Doctors put them to sleep with injections of Nembutal, hoping to return them to the line when they awoke. As casualties, physical and mental, mounted, Hughie Black told his trench mate, "I'd fuck off if there was anywhere to run to." Bane, suppressing his fear, refused to consider running away. There were moments, however, when the storm of German artillery and machine guns made Mustafa Barracks look inviting. 11. It takes more than brains to make a good soldier. It takes guts. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 295. On 6 June, momentous news circulated among Allied troops in Italy. Their comrades had just invaded France on the beaches of Normandy, opening up a new front against the Wehrmacht. Moreover, the American Fifth Army had liberated Rome, just a half-hour's jeep drive away the day before. Credit for the breakout went to the 36th Infantry Division, one of whose reconnaissance units had found a gap in the German lines near Velletri. General Walker, despite General Clark's misgivings, quickly exploited the opportunity. The mission was a complete success, opening the road to Rome. Maybe the war will end soon after all, Private Steve Weiss thought. Italy was being relegated to a sideshow. The Normandy campaign moved to top priority for both materiel and attention at home. Even Ernie Pyle, the Scripps Howard newspaper chain correspondent known as the GI's friend, had left Italy for France. That was where the war in the West would be won or lost, and everyone knew it. Troops in Italy, no matter how many battles they fought or how many men they lost, would soon be called D-Day Dodgers for missing D-Day in Normandy. This would be no help to morale, already low in Italy, owing to poor strategy, command mistakes, and tenacious German resistance. The replacements from Fort Meade packed their gear and climbed into open trucks on 6 June to rendezvous with the 36th Division north of Rome. At nightfall, they reached the battlefront of barren earth where the sight of bodies wrapped in canvas made Weiss physically ill. A sergeant counted in the 90 replacements who jumped from the trucks and got into sleeping bags for the night. Morning came, and with it a shock. The corpses of the night before crawled out of their canvas covers. Weiss realized they were not goblins, but ordinary GIs who had been sleeping. Awake, though, they were no friendlier to the arrivals than when they appeared to be dead. A sergeant about his own age ordered Weiss into a 12-man rifle squad and the 2nd Platoon of Company C, Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 143rd Regimental Combat Team of the 36th Texas Infantry Division. Weiss soon learned that the regiment had been wiped out twice before he joined it. The first time, at the Battle of San Pietro in December 1943, and at the Rapido River 1 month later. Only in the relative safety of the division's rear did some of the original cadre remain. Sheldon Woolworth, the 28-year-old Ohioan whom Weiss had befriended at Blanding, was posted to the same rifle squad. The two became foxhole buddies, The other 88 replacements were distributed among the rest of the division's rifle companies. The sergeant offered Weiss a choice of assignment. He could join a 3-man team to lug the Browning automatic rifle, BAR, a First World War vintage light machine gun that weighed 16 pounds and fired at half the speed of its German equivalent, or he could be First Scout. Weiss chose First Scout. Although the Germans would spot him before they saw the rest of the squad, he could move faster without a BAR. Weiss crouched in the dirt with his M1 rifle and awaited orders. Charlie Company's commanding officer, Captain Alan Simmons, came up to the line. Simmons, a native of Belfast, Maine, did not acknowledge the replacements, nor did he greet the veterans, signaling an absence of rapport with the men. The captain, aged about 30, looked to Weiss like an old man. Weiss thought that with his soiled fatigues and 3-day beard, he was locked within himself, his own emotional executioner, not unlike Weiss's father. The platoon sergeant, a tough but friendly Texan named Lawrence Kuhn, sent Weiss on his first mission with a corporal named Robert Rigel. They were ordered to find Company A, Able Company, somewhere forward out of radio contact. Bob Rigel was a 5-foot 7-inch non-com from Hershey, Pennsylvania, who had fought with the Texan Division throughout the Italian campaign at Salerno, the River Rapido, and Monte Cassino. Rigel took Weiss in hand. The young soldier immediately sensed in the corporal competence and solicitude he could trust. "The two of us headed out," he wrote, hacking our way noisily through a jungle of heavy underbrush. Skirting the side of a hill towards the canal, we walked in single file. As they neared the edge of the natural cover, Rigel motioned Weiss to stop. The two went dead quiet. Rigel listened carefully. Someone was coming their way. A lone German soldier with a sniper's rifle called "Kamerad." He was trying to surrender. "Damn," Rigel whispered to Weiss. "We're as exposed as hell, and it could be a trap. Might be more krauts around." Rigel patted Weiss's arm to reassure him. The German could come to them. When he did, they shoved him against a tree. Rigel searched him and told Weiss to check his papers. These showed that he was a Nazi Party member and a part of the Fallschirmpanzer Division I, the elite Hermann Goering 1st Paratroop Panzer Division. Rigel knew the division by reputation. After the Allies invaded Sicily, it had escaped intact across the Straits of Messina to mainland Italy. At the end of the previous January, 2 U.S. Ranger battalions had fought a pitched battle with it in the village of Cisterna. As the Rangers ran out of ammunition, some of them were captured. The Germans threatened to murder the prisoners if the rest of the Rangers did not surrender, a blatant violation of the laws of war. "Let's shoot the son of a bitch," Rigel said. Weiss said that was illegal. Rigel conceded. "I'd do it, but his pals are bound to hear the shot." They brought the prisoner to the 1st Battalion Intelligence, which assigned his interrogation to a Jewish corporal who had immigrated to the United States from Germany. The corporal thanked Rigel for delivering the prisoner, whom he planned to question for many hours, "before I throw him in the cage." Weiss, recounting his first patrol, noted, "We never found Able Company, but he had found someone in his new division to rely on, Corporal Bob Rigel." The 36th Division advanced north methodically, pushing the Germans up the Italian peninsula. The Germans were retreating, but they were not running. They regrouped, established defenses, and launched counterattacks against their pursuers. The steep and rocky terrain was a godsend to the defenders, hell to an attacking army. Allied troops in Italy paid a high price in lives for every acre they took. Shortages of trucks and jeeps, meant the Americans had to walk and climb most of the way, although they occasionally hitched rides on the sides of tanks. On the way to Grosseto, a coastal town in southern Tuscany, a staff sergeant ordered 1st Scout Weiss to cross a field alone in heavy rain. "The Germans are out there somewhere," he said. Weiss realized he was a clay pigeon, a fall guy, set up to make the Germans expose their position by firing at him. He marched through the mud, afraid but determined to make it across. Rain hit him in the face and dripped inside his shirt. He did not let his fear show. He wrote later, "I discovered that the battlefield is a lonely place, increasing fear to a higher, unexpected level, and alienating soldiers rather than bringing them together." The rain increased its tempo the rest of the day, pouring mud into the squad's hillside foxholes. For a moment, Weiss could not take any more. Feeling wet, cold, and depressed, my eyes filled with tears. Cradling my head in my arms, I cry. My tears merge with the rain. I think of my mother. I call out to her, in need of her comfort and protection. Weiss did not understand why he broke down, unaware that many other soldiers had the same experience. For the next 24 hours, the 36th Infantry Division marched through brush, pastures, olive groves, and swamps towards Grosseto. Sparsely inhabited, owing to malarial mosquitoes in its marshes, the Maremma region with its puteri, cowboys, and long-horn Chianina cattle resembled the ranges of Texas. Trudging through mud up and down hills, the only opposition Charlie Company met that day came from the harsh landscape and miserable weather. Slipping in mud, Weiss grabbed a branch that turned out to be a dead German's hand. The company reached the periphery of Grosseto, where the troops took a cigarette break. Using helmets for pillows, they slept beside the road. When Weiss woke up, the rest of the company was gone. Alone and lost, he went into the seaside town to search for his comrades. 2 armies were battling for control of Grosseto, while Weiss rushed from street to street. In urban fighting, soldiers had to be wary of rooftops, windows, doorways, and piles of rubble concealing snipers and booby traps. Dodging through the city, Weiss sought a moment's shelter in the basement of an abandoned house. It turned out to be the temporary command post of another American unit. An officer cast a suspicious eye at Weiss, who stammered that he was lost. "Lost?" the officer shouted. "Cut the crap. You probably took off like a jackrabbit." Weiss insisted he had not run away, but was merely cut off from his company. The officer told him, "Ought to have you court-martialed for desertion." Not wanting to end up caged in a stockade back at Anzio, Weiss took advantage of gunfire that distracted the officer to run outside. Searching for Charlie Company in Grosseto's whitewashed streets and alleys, he crossed from one side of town to the other. Bob Rigel spotted him approaching and said nonchalantly, "I thought you were either killed or captured." Grosseto fell to the 36th Division on the evening of 15 June. The old hands donned Stetsons and played guitars for a Texas-style jamboree. Replacements from New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the rest of America joined them in singing "The Rose of Old San Antone." The Tea Patchers had become a Texas division in name only. Most of the original volunteers had been killed, wounded, or captured. Weiss, listening to Texan ballads in every sort of American accent, thought that most divisions took on the same coloration regardless of attempted mythology. Myth was strong in the 36th, whose origins stretched back indirectly to the Alamo. The division carried a Lone Star flag to hoist over Germany if it ever got there. From Grosseto, the 36th advanced north, again on foot, and crossed the river Ambrone that night. They marched toward Siena through foothills of the wine country around Mont Amiata and Montalcino. If the Americans were short of modern transport, so were the retreating Germans. When Charlie Company spotted them, horses were pulling the Wehrmacht's heavy artillery up rugged Tuscan hillsides. American artillery opened with a barrage of 105mm howitzer shells, and panzers returned fire. Shells from both sides flew over Charlie Company's freshly dug foxholes. When the Germans extricated themselves and escaped north, Charlie Company moved towards their position. Weiss came face to face with a German soldier. He aimed his rifle, but the German, sitting upright on a tree stump, did not react. He was dead. The ground was an undug graveyard of men and horses, their flesh shredded and bleeding. Weiss recalled, the stench of decomposition pervaded the air. Although the army sometimes failed to send food and ammunition to men at the front, the army post office delivered their mail. Weiss received a letter that night from a friend in the Office of War Information, where he had worked in New York. He read it by candlelight in an abandoned house. The roof let in the rain, and stucco walls provided scant protection from German artillery. His friend had written that, despite her efforts, his request for a transfer to psychological warfare had been rejected again. This was the last time they would consider it. Listening to the mingling of thunder and 155mm long tom artillery, he knew he was stuck in the infantry for the rest of the war. How much longer would that be? At the rate the Allies were moving through Italy, it might take years. He wrote, I was nothing more than a dog-faced slogging infantry soldier. For troops who were not killed or injured, the only way out was surrender, a self-inflicted wound, insanity, or desertion. Weiss stuck with it. Proceeding on foot the next day, Weiss's rifle squad came to a farm. Its two-story Casa Colonica peasant house might have been empty, or Germans may have been waiting inside to attack the squad after it passed. The sergeant ordered Weiss, as first scout, to check. Weiss went cautiously to the door and kicked it open, ready to fire at any Germans inside. The only inhabitants were a peasant family, all four of them terrified at the intrusion of an American warrior. Weiss held the life of the farmer, his wife, and two teenage children in his almighty hands, and he felt a surge of power that he immediately despised in himself. The father, shielding his family, spoke to him in Italian. Weiss, who did not understand, used one of the few Italian words he knew. Tedeschi? Germans? The man indicated there were none in the house, but Weiss made a fruitless search anyway. The absurdity of the scene weighed on him as he went back to the squad. It did not seem right that, owing to his armed presence, the son had displaced the father. First Scout Weiss marched uphill ahead of the squad through heavy brush. Two soldiers in German uniforms suddenly stopped him. Rather than shoot, they put their hands up and spoke to him in what sounded like gibberish. Their Oriental features marked them out as Turkoman tribesmen, recruited by the Wehrmacht as a partial solution to its manpower shortages. Behind the Asians, Weiss saw 5 more enemy troops with a light machine gun. He knew they could easily kill him and eliminate the rest of the rifle squad, but they too surrendered. 2 Turkoman conscripts. A U.S. Army prison camp was preferable to a German graveyard. Charlie Company's commander, Captain Alan Simmons, arrived and ordered the men to fix bayonets. Company A, the same able company that had gone missing south of Grosseto, was under German attack on the high ground to Charlie Company's left. Simmons wanted Charlie Company to charge the hill. Lying in a fold in the ground, I fixed my bayonet and noticed my hands were shaking, Weiss wrote. The troops had trained with bayonets on straw-stuffed dummies, but they had yet to rip a man's guts open in face-to-face combat. Weiss waited for Simmons to order the attack, but no order came. Company A beat back the German force without bayonets. The squad went ahead to reconnoiter the woods up to the nearest hilltop. First Scout Weiss led the way. An American Piper Cub overhead was spotting artillery targets. As it circled, one of the more experienced veterans said the pilot probably took them for Germans and would direct artillery to their position. The platoon sergeant picked up the walkie-talkie to ask Captain Simmons to call off the barrage, but the walkie-talkie wasn't working. "All the lousy fucking luck," the sergeant said. "All right, let's get off this hill right now and fast." The squad ran down at top speed. Shells exploded behind them, spreading shrapnel and earth in their wake. A minute longer, and their war would have been over. The next few days saw a tedious slog north towards Siena through what Weiss called Italy's interminable hills. Australian war correspondent Alan Moorhead described the Italian campaign's frustrations. All advance, 1,000, 2,000 miles, there was always the enemy in front, always another 1,000 miles to go. Weiss and Sheldon Woolworth dug a foxhole in a valley where the Germans lobbed an artillery shell each time either of them moved. Weiss feared the Germans were targeting them, but Woolworth was pleased to see Germans wasting precious ammunition on 2 infantrymen. "If they keep this up," he said, "there will be an earlier end to the war." In the field, the squad's most dependable member was Corporal Bob Rigel. Weiss recalled, "He was in every major operation the 36th was in, and the only thing that I remember was that eventually he didn't want to share a hole with anybody. It was, I get to know somebody when they were going to get killed soon." Although kept out of Rigel's foxhole, Weiss stayed close to him. Charlie Company fought more skirmishes, took more prisoners, and conquered more territory. In 3 weeks, they moved 240 miles from their launch point near Rome. The 36th Division's 3 regiments, the 141st, the 142nd, and Weiss's 143rd, slowly converged on the walls of Siena when orders came to pull back. On 29 June, 9 months after the 36th Division landed in Italy, and 23 days after Steve Weiss became one of them, the Texans were relieved at Piombino by the 34th Iowa Division. The Italian campaign had cost the 36th about 75% of its men and officers dead, wounded, captured, or missing. It had earned some time off. Deloused in showers of DDT and dressed in fresh uniforms, Weiss, Woolworth, and some of the Charlie Company GIs headed into Rome on a one-day pass. Their mission? To eat and drink well. Rome lay in a shambles from months of German occupation and Allied assault. Many inhabitants had fled to the provinces for safety and food. Most of the city's businesses, including its restaurants, were closed even a month after liberation. Weiss asked some children in pidgin Italian where they could have lunch. The kids led them to a shuttered trattoria, whose owners opened immediately for the GIs and their youthful followers. The conquering heroes sat down to lashings of the first real food they had tasted since they arrived in Italy. Having been reduced to Army K-rations, Norman Lewis thought K-rations were so despised by the Americans and so adored by everyone else. They gorged on pasta, meat, fruit, and cheese. They also bought lunch for the children, who were hungrier than the soldiers. The Americans finished 5 courses at one restaurant and proceeded to repeat the experience in another. Liter after liter of ordinary vino from the nearby slopes, although red and raw, trickled down their throats, Weiss recalled. He was in a soldier's paradise, having survived 3 weeks of combat against a formidable enemy. A song came to him that Italian-Americans in Greenpoint, near his neighborhood in Brooklyn, used to sing. Oh, Marie, in your arms I'm longing to be. on, baby, tell me you love me. Kiss me once while the stars shine above me. The children accompanied him in Italian. Oh, Marie, quanto suono Anzio perso per te. Hearing the familiar tune, the cook rushed from the kitchen to dance with the proprietor's wife. The Romans, despite shortages, were generous to the young men who had expelled the Germans. Our tastes were basic, Weiss wrote. We roamed about on full stomachs and waved at the local girls who only smiled and playfully thwarted our seductive advances with the Roman sophistication, knowing we were harmless as butterflies. In common with many teenage Americans before they went overseas during the war, Steve Weiss was a sexual innocent. His passionate fumbling with a girlfriend named Jeannie in Brooklyn in the weeks before his induction, despite the earnest intentions of them both, had come to nothing. His 24-hour Roman holiday in June 1944 was so taken up with his stomach that he left himself no time for romance. In this, he was in a minority of the GIs in liberated Rome. 12. Sometimes the soldier's troubles cannot be attributed to any one person. Psychology of the Fighting Man, page 329. During his first week with the Gordon Highland Regiment in Normandy, John Bane felt himself becoming absorbed and obliterated as an individual by the familiar process of combat. Normandy was another North Africa, apart from the superficial hedgerows rather than sand dunes, orchards in place of palm trees. The smell of war, he wrote, was the same everywhere. That sweet yet pungent odor of cordite and fear and putrescence. Both war theaters engendered the sense of being dehumanized, reduced to little more than an extension of your equipment and weaponry, the constant feeling of being used as an object, manipulated by blind, invisible hands, controlled by a force that was either malignant or stupid, the sense of being exhausted in a metaphorical and quite often literal darkness, of being exhausted, frightened, sick, sometimes so weary that you slept while on your feet like a horse, an ignorance, stupefying, brutalizing ignorance. After their landing on D-Day, the 5/7th Gordon Highland Regiment moved into a bridgehead that the British 6th Airborne Division had captured. It consisted of the area around two bridges, one dubbed Pegasus for the airborne unit's winged horse insignia, spanning the Caen Canal and River Orne. Bane's battalion, part of the 153rd Brigade as it had been in Egypt, moved into the bridgehead on 10 June, 4 days after its D-Day landing. The brigade crossed to the east bank of the Orne and advanced towards a triangle of rural villages northeast of Caen, Ranville, Tufreville, and Breville. Part of the brigade, the Black Watch, went to Breville with the 6th Airborne. On the evening of 11 June, Captain Urquhart commanded the 5/7th Gordons in their first large assault of the campaign. The objective was Tufreville, which first received a battering from division artillery. The Germans responded with Nebelwerfers and Spandau MG-42 machine guns. While Bane and Huey Black crouched low with the Bren gun, Sergeant Tom called out, "Right, lads, up you get. We're moving in." Bane threw the Bren gun over his shoulder and went straight towards the enemy's Spandau fire. Hundreds of other men were risking their lives with him, but Bane felt a terrifying loneliness. Multiple mortar rockets exploded nearby, followed by the cries of the wounded that had sickened him in North Africa. Yet he went forward, part of the military machine, while Huey Black uttered endless profanities. A green flare shot up, the signal that Corporal Gordon Rennie interpreted for his mates, Jerry must be pulling out, Huey Black answered. Who's firing them fucking guns then? Rennie led the platoon into the village where Bane and Black saw he was right. Jerry had pulled out. So had the inhabitants, who had already endured a failed D-Day attack by paratroopers of the 6th Airborne against the German 125th Panzer Grenadiers. While the 1st Gordons moved into a brick factory on the outskirts of Tufreville, the 5/7th Battalion approached the village square. Bane recalled. In the middle of the place was a small public garden with trees, and, from many of these, hung dead British paratroopers suspended by their harnesses who had evidently been picked off by small arms fire as they hung helplessly there. On the lawns and flower beds of the garden, too, were more dead soldiers wearing flashes of the 6th Airborne Division, and others lay on the cobbled stones outside the little park. None was alive. The Germans had pulled their lines back to the forest, where their artillery kept the British troops within range. Captain Urquhart commandeered an empty farmhouse to use its cellar as B Company's headquarters and kitchen. The troops dug bivouacs in the ground outside, where they sheltered all night from the incessant shelling. Just before dawn, German patrols infiltrated their lines. B and C companies in front and on the left were drawn back to better defensive positions, but no one knew where the Germans would appear next, wrote a regimental historian. Squads of Spandau machine gunners shot up Urquhart's headquarters, while German riflemen attacked the British defenders in their trenches. By the time the Germans pulled back at noon, they had inflicted 28 casualties on the Gordons. They also took prisoners, including B Company's Sergeant Aitkenhead. Aitkenhead used a hidden knife to stab his guard and escape, but his own side's artillery nearly hit him on his run back to the base. The next day, 13 June, RAF planes accidentally bombed the Gordons, wounding 10 of them. This was followed by another German infantry assault. When the Germans pulled back, they resumed their shelling of the Gordon trenches. Venturing above ground even to defecate would have been fatal. Huey Black complained to Bane, "It's no right to keep us here. It's all right for Urquhart in his fucking cellar." Around noon, the cooks were ready with a hot lunch of stew and potatoes. To ferry food to the trenches, one man from each two-man team fetched it from the kitchen and brought it back to his comrade. They usually took turns, and this lunchtime, Bane made the run to the farmhouse. In the cellar, cooks stirred the stew in one corner, and Captain Urquhart attempted to radio battalion headquarters in another. The company bagpiper, who was also a medic, was in between, ministering to a huddled figure whose sobbing and choking voice was unrecognizable. It took Bane a moment to realize the soldier had no wounds. The neatly shaped, alert features had melted and blurred, Bane wrote. The mouth was sagging, and the whole face, dirty and stubbled, seemed swollen and was smeared with tears and snot. The boy was crying like a baby for his mother. The cook, filling Bane's mess tins with stew, looked at the babbling soldier with disgust and said, "I know what I'd do with the fucker. It wouldn't be send him back to Blighty." Bane crawled back to the trench to eat, but he did not tell Huey about the sobbing soldier. The young man was Private Victor Denham, a replacement whom Black already detested. Denham had joined the battalion in England a few months earlier. He obeyed all the rules, kept his uniform pristine, and exhibited a naive enthusiasm for combat. Black had physically attacked him before embarkation and persuaded Gordon Rennie to transfer him to another section. Denham's breakdown had shaken Bane in a way that was more difficult to contend with than anything else that had happened in Normandy. The trembling boy haunted him for hours because he shared the cook's contempt and felt even a stab of sadistic hatred. A more frightening thought was the intolerable suspicion that he was witnessing something of himself. Shelling persisted most of the afternoon, and Bane huddled with Huey in the soft earth. During a lull, Black offered to wash out his and Bane's mess tins at a pump near the farmhouse. Bane said they could scrub them clean with grass, but Huey reminded him that they needed water anyway. He would also bring back some calvados. Bane corrected him, handing over his mess tin and water bottle. Black ran to the pump, and Bane lit a cigarette. He had no idea why they were at Tufre, how long they would stay there, or where they were going next. Life was little more than a series of freshly dug pits, with the ever-present fear of ending up in one forever. A few weeks earlier, Huey had complained that the sealing of their transit camp on the Thames robbed them of their last chance of running to Glasgow. Bane pointed out to Huey that he could have deserted on his own. "I told you," Black replied, "I wasn't a-going without you." "That puts a big responsibility on me, doesn't it?" Bane answered. Huey absolved his friend. "It's my decision. I'm a big lad. It's what I decided. If anything happens to me, it's not your fault. I could have gone, but I decided to stay. Me, I decided. Not you or anyone else, okay?" He added, "Any case, nothing's going to happen to me, son." To commanders, decisive moments came with the capture or loss of high ground, offensives, retreats, and massive battles. To infantry soldiers like John Bane, significant events were personal. Surviving a mortar barrage, finding shelter in a building or a ditch, eating hot food, and losing a friend. The war itself meant nothing to Bane, who did not hate the Germans. Friends like Gordon Rennie, Alec Stevenson, Bill Gray, and especially Huey Black had come to mean everything. A close bond formed between two men trench teams. They would live, eat, work, and sleep together, one infantry platoon commander wrote. If one of them was killed or wounded, the other was quite lost. Bane's cigarette smoke floated upwards into the strangely tranquil Norman sky, when all of a sudden cluster after cluster of moaning minis screeched to the earth. The Gordons cowered in their trenches until, as abruptly as it began, the mortaring stopped. Bane took the risk of putting his head up to look around. Huey Black lay on the ground halfway to the farmhouse. Bane ran from his trench. He and Gordon Rennie reached their friend at the same moment. Rennie put his hand on Huey's shoulder, gently rubbing as if to wake him. When Huey did not respond, he slowly rolled him onto his back and blurted, "Jesus Christ." Huey Black's chest was gone, leaving a great, dark cave of blood and slivers of bone. Bane tried not to look, but he had already seen Huey's face, like the face of all the dead. The eyelids were not shut, but the pupils had swiveled up beneath them so that the eyes looked like those of a blind man. Bane staggered back to the hole he had dug with Huey 3 days before. He sat in the mud and stared across at the space where Huey should have been. Gordon Rennie dived into Bane's trench, saving him from his thoughts. "It was quick, Johnny," he said. "He wouldn't have felt a thing. If you got to go, that's the best way." Gordon arranged for 2 of their friends to dig Huey's grave in a row with 5 other Highlanders, and he assigned Alex Stevenson to replace Huey on the Bren gun. Stevenson was next into the trench. He offered to wash the blood from Black's ammunition bags, but Bane insisted on doing it himself. As the sun was setting, they buried Huey. Bane could not watch. He felt almost as he had at Wadi Akarit, when he fled a reality he refused to accept. This time, though, he fled only in his mind. It was not grief, but a departure from hope or love, anger or sadness. Stretcher-bearers soon transported 16 seriously wounded men to the casualty clearing station near the beachhead. "The lucky bastards," Stevenson told Bane. "It's a funny old world where you call somebody lucky because they've had their foot blown off." The surviving Gordons left Tufreville that night. A regimental history noted, "They were confident they could hold on to Tufreville and felt disgusted when ordered to withdraw later in the day." Bane, in his memoir, evinced no regret at leaving the village where his friend Hughie Black died. By this time, Bane was floating, as in North Africa, his mind elsewhere in another fugue. But he was not the only demoralized soldier in the 51st Division. The Highlanders had been divided into elements under airborne or Canadian command. They occupied and abandoned a series of villages around Caen to no identifiable object, and were not driving forward in a coherent manner. Commanders sent companies or regiments to dislodge fortified positions that needed 10 times the number of men. The fact must be faced that at this period the normal, very high morale of the division fell temporarily to a low ebb, wrote a division historian. A kind of claustrophobia affected the troops, and the continual shelling and mortaring from an unseen enemy in relatively great strength was certainly very trying. Diaries kept by Highland Division officers noted a loss of energy at all levels. Major David F. O. Russell of the 7th Black Watch, who had earned a military cross at El Alamein, wrote that, "During the whole of this period, the morale of the battalion was at its lowest ebb, which made the task of competing with the day-to-day troubles and worries even more difficult." The 5th Cameron Highlanders Captain Fraser Burrows echoed Russell's conclusion. The private soldier had nothing to think about except where the next hostile bullet or shell was coming from. Nothing was easier in a night attack but to stop, tie a bootlace, and disappear. In Normandy, this became more and more prevalent. I had one jock in Normandy who marched into battle with a bayonet up his backside. Lieutenant Hugh Temple Bone noted in a letter from Normandy to his mother an increase in desertions as the campaign progressed. "People get lost all over the place in battle, some deliberately, most quite by accident." Bane was not thinking about desertion. He was not thinking at all. The march from Tufreville took all night. At sunup, they halted. Bane and Stevenson dug a slit trench for themselves and the Bren gun. As soon as Bane tried to sleep, they were on the march again. For 3 hours that morning, they proceeded in single file on either side of a country road towards Escoville. When they stopped beside a hedgerow, Bane lit a cigarette and fell immediately to sleep. Alec woke him a few minutes later to say they had to dig new trenches beside a field of summer corn. Night came, and with it, German artillery fire that somehow missed the Gordons. In the morning, they moved into the deserted town of Escoville. B Company dug in behind a church that had become its headquarters. It was so quiet that day, 14 June, that the Gordons shaved and washed themselves and their clothes for the first time since they left England. While they braced for a German counterattack, there was little more than desultory artillery fire. On the evening of 16 June, the Germans escalated the bombardment, showering B Company with moaning minis and artillery. Alex Stevenson, who was outside taking a piss when it began, ran back to the trench. His foot bashed Bane's chin as he fell beside him, and both men hunkered down. As many as 30 mortars exploded at the same instant, gashing and tearing at the earth around the church. Bane wrote, "The fury of artillery is a cold, mechanical fury, but the intent is personal." The trenches afforded little protection from the relentless downpour. As in past engagements, Bane heard the wounded screaming in agony and begging for help. During a pause in the onslaught, Gordon Rennie dived into Bane and Stevenson's trench. "We're pulling out," he said. The platoon commander, Lieutenant Mitchell, was dead. Stevenson asked whether Mitchell had been the man they heard screaming. "Aye," Rennie said. "He was hit bad. Tom had to finish him off." Bane said, "Fucking now." "You sound like Huey," Rennie told him. Captain Urquhart called the company into the church where wounded men lay everywhere. He told them to regroup within the church's graveyard and use its wall for cover in case the Germans advanced. He ordered all the Bren guns into the west wall facing the forest. Bane kept watch with the Bren gun while Alex Stevenson shoveled deep to make another trench. When Bane heard a Spandau burst, he fired back with the Bren gun. "You hit anything?" Stevenson asked. "I hope not." German tanks approached Escoville at 19:30 hours that evening. An hour later, infantry units attacked battalion headquarters. The opposing forces clashed in and around the hedgerows and the churchyard until almost midnight. The Gordons pushed the Germans back, but they lost 38 men killed, wounded, and missing. German mortar and artillery fire resumed at 04:25 hours. At first light, Sergeant Tom, who had replaced Lieutenant Mitchell in command of the platoon, led Bane, Stevenson, Rene, and another man on patrol through the Norman hedgerows. Tom slashed through the foliage of a hedge with wire cutters and squeezed through. The other four followed him into a field enclosed on all sides by tall, thick hedgerows. As Tom cut through another hedge at the far corner, a German patrol spotted him and opened fire. Tom, with his Sten gun in full automatic, shot back. In the ensuing skirmish, Bane suddenly found himself staring over the hedge into the eyes of a German soldier. Alex Stevenson urged, "For fuck's sake, Johnny, shoot the fucker." The German raised his Schmeisser machine pistol. Bane snapped out of his daze and pulled the Bren gun's trigger. Nothing happened. He knew then he was dead. His legs gave way as if a sledgehammer had smashed into them. Stevenson jumped on top of him, taking the Bren gun out of his hands. Stevenson unleashed an automatic burst that felled the German. The battleground went silent, and Alec called out, "Hey, Gordon, Johnny's been hit. Gives a hand." Bane's mates carried him through the brush while he writhed in agony. Both legs were bleeding from the Schmeisser's 9mm Parabellum cartridges fired at 500 rounds a minute. By now he had become the wound itself, Bane wrote of himself. It was not a part of his body that was suffering pain. It was all of it. A medical orderly at battalion headquarters injected him with morphine and dressed his wounds. Bane recovered sufficiently to thank Alex Stevenson for saving his life, but he could not understand why his Bren gun would not fire. Stevenson told him the truth. "Course it wouldn't. It had the bloody safety catch on." His incompetence, the technical maladroitness for which he often chastised himself, had taken him out of the war. From France, doctors sent him back to Britain for a series of operations and a long recuperation. He would have many months to reflect on soldiering, violence, and death, while his comrades fought on towards Germany. This would lead to some of the finest poetry of the war. 13. The second great issue of The Flesh is Sex. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 365. By the time the 36th Infantry Division came off the line at Piombino in 29 June, 6 of its members had won the Medal of Honor. It retired from the line with a record second to none among the Allied forces in Italy, although the hard luck reputation from its earlier reverses persisted. When the Army posted the 36th alongside the 45th to the Invasion Training Center at the Bay of Salerno, the Tea-Patchers found themselves back on the beach beside the Roman ruins at Paestum, where they had begun the Italian invasion on 9 September 1943. They pitched their pup tents and were issued boxes of 24 Clark bars. Steve Weiss finished off the chocolate and peanut butter confections in a few minutes. Hunger still gnawed at him, as it did in Rome before his 5-course lunches. He walked off the base, climbed a fence into an orchard, picked 4 large peaches, as many as he could fit into his helmet, and devoured them. All that food, he reflected, must have been a prize for surviving combat. What he needed, though, was a woman. Many of the Italian women around Paestum had already attached themselves to rear echelon soldiers who'd been there for months and were likely to linger. The pencil pushers, as the infantrymen called them, had access to regular supplies that they dispensed to their girlfriends. Rivalry between frontline troops and those in the rear led to fights, and the two sides shouted insults at one another whenever Charlie Company drove through town in open trucks. The sight of clerks and quartermasters in fresh summer-weight khaki uniforms roused a sense of injustice in frontline troops sweating out the July heat in winter olive drab. Combat troops turned to prostitutes, whose numbers in southern Italy had grown in proportion to the level of starvation. Weiss got his chance one day when a roving brothel stopped near his bivouac. From a small group of unkempt, unattractive girls, he paired off with a short, black-haired ingenue. She warned him it was her time of the month, but the 18-year-old soldier had waited too long to be deterred. Unbuckling his belt and dropping his trousers, he began an impromptu coupling. "Stop that!" shouted the battalion's medical officer, whose unexpected appearance was as welcome as the chaplain's. Medical officers had frequently lectured the men on the dangers of venereal disease. "Stay where you are," came the officer's command. Weiss fled, pulling up his trousers as he ran. The military's efforts to separate soldiers from prostitutes had no effect. Films and lectures on hygiene did not impress young men whose normal impulses were intensified by the prospect of imminent death. A British soldier in Italy at this time prayed as he came under German gunfire, "Dear God, please don't let me die until I've had a woman." Syphilis and gonorrhea were no deterrents when all they brought were a few days in a hospital bed. One self-defeating measure was a leaflet in Italian for soldiers to give to pimps saying, "I am not interested in your syphilitic sister." Norman Lewis, the British intelligence officer, wrote in his diary, "Whoever dreamed this one up clearly had no idea of some of the implications or the possible consequences. Remarks about sisters are strictly taboo to Southern Italians. There are bound to be casualties." Weiss did not give up. He went to Naples, about 50 miles up the coast, on leave. A long line of troops that seemed to include everyone serving in the Mediterranean had beaten him to one backstreet bordello. Waiting his turn, he asked the soldier in front of him, "What's the babe like?" "Never seen her. Supposed to be a beaut, though." When Weiss went in, the girl behind the door was no beaut, but a skinny urchin as Mediterranean as a flannel cake, wearing a faded cotton dress. He could not go through with it. The psychological warfare branch that Weiss longed to join was operating out of an office in Naples on the Via Roma. A billboard advertised Franklin Roosevelt's 4 freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom to worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear, in Italian. Vincent Sheehan, a prominent author and journalist in Italy as an Army Air Forces lieutenant colonel, commented, "The sheer irony of the display can seldom have been equaled in recent times, for none of the 4, except the freedom of religion, which is the least difficult and least valued in this era, existed in our part of Italy." By this time, Weiss was siding with his frontline comrades against the pencil pushers, including the bureaucrats in psychological warfare. Like most of the other guys in his squad, he was becoming too cynical to sell the Italians ideals in which his faith was diminishing. General Mark Clark relieved General Fred Walker, whom he blamed for the 36th Division's bad luck, of command at the end of June. Walker's soldiers believed their misfortunes were Clark's fault for consistently assigning them impossible missions like the River Rapido crossing. Walker reluctantly accepted the post of camp commandant of Fort Benning, Georgia. The men requested a division parade to honor the old man. Weiss recalled watching General Walker from the ranks on 7 July. His face was furrowed, his expression grim, sad. He loved the 36th. 15,000 men stood in the bright sunshine and listened to the general's closing remarks, quoting from a letter he had received from the widow of a captain killed on the Rapido River. He read, "The next time you meet the Germans, give it to 'em." The new divisional commander was Major General John Ernest Dahlquist, a 48-year-old son of Swedish immigrants from Minneapolis, Minnesota. The career officer had served in the occupation of Germany after the First World War. His previous posts during the Second World War had been as Eisenhower's Deputy Chief of Staff and commander of the 70th Infantry Division in the United States. He had never commanded troops in combat, and his appointment was unwelcome to the troops who admired General Walker. Whenever Weiss was on liberty, he pursued his quest for erotic consummation. In Naples, he and a buddy picked up 2 prostitutes and took them to a squalid hotel. The women were neither young nor pretty. The encounter, although technically successful, was anything but satisfactory. In the morning, Weiss went to a bar near the port for coffee. The barmaid flirted with him. As he recalled it later, she asked, "Would you like to go upstairs?" The girl was kind and warm, and she treated him with as much tenderness as lust. Despite the temptation to remain with her, he went back to the base before his 24-hour pass expired. At this time in Naples, many troops did not go back. Reynolds Packard, the United Press correspondent who had saved one soldier from deserting, wrote, "Desertions became wholesale. U.S. soldiers would shack up with Italian girls and not return to their regiments. Groups of these soldiers banded together and became dangerous outlaws. Scores of amphibious ducks, land-water cargo transports, laden with flour, sugar, and coffee, just disappeared into the underground." Back at the Paestum base, the troops were put on alert. All leaves were canceled. Amphibious training took on greater urgency. The Americans went through intensive British battle drills. Weiss endured 25-mile hikes, the usual close order drill and calisthenics, bayonet and rifle practice, and map reading. Rumor had it that we would participate in an invasion somewhere in the Mediterranean. For the next 4 weeks, during night and day exercises, some lasting up to 48 hours, we trained in every type of landing craft. The 36th Division practiced for 15 hours a day between 8 and 22 July. The 141st Regiment climbed steep rock faces, while Weiss's 143rd worked on assault tactics. British ships took them to Mondragon to rehearse amphibious landings. A Royal Navy crew dropped Weiss's squad in the water, drenching them to their bellies on every practice run. "Don't worry, mate," one of the British soldiers said. "When we do this for real, you won't even get your feet wet." The training seemed inadequate to Weiss, with vessels crashing into one another in the surf, chaos on the beach as troops herded together when they should have spread out to avoid being targeted in clusters, and a colonel shouting, "You'll never get off the beach alive. This is an absolute disaster." Weiss's new squad leader, Sergeant Harry Shanklin, requested a transfer to the paratroops. When the Army approved it, Weiss feared going into battle with a replacement sergeant he had never met. The Army gave the men no briefings on the mission, no maps, and no instructions on what they were to achieve. They did not know where they might lose their lives. Northern Italy, Greece, Yugoslavia, and southern France were all possibilities. During a break in the rigorous training, Weiss went over to Company B, Baker Company, of his 143rd Regiment, to visit a friend. I immediately sensed a change in morale and mood between Charlie and Baker's officers and enlisted men, he wrote. Troops spoke naturally with officers, something that he could not imagine with Captain Simmons. The grunts of Baker Company remembered with affection the commanding officer they had lost the previous January, Captain Henry T. Wasco. Weiss did not know about Wasco, although most of America, thanks to Ernie Pyle, did. Pyle had written, "In this war, I have known a lot of officers who were loved and respected by the soldiers under them, but never have I crossed the trail of any man as beloved as Captain Henry T. Wasco of Belton, Texas." Pyle was with Baker Company when its soldiers retrieved the bodies of 5 fallen comrades, including Captain Wasco, from the mountains on muleback. Pyle's dispatch appeared in almost every newspaper and magazine in America, one of the finest reports of a peerless journalist. One soldier came and looked down, and he said out loud, "God damn it." That's all he said, and then he walked away. Another one came, he said, "God damn it to hell anyway." He looked down for a few last moments, and then he turned and left. Another man came. I think he was an officer. It was hard to tell officers from men in the half-light, for all were bearded and grimy dirty. The man looked down into the dead captain's face, and then he spoke directly to him as though he were alive. He said, "I'm sorry, old man." Then a soldier came and stood beside the officer and bent over, and he too spoke to his dead captain, not in a whisper, but awfully tenderly, and he said, "I sure am sorry, sir." Then the first man squatted down, and he reached down and took the dead hand, and he sat there for a full 5 minutes, holding the dead hand in his own and looking intently into the dead face, and he never uttered a sound all the time he sat there. One sergeant told Pyle, "After my own father, he came next." Henry Wasco was 25 years old. Weiss, who had never met an officer like Wasco, decided that this was the kind of team I wanted to be part of. On 12 August, with the rest of Charlie Company, he set sail from Pozzuoli on a British landing craft. On the journey over, Captain Simmons did not address a word to him. 14. You have to kill the enemy or make him surrender. There isn't any other kind of victory. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 17. Early summer nights in northern France were so cold that Private Alfred T. Whitehead had to strip a bloody blanket from a dead GI to keep warm. As well as the chill, nights harbored dangers as varied as artillery barrages, German patrols, and, for any soldier leaving his foxhole to relieve himself, landmines and snipers. Another hazard had not been anticipated. Near the Forêt des Cerises, Whitehead was told 2 men left their bivouac for a rendezvous with French girls. The romantic encounter turned out to be fatal. The next morning, the soldiers were found decapitated. Whitehead's commanders then issued an unenforceable order prohibiting fraternization with French women. Allied units advancing through France captured more and more prisoners. Whitehead distinguished 2 types of captives. One was a group of strange, dejected men speaking weird dialects and groveling before our soldiers. They were Turks, Poles, Russians, and Georgians. They contrasted with the finest spit-and-polish soldiers of the Wehrmacht, German paratroopers. These Germans were elite, arrogant, highly trained, tough fighters, and their morale was high. The laws of war demanded that troops protect and feed captured enemies until they turned them over to MPs. Whitehead wrote that this was standard practice until his platoon entered a town where American paratroopers lay barefoot and dead in the town square. The Germans had made the Americans dance on the hard ground until their feet bled. Then they shot them down like dogs. Although he did not provide details, Whitehead wrote that from then on, his division made it rough on the enemy. He did not admit killing prisoners, as American troops had in Sicily, but the implication was clear. Another private in the same battalion, Harold G. Barclay, later said that German snipers in Normandy were killed without mercy. His son, Cleve C. Barclay, wrote in his book, In Death's Dark Shadow, A Soldier's Story, snipers were seldom taken prisoner. Whitehead became more suspicious the longer he was in combat. He thought the voice or presence told him how to stay safe on several occasions. A squad mate, Private Paul S. Turner, gave him a cold feeling by saying, "Yeah, Whitehead, you'll make it to Paris, but I'll never live to see it." Turner was a fellow Tennessean from Roach Creek and went by the nickname Timmy Hall. Whitehead feared that Turner, one of the few soldiers he regarded as a friend, was invoking an early death. Whitehead never lost a chance to get drunk. When ordered to destroy a cache of wine and hard cider to prevent the men from drinking on duty, Whitehead consumed all he could before completing the task. On another occasion, bottles of wine hidden under a fence caught his eye. "I sat right down and proceeded to get drunk," he wrote. In fact, higher than a Georgia pine, he grabbed as many bottles as he could so the rest of the squad could get drunk too. The division met more German opposition on its march to the River Ele. Of the terrain, Whitehead wrote, "This was hedgerow country, and the going was slow and rough. No matter where you were, it was an isolated, miniature battlefield measured no more than a few hundred yards in all directions. The enemy positions were well camouflaged, and they made few mistakes. Even aerial photographs scarcely showed any signs of where the guns were dug in. They had their 88s and heavy machine guns placed in boxed-in apertures in the hedgerows at ground level. They could also flood rivers in their favor, and they had ceaseless, tireless patrols and numerous snipers." From the air, Normandy looked like a crazy quilt of patches held together by long seams that turned out on the ground to be ancient earth walls up to 6 feet thick and 10 feet high. Some sprouted trees that added another 30 feet. The bocage, hedgerows, enclosed orchards, fields, and pastures of varying sizes and shapes. The hedgerows themselves provided an excellent natural advantage which the Germans were quick to seize in building their fortifications, wrote Major General Walter Melville Robertson, commander of the 2nd Division. When troops managed to penetrate a hedgerow, they had to face interlocking German machine gun positions that covered the entire enclosure. The 2nd Division's troops dug in whenever they stopped. "It seemed like I was forever digging," Whitehead wrote. "Foxholes and slit trenches, foxholes and slit trenches." The German and Allied armies fought at such close quarters, sometimes only a hedgerow apart, that they could eavesdrop on one another. A replacement from the 5th Division, the 2nd's hated rivals in Northern Ireland, was assigned to the 2nd. The man was afraid and made loud complaints about his transfer. Whitehead had no patience with a whiner, and he assigned him to guard duty. A shot rang out. Assuming the man had been killed by a German, he thought, problem solved. Then the man called out, "Medic, medic! I'm hit!" He had shot himself in the foot. Whitehead's 2nd Squad under Staff Sergeant Kenny Coons reconnoitered enemy positions at night, while division artillery kept the Germans in their trenches. The patrols bagged German prisoners for interrogation. I'd get an enemy soldier by the collar, stick my trench knife in his back, and if he let out a yell, I had to kill him, he wrote. It was a terrible feeling. German snipers, some of whom stayed behind in trees or other hidden positions when their units withdrew, took a daily toll of American lives. Whitehead remembered they used every pile of debris, hedge corner, and bush to hide in, under, or in back of. He wrote that Sergeant Hardtack, who had trained him at Camp McCoy, killed 21 snipers before being killed himself. I still miss that old man, he lamented. This was undoubtedly Staff Sergeant Frank Kwiatek, at age 47, the oldest enlisted man in the division. 2 of Kwiatek's brothers had died in Italy, and he had sworn to kill 25 Germans for each one. Up to this date, his bolt-action Springfield rifle had taken out 21 snipers. Despite Whitehead's impression that Kwiatek died in Normandy, the division's official history recorded that he was wounded and survived this encounter to fight again. Whitehead wrote of young men losing limbs to landmines and being trapped by artillery fire in no man's land. No medics could reach them, and their comrades listened to their cries without being able to help. Whitehead confessed to thinking, I wish the hell he'd hurry up and die and get it over with. One rainy night, his squad tried to end one victim's suffering by shooting him with light machine guns. They missed, and the man did not die until dawn. German artillery in the Hedgerow fighting was so relentless that Whitehead would curl up in a ball like a cat to avoid getting an outstretched arm or leg blown off. American shelling of the Germans was just as ferocious. Towards the end of June, he recalled, American artillery started serenading the enemy with TOTs, or time-on-target fire. At times, we used TOT firepower to drive the enemy underground so that our patrols could operate. Paul Fussell, then a 20-year-old second lieutenant in the 103rd Infantry Division, described time on target as a showy mathematical technique of firing many guns from various places so that, regardless of their varying distances from the target, the shells arrived all at the same time. The surprise is devastating and the destruction immediate and unimaginable. It was less the artillery than an engineer's innovation that broke through the hedgerows. A 2nd Division sergeant in the engineers, Whitehead wrote, devised bulldozer blades salvaged out of the German beach defenses. With those blades, our tanks plowed through instead of over the hedgerows. Troops called the blades rhinos. A subsequent Army study of the improvised device explained, the rhino was run into the hedgerow by the tank, thus loosening the dirt and roots and permitting the tank to crash through to the next field with the minimum reduction of speed. Whitehead, who took rough conditions into his stride, detected inequalities between front-line and rear echelon troops. I lived in a hole dug into the side of a hedgerow. I ate cold, packaged rations and had no change of clothes. To the rear, there were Red Cross dugouts with coffee and donuts, but I never saw them. The system that kept a small percentage of troops constantly at the front, while the majority of the men in uniform were out of danger in the rear, did not cause him any further reflection. He was disgruntled rather than rebellious, like the dog-faced GIs Willie and Joe in Bill Malden's cartoons for Stars and Stripes. He killed Germans without regret because that was his job. Many men in his unit died in battle, but he was not close enough to most of them to feel any loss. When a young Jewish soldier eating rations beside him was suddenly shot dead, Whitehead's only impression was, he was dead, killed by a stray bullet. Another soldier's life passed one of the nearly 800 casualties lost by our regiment so far. The exception to his indifference was Private Paul Turner, the Tennessee friend whom he called Timmy Haw. In the evening of 10 July, Timmy Haw and some of the other men played cards to pass the time. When Turner won, he tried to repay Whitehead some money he owed him. Whitehead told him not to bother. Timmy Haw insisted. "You'll make it through the war," he said, "but I haven't got long left." Whitehead hated to hear his friend speak that way. The next day, the 2nd Division was given the objective of conquering Hill 192, so called, because it was 192 meters above sea level, overlooking the town of Saint-Lô. Hill 192 presented a formidable obstacle, ringed with German gun emplacements, strong points, and deep reinforced trenches. At 6 o'clock on the morning of 11 July, the U.S. assault on Hill 192 erupted as bombs from the 9th Tactical Air Force and thousands of artillery shells decimated the enemy positions. The 9th Regiment made a feint along one side of the hill to distract German attention from the main assault by the 23rd and 38th. Whitehead's platoon went forward in trucks. When they stopped on the road, his friend Timmy Haw jumped off to piss. A moment later, Whitehead heard the explosion of a bouncing Betsy mine, so called because it sprang up to chest height, spreading more than 100 ball bearings over 50 yards in all directions. Suddenly, Turner grabbed his bleeding chest, staggered over to Whitehead, and gasped, "Oh, my lordy!" Then he died. As he predicted, he would not see Paris. Whitehead wrote, "I don't believe I ever felt as bad in my life as I did just then." There was an old abandoned barn near the road, and I carried Timmy Haw into it, where I broke down and wept bitterly. Death closed the door on our friendship, and it was hard to accept the sudden shock that my closest friend was gone forever. Tears were running down my face as I said a short prayer, then took all his ammunition and his map, covered him with a blanket, and as I ran out of there I swore, "Those sons of bitches are going to pay for this today." The mine that killed Turner took 2 other lives and left 3 wounded. The other dead were Privates Roy L. Swardfager and Pedro S. Sanchez. Sanchez had turned 18 that day. Among the wounded were Sergeant Hawks, which left Whitehead as acting platoon leader in his place. The squad rushed up Hill 192. Whitehead saw a German and was ready to take revenge, but the man was already dead. Another Kraut, lying wounded on the slope, motioned to Whitehead to stay back. It took Whitehead a moment to understand that the man was warning him he had been booby-trapped. An American medic went to the German's aid, leaving Whitehead no time to shout. The booby-trap killed both the medic and the German. By the time Whitehead reached the summit, he had yet to keep his promise to avenge Turner. A German shell exploding in the treetops sent Whitehead flying. When he hit the ground, he thought he had lost a leg. The leg was bleeding, but intact. He scrambled for safety under a large cooking pot. Soon a bayonet propped up the pot, and a voice said, "Oh, it's you, Whitehead." Both GIs ran to a farmhouse where a German soldier coming down the stairs put his hands up. Whitehead shot him dead. Another German, Whitehead wrote, lunged at him from the corridor and tried to stab him with his bayonet. The blade cut Whitehead's hand, and he shot the German with his Thompson submachine gun. He claimed that he grabbed a German .30 caliber machine gun and ran outside, firing blind as he went. When Germans attempted to surrender, I mowed them down and didn't stop until I reached the 3rd Hedgerow, where I sat down. The 38th Infantry Regiment captured Hill 192 later that day, with Whitehead's 2nd Battalion losing 22 killed and 158 wounded. One of the 83 German prisoners told interrogators that he had been told the division's Indian head patch signified that the soldiers were American Indians intent on taking German scalps. Whitehead claimed that the Army awarded him both a Silver Star and a Purple Heart for his actions on Hill 192. His service record confirmed that he'd earned 1 Silver Star, 3 Bronze Stars, and the Combat Infantry Badge and the Presidential Unit Citation Award, but no Purple Heart. Many 2nd Division veterans later doubted Whitehead's heroism, despite his awards and the fact that he was promoted to corporal. On Hill 192, however, he lost more than he gained. I went a little crazy with the rest of the world that day. I know that I left a part of me back there on Hill 192. Part of me died along with my friend Timmy Hall and my comrades Sanchez, Squire Fager, and others. Just as surely as they had died, part of my being died with them, and a cold, merciless killer emerged. 15. As a unit gets nearer to combat, new worries develop. Actual battle is likely to increase them. Psychology for the Fighting Man, page 347. On 13 August 1944, a cryptic message went to the USS Bayfield, a troop transport that had served at Utah Beach in June and was now carrying the 36th Infantry Division's new commander, Major General John E. Dahlquist. The decoded transmission informed the general, D-Day, 15 August 1944, H-hour, 0800 hours. With barely 40 hours to go, the men were informed their mission was to invade France via its southern beaches. All that most of them knew about the French Riviera was what they had seen in movies or read in F. Scott Fitzgerald. Soon, provided they drove the German army back, they would see the famed resorts of Saint-Tropez, Caen, and Nice. At almost the same time, the BBC broadcast a message to France, "Nancy has a stiff neck." This was the signal for the French resistance to mobilize and hit the Germans in the rear. A few hundred American, British, and Free French paratroopers had already landed in France to support the local résistants. A fabulous armada of 885 ships with more than 1,000 smaller landing vessels stowed on deck, steamed along the Mediterranean past the islands of Sardinia and Corsica towards the French coast. Looking at the ships from the deck of a Royal Navy Landing Craft Infantry, LCI, Private Steve Weiss experienced the magnitude of American power. His worry, in common with most of the other 151,000 American and Free French soldiers, was more personal than military. While generals needed beachheads to push men and equipment deep into enemy-held territory, a mere private like Steve Weiss wondered whether he would shoot straight without breaking down or running away. More than that, he wanted to stay alive. Many of the troops carried lucky charms or wrote letters home that they suspected might be their last. Weiss did neither. His world revolved around a persistent ache in my stomach, a common sensation in anticipation of danger. A British sailor who had put Americans ashore at Normandy 2 months before told Weiss what had gone wrong during the 6 June invasion. Tanks dropped in deep water sank to the bottom. Men drowned. Others ended up at the wrong beaches, and more were cut down before they reached the shoreline. Weiss asked Bob Rigel if he thought they would survive. Rigel kept his thoughts to himself. He may have worried for his own life, but the 28-year-old veteran bore an added responsibility for teenage privates to whom he was the old man, the corporal of the squad, the guy they would look to when they didn't know what to do. He had no answer to Weiss's question. No one did. The answer was on the beach. Weiss and the other 200 American infantry men aboard the LCI did not know, because military secrecy did not permit them to, that Winston Churchill was watching them from the bridge of the British destroyer HMS Kimberley. The U.S. Army's official war history said the British Prime Minister enjoyed a ringside seat at what many believed was one of the gravest Allied strategic mistakes of the war. As the most fervent opponent of the southern French invasion, Churchill had employed his usually effective powers of persuasion on both President Roosevelt and General Dwight Eisenhower to thwart Operation Dragoon. The Allies, he argued, should have concentrated the Mediterranean forces in Italy and possibly the Balkans to expel Hitler's legions before the Soviets did. Only 10 days before this D-Day, Churchill had urged Eisenhower to divert the 7th Army from the Riviera to Brittany. Vindication of his strategy would come only if Germans drove the 36th Division, along with the rest of 7th Army, back into the sea. If Weiss had known how Churchill felt, his stomach might have ached more than it did. Weiss had reasons to be hopeful about the landing. He had been with the division long enough to have friends, including Pennsylvanian Bob Rigel, Sheldon Mulworth of Ohio, and James Dixon from Watertown, New York. He had combat experience, and the other guys in the squad respected him as a good first scout. His squad's sergeant, Harry Shanklin, whose transfer to the paratroops had been delayed, was with them after all. And the summer weather was ideal for an invasion. Dawn broke dry but hazy at 06:38 hours on 15 August, the Catholic feast of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary. On this holy day in France, businesses and schools were closed. As the natural mist lifted, a darker cloud blotted the horizons. Naval Western Task Force, with the battleship USS Texas firing 2,000-pound shells, slammed German defenses on the ridges above the shoreline. Light naval craft went in close to take out the coastal batteries and clear underwater mines. Allied bombers from Corsica dropped tons of explosives. Smoke and dust made the first American troops on the beaches at 8 o'clock nearly invisible to the Germans.